Hi everyone, welcome to CyberPlatter. I am Navya. This is a complete and detailed CISSP review series with emphasis on practical exam tips and the key areas that will be covered in the CISSP exam. So let's get started. Before we get into domain 1, I want to start with a couple of exam tips. Security is not a one-time process. It is continuous. Think in terms of continuous monitoring, ongoing risk management, and constant improvement. Human safety is the top priority. Assume the role of a manager, not a technician. Most exam answers reflect a high-level strategic view, not hands-on day-to-day fixes. You think like a CISO or senior executive. The manager mindset emphasizes policy, process, strategy, safety, business alignment, and risk. Always follow the proper process. CISSP emphasizes doing things in the correct order. Domain 1, Security and Risk Management. ISE Squared Code of Ethics Preamble. The safety and welfare of society and the common good, duty to our principles and to each other requires that we adhere and be seen to adhere to the highest ethical standards of behavior. Therefore, strict adherence to this code is a condition of certificate. ISE Squared Code of Ethics Canons. Protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure. Act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. Provide diligent and competent service to principals. Advance and protect the profession. Ethics complaints. Who can file? General rule. Complaints are accepted only from individuals who claim to be directly injured by the alleged misconduct. Canon-specific rules. Canons 1 and 2. Complaints may be submitted by any member of the public. Canon 3. Complaints may be submitted only by principals, those with an employer or contract relationship with the certificate holder. Canon 4. Complaints may be submitted only by other professionals, must be certified or licensed, and subscribe to a professional code of ethics. Cybersecurity approaches. Compliance-based. Security is implemented according to required regulations, laws, and industry standards. Ad hoc based. Security is implemented without defined criteria or a structured approach. Risk-based. Security controls are selected and implemented based on the organization's specific risks. CIA triad. Purpose of CIA to provide a core framework for protecting information and designing security controls. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality prevents unauthorized disclosure of information, whether due to intentional attacks or human error. All data must be protected at rest, in use, and in transit. Examples of confidentiality requirements. Passwords and sensitive fields must be masked. Backups containing sensitive data must be encrypted. Passwords at rest cannot be stored in clear text. PII, PHI must be encrypted with approved algorithms. Logs must not contain sensitive information. Examples of threats to confidentiality. Interception of messages, man-in-the-middle attacks, sniffing, eavesdropping, and capturing network traffic. Social engineering, phishing, shoulder surfing, and impersonation. Escalation of privileges, misconfigurations, lost or stolen devices, and third-party vulnerabilities. Examples of confidentiality countermeasures: encryption, network security, physical security, secure disposal, data masking, strong authentication, data classification and labeling access control, awareness training. Integrity prevents unauthorized users from modifying data and stops authorized users from making unauthorized changes. Data must remain accurate, complete, consistent, and trustworthy. Maintains both internal and external consistency. Integrity and confidentiality are interdependent. Examples of integrity requirements: hashing should be used to detect unauthorized changes. Configuration files must be protected from unauthorized edits. Backups must be verified for completeness and accuracy. Firmware and software updates must be signed and validated. Input validation should be used to ensure only authorized, accurate, and properly formatted data is accepted by the system. Examples of threats to integrity: injection attack, data tampering during transmission, human errors, software bugs or errors, improper input validation. Examples of integrity countermeasures: input validation, digital signatures, checksums, hashes, message digests, message authentication code, MAC, cyclic redundancy check, CRC. Version control, access control, error detection. Availability: ensuring that systems, applications, and data are accessible and usable when needed by authorized users. Guarantees that users can reliably access resources without undue delay, disruption, or downtime. Examples of availability requirements: the website must be available 99.95% of the time per month. Backup systems must restore service within 1 hour of failure. Redundant systems must ensure automatic failover during failures. All 500 users must be able to access the system simultaneously without errors. Examples of threats to availability: system failures, hardware crashes, network outages, denial of service or distributed denial of service, that is DOS or DDoS attack. Examples of availability countermeasures: redundancy, fault tolerance, backups, business continuity planning, BCP, disaster recovery, no single points of failure, network rules to prevent DOS or DDoS attacks. Next, authenticity. This ensures that the source of information, a message, or a user is what it claims to be. Prevents impersonation, spoofing, forgery, fraudulent communications, or unauthorized claims. Verifies the identity of users or systems, example through passwords, digital certificates, or biometrics. Confirms the origin of data or messages, example using digital signatures. Non-repudiation provides proof of the origin and delivery of data, ensuring that a sender's system, or user cannot deny having performed a specific action. It is essential for accountability and legal or regulatory compliance. Non-repudiation is achieved through digital signatures, cryptographic techniques, access control mechanisms, session identifiers, or secure logging. Ensures data integrity and authenticity. Protects against disputes by providing verifiable evidence of actions. Exam tip: integrity is equal to data was not altered. Authenticity: data is from the claimed source. Non-repudiation: the sender cannot deny the action later. CIA triad and DAD, confidentiality, the opposite is disclosure. Integrity, the opposite is alteration. Availability, the opposite is destruction. IAAA, identification, uniquely identifying an entity so the system knows who or what is requesting access. Example, entering a username or tapping an ID card. Authentication, validating an entity's claimed identity is valid. Example, entering a password or using a fingerprint. Authorization, granting an authenticated entity only the privileges and permissions to perform specific actions. Example, a nurse accessing patient charts while a receptionist can only view appointment schedules. Accountability, tracing an action back to a specific subject. Example, reviewing audit logs to check who changed system settings. Due diligence and due care. They form the legal and ethical foundation of security governance. Due diligence is the research, investigation, and analysis performed before taking action. It means knowing what should be done to protect the organization. Example, conducting risk assessments, identifying vulnerabilities, reviewing laws and regulations, evaluating security controls, performing audits and gap analysis. Exam tip, due diligence is equal to planning plus investigating. Due care is the action taken after due diligence identifies risks. It means doing what should be done to reduce risk and fulfill security responsibilities. Example, applying patches, implementing security controls, enforcing policies. Exam tip, due care is equal to implementing plus acting. Prudent man rule. It states that an organization and its security professionals must act with the same care, caution, and judgment that a reasonable, prudent person would use in similar circumstances. It sets the standard of due care. It requires organizations to take reasonable steps to protect assets. Failure to follow this rule can result in negligence, liability, or legal consequences. Exam tip, a prudent person does what is reasonable, and this defines due care. Due diligence is equal to think, that is, do, maintain. You investigate first, you do your homework. Due care is equal to do, protect. You take action based on what you learned. Do the right thing. Finding problems, due diligence, like for example, running a vulnerability scan. Fixing problems, due care, example, patching the system. Prudent man rule is equal to be reasonable. Act like a normal, responsible, careful person would in the same situation. Example, you get requirements, then it goes to research and plan security requirements, that is due diligence. Then implement appropriate security controls, that is due care. And then you maintain controls, that is continuous due diligence. Example, a company gathers data security requirements, that is requirements, analyzes breach risks, that is due diligence, installs encryption and access controls, that is due care, and regularly reviews, tests, and maintains those controls to ensure ongoing protection, that is continuous due diligence. Exam tip, security decisions must hold up legally. All policies, procedures, and controls should withstand legal scrutiny and clearly demonstrate due care and due diligence. Security governance is the framework of leadership, policies, processes, and oversight that ensures an organization's information security supports business goals, manages risks, and meets legal and regulatory requirements. Security governance defines who is responsible for security, how security decisions are made, and how security supports business objectives while controlling risk and meeting legal requirements. Exam tips: security supports the organization's business or mission or strategy, not the other way around. Controls must align with business objectives. You need to avoid solutions that hinder business unless justified by risk. Top-down approach: security is initiated and directed by senior management. This ensures policies, standards, and controls support organizational objectives and risk appetite. It starts with the senior management. Senior management defines and approves the organization security policies and direction. Next, middle management translates these policies into actionable security items and oversees implementation. Next is the staff. Implement security controls and comply with security requirements in daily operations. Bottom-up approach starts with technical staff, engineers, administrators, or security practitioners implementing security controls or tools, usually without formal guidance, direction, or approval from senior management. This results in solutions that may address technical issues but do not necessarily align with business goals, risk appetite, or organizational strategy. Exam tip: top-down is always the best practice and right answer. Bottom-up only appears correct in immediate technical action, troubleshooting, or short-term containment of an incident. Exam tip: a solid security plan must align with business objectives and risk management and have senior management's approval and support. Security planning levels: strategic planning done by CISO or senior management, it is long term. Tactical planning, directors or managers, mid-term. Operational, analysts or engineers, short-term, highly detailed plan. Strategic, CISO or senior management, it is long-term, 3 to 5 years, reviewed and updated annually. It focuses on long-term vision and direction. Examples include human safety, security strategy, risk appetite, risk assessment, reduce liability and risk, business continuity, major budgets. Tactical planning, directors or managers, it is mid-term, 1 or 2 years. This converts strategy into projects and standards. Example, security programs, technology selection, mid-term planning, resource allocation. Operational planning, engineers, analysts or technicians, it is short term. It can be daily, weekly, monthly or quarterly. It is day-to-day execution and procedures. Example, monitoring, patching, backups, incident handling, SOPs. Organizational processes such as purchases, mergers or acquisitions, and sales or divestitures must align with security and business objectives to ensure compliance with organizational policies. Organization roles and responsibilities. CEO, Chief Executive Officer, ultimately responsible for the entire organization, including security and risk acceptance. CFO, Chief Financial Officer, responsible for financial assets, budgeting, and financial impact of security risks. CIO, Chief Information Officer, defines the vision and strategy of IT to support business objectives. Board of directors and committees make important organizational decisions and handle special tasks. Example, Risk Committee oversees enterprise risk management. CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, defines and governs the organization's overall security strategy, risk management, and compliance at the executive level. Security Manager manages and runs daily security operations, staff, assessments, incidents, and security reporting. ISSO, Information System Security Officer, implements and enforces security controls at the individual system level to ensure policy and standards compliance. Security Analyst detects, analyzes, and responds to security threats and attacks. Security Engineer designs, tests, and implements technical security solutions. Data Administrator, a privileged user who grants access and implements or maintains information systems. Auditor reviews and evaluates compliance with security policies, conduct audits, identify gaps, and report findings to management. Business or mission owner owns business processes or missions and defines system requirements, may overlap with system owner. Asset owner, responsible for the asset or system, making sure it handles sensitive data properly and has appropriate security measures in place. Data roles and responsibilities. Data owner, the individual responsible for classifying information, determining the required level of protection, defining access policies, and ensuring that appropriate security controls are in place for the data. The data owner is ultimately accountable for the data. In most organizations, this responsibility resides with senior management. While the data owner can delegate certain activities, they cannot delegate ultimate accountability or responsibility for the data. Data owners may be held liable for negligence if they fail to perform adequate due diligence in protecting and managing the data for which they are accountable. Data custodian, responsible for implementing and maintaining the technical and operational controls required to protect and manage data according to the classification, access policies, and security requirements defined by the data owner. Data custodian, implementing and maintaining. They focus on the day-to-day management, protection, and technical handling of data. Example, IT administrators, network engineers, backup operators, security analysts. According to GDPR, a data controller determines the purposes and means of processing personal data, decides why the data is processed, that is purpose, and how it is processed, that is means. The controller always retains primary legal responsibility for compliance. A data processor processes personal data on behalf of the data controller. The processor must implement appropriate technical and organizational security measures and follow the controller's instructions. Data steward acts as subject matter expert for specific data and is responsible for the governance, quality, and compliance of data. Responsibilities: ensures data is accurate in the right form and has suitable metadata. Makes sure data can be used appropriately for business purposes. enforces policy compliance and proper usage. Users, people who access data through computer or IT systems, typically to accomplish their work. Example, end users, employees. Data subjects, people whose personal data is being processed by a system or organization. They may or may not interact with the system themselves, but the data being collected, stored, or analyzed is about them. Example, customers, patients, or employees whose information is recorded. A person can be both a user and a data subject. Example, an employer accessing their own payroll record. Social engineering exploits human trust to manipulate victims, uses guilt, empathy, fear, or a sense of responsibility to influence actions. Very effective because it targets human behavior rather than technical systems. Pretexting, a type of social engineering where the attacker creates a fabricated scenario, that is the pretext, to trick a victim into revealing confidential information or performing actions. Example, an attacker calls an employee pretending to be from IT support, asking for their login credentials to fix a system issue. Quid pro quo, it's Latin for something, a type of social engineering where the attacker offers a benefit or service in exchange for information or access. Example, an attacker calls employees offering free software or tech support in exchange for login credentials. Phishing, a social engineering attack where the attacker uses a variety of communication methods such as email, telephone calls, text messages, or fake websites to trick victims into revealing sensitive information or performing unsafe actions. Example, a fake bank message sent by email or SMS asking the user to click a link or enter login credentials. Spear phishing, a targeted phishing attack aimed at a specific person, department, or organization using personalized information. This appears more believable than regular phishing because it uses real names, job roles, or relationships. Example, an email sent to a finance employee that looks like it's from their manager asking for an urgent wire transfer. Whaling, a type of spear phishing that targets senior executives or highly valuable individuals within an organization. Example, a fake urgent email sent to a CEO or CFO requesting immediate approval for a large wire transfer. Vishing, voice phishing, a social engineering attack that uses telephone or voice communication to trick victims into revealing sensitive information or performing actions that compromise security. Spam over internet telephony, SPIT, a social engineering attack that uses VoIP, voice over internet protocol, involving pre-recorded and unsolicited internet phone calls to trick users into revealing sensitive information. Smishing, a social engineering attack that uses text messages, SMS, that is short message service. Spam over instant messaging, SPIM, unsolicited messages sent over instant messaging platforms such as WhatsApp, Teams, or Slack. Shoulder surfing, a social engineering attack where an attacker observes someone's private information over their shoulder. Example, watching someone enter information on a computer, keyboard, ATM, or mobile device to steal passwords, pins, or other sensitive data. Dumpster diving, a social engineering attack where an attacker searches through trash or discarded materials to find confidential information. Why is it effective? Because many organizations discard sensitive information without proper shredding or disposal. Example, retrieving printed spreadsheets, bank statements, or internal memos from trash bins to gain unauthorized access. Tailgating, a physical security breach where an unauthorized person follows closely behind an authorized person to gain access to a restricted area without consent. Example, an attacker slips into a secure building behind an employee who uses their keycard. Piggy banking, similar to tailgating, but the unauthorized person gains access with the permission or consent of the authorized person. Example, an employee holds the door open for a visitor who does not have access credentials. Social engineering countermeasures, user awareness and training, educate employees on social engineering tactics and reporting procedures. Access controls, enforce strong authentication, multi-factor access, role-based permissions, identity verification, and physical security measures, example badges, turnstiles, security guards, and cameras, before granting access or sharing sensitive information. Security documents, policies, standards, procedures, mandatory, guidelines, recommendations. Policies, high-level management direction, defines what must be done. Mandatory, approved by senior leadership. Broad and strategic, sets overall security expectations. Policies generally do not change often, but they are reviewed regularly as part of due diligence. Example, all company systems must be protected by strong authentication. Types of policies, issue-specific policy, addresses a specific security issue or topic. Focused on a single area of concern, example, email, internet use, or encryption. Example, employees may not use personal cloud storage for company data without approval. System-specific policy defines security requirements for a specific system, application, or environment. Technical and operational in nature, provides rules and restrictions for access, configuration, and usage of that system. Example, the payroll system must enforce multi-factor authentication for all administrative users. Organizational security policy, high-level enterprise-wide security direction, defines the overall security program and management expectations. Example, information assets must be protected according to the organization's risk management framework. Security policy types, regulatory policy, ensures compliance with laws, regulations, or contractual obligations. Example, company financial data must be retained for 7 years to comply with SOX. Advisory policy provides recommended best practices or guidance rather than enforceable rules. Example, employees are encouraged to use strong, unique passwords and change them regularly. Information policy governs the management, classification, and protection of information. Example, access to information is granted based on the principle of least privilege. Standards, specific mandatory controls that support policies, defines rules or requirements that must be met, more detailed than policies but still general enough to apply widely. Example, Passwords must be 14 characters minimum and include complexity requirements. Procedures, step-by-step instructions, defines how to meet the standard and implement the policy. Highly detailed and operational, these are mandatory. Example, a procedure for creating a user account that walks through each step in the identity and access management system. Guidelines, recommended best practices, these are optional, provides flexibility and expert advice. Example, guidelines for secure remote work, use VPN, avoid public Wi-Fi, and so on. Baselines, minimum acceptable security level, provides a consistent starting point for security across systems, ensures that all systems meet at least a minimum set of controls, example, minimum patching level, minimum configuration settings. Often created by using benchmarks such as CIS benchmarks or NIST configuration checklists. Can be customized but never lowered below the required minimum. Example, all Windows servers must meet the CIS Level 1 security configuration baseline. Exam tip, policy, what and why, standard, requirements, baseline, minimum acceptable security level, procedure, how, guideline, suggestions. A formal process must be established for approving any deviations, including waivers or exceptions. Acceptable Use Policy, AUP. A formal security policy that defines how users are allowed and not allowed to use an organization's information systems, networks, and resources. Mandatory for all users. Acknowledged by employees, often signed during onboarding. Key elements include authorized and unauthorized activities, use of company devices and networks, privacy expectations, security requirements, and prohibited behaviors. Example, users must use company computing resources only for authorized business purposes and must not engage in activities that compromise system security. Risk management, the process of identifying, analyzing, evaluating, treating, and continuously monitoring risk to an organization's assets to reduce risk to an acceptable level. Risk is equal to threats coupled with vulnerabilities. Risk is the likelihood that a threat will exploit a vulnerability and cause business impact. Example, there is a risk that a hacker, that is the threat, will exploit the unpatched server, that is the vulnerability, and cause a data breach with financial and legal impact, that is the business impact. A threat is any potential event, action, or actor that can cause harm to an asset. A vulnerability is a weakness or flaw that can be exploited by a threat. A threat alone is not equal to risk. A vulnerability alone is not equal to risk. Both must exist together along with potential impact for risk to exist. Different types of risk response. First one, risk acceptance. Acknowledging the risk and choosing to do nothing, usually because the impact is minor or the cost of mitigation is too high. Example, accepting minor downtime for a non-critical system. Risk mitigation, implementing controls to reduce the likelihood or impact of a risk. Example, installing firewalls, antivirus, or MFA to reduce exposure. Risk assessment or transfer, shifting the risk to a third party who can better manage it. Example, purchasing cyber insurance or outsourcing cloud services. Risk avoidance, eliminating the risk entirely by not engaging in the risky activity. Example, cancelling a project that requires insecure legacy systems. Risk deterrence, discouraging threats from occurring through policies, warnings, or safeguards. Example, posting authorized access only signs or using warning banners in systems. Risk rejection, an unacceptable or improper response is to ignore the risk or refuse to deal with it. Example, ignoring a known vulnerability in a critical system. Exam tip, management is responsible for deciding the appropriate response to each risk and determining how it will be addressed. NIST SP 837 Risk Management Framework RMF for Information Systems and Organizations, a system lifecycle approach for security and privacy. Risk Management Framework RMF, a structured process to manage risk in a repeatable and consistent way. Exam tip, continuous monitoring is critical. RMF is not a one-time process. NIST SP 837 7 RMF steps. First step, prepare, establish context, scope, and risk management strategy. Step 2, categorize, determine system impact levels for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Step 3, select controls, choose baselines. Example, NIST SP 853 provides predefined sets of security and privacy controls based on the system's impact level, like low, moderate, or high, and tailored security controls. Implement controls, deploy security controls in systems, policies, and security procedures. Assess controls, evaluate control effectiveness, and verify they function correctly. Step 6, authorize system. Senior official reviews results and accepts residual risk. Step 7, monitor controls. Continuously monitor system and controls. Update as needed. NIST SP 830 Guide for Conducting Risk Assessments provides guidelines for identifying, assessing, and prioritizing risks to information systems. NIST SP 830 How to Assess Risk. NIST SP 837 How to Manage Risk Continuously across the organization. 8 guiding principles of ISO 31000 Risk Management Guidelines. Integrated risk management should be part of all organizational processes. Structured and comprehensive, enables consistent and comparable results. Customized, tailored to the organization's context, objectives, and risk profile. Inclusive, involve stakeholders and consider their perspectives. Dynamic, risks change, management processes should adapt. Best available information, decisions are based on the most reliable and relevant information available at the time, including data, experience, and expert judgment. Human and cultural factors, consider behaviors, perceptions, and organizational culture. Continual improvement, risk management should evolve as the organization grows and learns. COSO, Committee of Sponsoring Organizations, a joint initiative of several professional organizations established to provide guidance on enterprise risk management, ERM, internal control, and fraud deterrence. COSO ERM components, governance and culture, sets organizational tone, risk culture, and ethical values. Strategy and objective setting, aligns risk management with strategy and objectives. performance, identifies and evaluates risks affecting objectives, review and revision, monitors and updates risk responses as conditions change, information, communication and reporting, this is ongoing, shares timely risk information for decision making. NIST Cybersecurity Framework, a voluntary framework developed to help organizations manage and reduce cybersecurity risks. Three main parts: framework core, implementation tiers, and framework profile. NIST Cybersecurity Framework core, 6 functions: govern, establish governance, policies, oversight, and strategic risk management at the organizational level. Identify, understand and manage assets, systems, data, and cybersecurity risks. Protect, implement safeguards to limit the impact of cybersecurity events. Detect, develop capabilities to identify cybersecurity incidents promptly. Respond, take action to contain and mitigate the impact of incidents. Recover, restore systems, data, and services after a cybersecurity event. NIST Cybersecurity Framework tiers. Tier 1, partial, informal, reactive risk management, not integrated into organizational processes. Tier 2, risk informed. Risk is acknowledged and considered in decisions, but practices are inconsistent. Tier 3, repeatable. Policies, procedures, and practices are formalized and consistently applied. Tier 4, adaptive. Risk management is dynamic, continuously improved, and proactively responsive. NIST Cybersecurity Framework profile. This helps organizations customize and apply the framework core to their specific business needs, risk tolerance, and objectives. Current profile. Example, organization currently has basic access controls, monitoring, and incident response capabilities. Target profile. Example, organization aims to implement advanced threat detection, automated response, and robust recovery plans. Like you can see in the image, first, scope the organizational profile, gather needed information, create the organizational profile, analyze gaps and create an action plan, implement action plan and update profile, and you need to repeat this process again. The difference between current and target profiles identifies gaps and improvement areas. ISO IEC 27001, an international standard that provides a framework for establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving an information security management system, ISMS. 3 core principles: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. ISO IEC 27001 clauses. First, scope defines the standard's applicability and boundaries. Normative references lists other standards referenced. Terms and definitions defines key concepts used in the standard. Context of the organization. Understand the organization and its context, stakeholders, and scope of the ISMS. Leadership, top management responsibilities, commitment, information security policies, and roles. Planning, risk assessment, risk treatment, information security objectives, and planning to achieve them. Support, resources, competence, awareness, communication, and documented information. Operation, implementation and operation of risk treatment plans and controls. performance evaluation, monitoring, measurement, analysis, evaluation, internal audit, and management review. Improvement, non-conformity, corrective action, and continual improvement of the ISMS. SAPSA, Sherwood Applied Business Security Architecture. It's a business-driven security architecture framework used to design, implement, and govern enterprise cybersecurity in direct alignment with business goals and risks. SAPSA helps organizations align security strategy with business objectives, design end-to-end security architecture, ensure governance, risk management, and compliance, prove that security investments support business values. SAPSA is a layered model, contextual layer. It provides business view, and the key question here is, why do we need security? Conceptual layer, it provides architecture's view, the answer to the question, what kind of security is needed. Logical, designer's view, how will security work? Physical layer, builder's view, with what systems will the security work? Components, tradesman's view, which tools and technologies. Operational layer, manager's view, how do we run and monitor it. Types of risk. First one, total risk, represents the full exposure an organization faces if no safeguards or controls are in place. Risk is equal to threats coupled with vulnerabilities. Total risk is equal to threats, vulnerabilities, and asset value. Inherent risk is the level of risk naturally present in a system or process before any controls or mitigations are applied. It includes newly discovered risks that have not yet been addressed by risk management strategies. Residual risk is the remaining risk after all possible safeguards and controls have been applied. It represents the risk that the organization chooses to accept or transfer before it cannot be fully eliminated. Risk appetite, the overall level of risk an organization is willing to accept to achieve its objectives. Example, a bank may have a low appetite for fraud risk but higher appetite for innovation-related risks. Risk tolerance, the acceptable variation or limit around that appetite for specific risks. Example, the bank may tolerate up to $10,000 loss per day from minor system errors, but not more. Appetite is equal to how much risk we want to take overall. Tolerance, how much risk we can accept in specific cases. Controls gap, the difference between the current security controls in place and the ideal or required controls needed to adequately mitigate risks. This highlights areas where controls are insufficient or missing, pointing to vulnerabilities that still need attention. For CISSP, this can also be described as the risk reduction achieved when safeguards are implemented. Total risk minus controls gap is equal to residual risk. Exam tip: risk can never be reduced to zero. Risk can never be fully eliminated. The goal is to reach an acceptable level of risk. Risk analysis is the process of identifying, assessing, and prioritizing risks to an organization's assets. Evaluates what could go wrong, how likely it is, and what the impact would be. Enables people and organizations to make informed decisions about risk. An informed decision is one that is based on accurate information, relevant facts, and a careful evaluation of the likelihood and impact of potential threats and vulnerabilities. Next, NIST SP 830 Guide for Conducting Risk Assessments. Step 1. Prepare for the assessment. Define the purpose and scope. Identify assets and data. Establish assumptions and constraints. And select the assessment methodology. Step 2 is to conduct the assessment. First, identify threats. Cyber, example, malware or ransomware. Natural threats like floods. Human threats, insider attacks. Obsolescence and threat events. Identify vulnerabilities and predisposing conditions, that is weak systems, misconfigurations, outdated software, poor controls, and risk increasing conditions. Determine likelihood. Estimate how probable it is that a threat exploits a vulnerability and rate it as low, medium, high, or provide a numeric value to it. Determine impacts. Assess financial, operational, reputational, legal, or safety consequences if the threat occurs. Determine risk, that is, risk is equal to likelihood and impact together, which you will finally provide a rating as low, medium, high, or critical. After conducting the assessment, the next step is to communicate results. Prepare a clear risk assessment report with findings and recommendations. Share results with management, security teams, and system owners for informed decisions. Then the next step is to maintain the risk assessment, that is, continuously monitor assets and threats. Update the assessment whenever systems, threats, or vulnerabilities change. Risk analysis has two types. First one is qualitative risk analysis and the other one is quantitative risk analysis. Qualitative risk analysis. This uses descriptive ratings such as high, medium, or low. It is based on subjective judgment, expert opinions, and experience. Often uses a scoring system or risk metrics to compare risks. Pros, that is advantages, simple, fast, works without detailed data. The disadvantages is that it is not precise and it is open to interpretation. Delphi risk analysis. This is a technique commonly used in qualitative risk analysis. It involves a group of experts providing anonymous feedback or survey. Experts review a summary of the group responses, then revise their estimates. The process repeats until consensus is reached. This reduces bias and prevents dominant personalities from influencing results. Quantitative risk analysis. This uses objective numerical data to measure risk. This focuses on dollar values and formulas. Pros, it is precise, supports cost-benefit decisions. Cons, requires reliable data and more effort. What is an asset value? It represents how much it would cost to repair or replace the asset, reflecting its overall worth to the organization. Exposure factor. The percentage of asset value that would be lost if a specific threat event occurred. It represents the degree of damage to an asset from a single incident. Example, if a server worth 100K is expected to lose 40% of its value due to a fire, then the exposure factor is 40%, that is 0.4. Single loss expectancy, SLE, this is the expected monetary loss from a single security incident affecting an asset. It shows how much money you lose each time a specific threat occurs. SLE is equal to asset value combined with exposure factor. Example, if a laptop worth $2,000 would lose 50% of its value in a threat scenario, then SLE is equal to asset value, that is $2,000, into exposure factor, that is 0.5, that is equal to $1,000. So you can expect to lose $1,000 per incident. Annualized rate of occurrence, ARO. This is an estimate of how many times a specific threat is expected to occur within 1 year. It represents the frequency of an incident. Example, if a phishing attack is expected to successfully impact the organization twice per year, then ARO is 2. Another example, if a flood is expected only once in every 10 years, then the ARO is 0.1. Annualized loss expectancy, ALE, the expected yearly financial loss from a specific threat. This helps organizations estimate the cost of risk over time. ALE is equal to SLE into ARO, that is single loss expectancy into annualized rate of occurrence. Let's look at an example of an overall quantitative risk analysis. The first step is to calculate exposure factor. A server worth $100,000 is expected to lose 40% of its value in a fire. So the exposure factor is 40%, that is 0.4. Step 2, calculate SLE, single loss expectancy. SLE is equal to asset value into exposure factor. So SLE will become 100,000 into 0.4, that is 40,000. Next step is to determine ARO, annualized rate of occurrence. So a fire is expected to occur once every 10 years. So ARO is equal to 0.1. These numbers are just examples. Step 4, calculate ALE, annualized loss expectancy. ALE is equal to SLE into ARO, that is 40,000 into 0.1, that is equal to $4,000. So the yearly expected loss from fire damage to this server is $4,000. Safeguard evaluation. This is the process of determining whether a security control is cost effective and appropriate for reducing risk. This compares the cost of implementing the safeguard to the reduction in annualized loss it provides. A safeguard is justified if ALE1 minus ALE2 is greater than ACS, where ALE1 is the loss before the safeguard, ALE2 is the loss after the safeguard, and ACS is the annual cost of the safeguard. Additional considerations for a good safeguard: be an effective security control that actually reduces the targeted risk, not introduce new vulnerabilities, be difficult to bypass, and be transparent to users. Let's see another example. So before implementing safeguard, calculate EF1, that is exposure factor 1. Original expected damage from a fire is 40%. So that is equal to 0.4. Next, calculate SLE1. Asset value is equal to $100,000. So SLE1 is equal to asset value into exposure factor 1, that is 100K into 0.4, that is 40,000. Next, calculate ALE1. So ARO is equal to 0.1, that is a fire is expected to occur once every 10 years. ALE1 is equal to SLE1 into ARO, that is 40,000 into 0.1, $4,000. So after implementing safeguard, a new fire suppression system reduces damage to 10% exposure factor from 40% and costs $1,000 per year. New EF, that is exposure factor after implementing safeguard, is equal to 0.1. And SLE2 is equal to AV into exposure factor 2. AV asset value remains the same, that is 100K into 0.1, that is $10,000. Next, ALE2 is equal to SLE2 into ARO, that is $10,000 into 0.1, that is $1,000. Next is to calculate savings, that is risk reduction. Savings is equal to ALE1 minus ALE2, 4,000 minus 1,000, that is $3,000 saved per year. Next, compare this to safeguard cost. Safeguard annual cost is $1,000, annual savings is $3,000. So the result, the safeguard is cost effective because it saves $3,000 while costing only $1,000. In other words, ALE1 minus ALE2 is greater than ACS, that is annual cost of safeguard. Value or benefit of a safeguard. Value of safeguard is equal to ALE1 minus ALE2 minus ACS. That is ALE1 minus ALE2 is equal to how much loss you avoid, that is your savings. So subtract the ACS to see the net benefit. So ALE1 is equal to 4,000, ALE2 is equal to 1,000, ACS, that is the annual cost of safeguard, is $1,000. So the value is $2,000 net benefit. Next, steps of quantitative risk analysis. First, inventory assets, that is assign asset value. List all critical assets, hardware, software, data, and facilities. Assign a monetary value to each asset. Next, identify threats, that is determine potential threats to each asset, natural disasters, human errors, or attacks. Assign an exposure factor, EF, for each threat representing the percentage of asset value lost if the threat occurs. Next, calculate SLE, that is single loss expectancy. It is equal to asset value into exposure factor. Then perform threat analysis, that is calculate ALE. Determine annualized rate of occurrence, ARO, for each threat, that is how often it is expected to occur per year. And then calculate annualized loss expectancy, ALE, that is equal to SLE into ARO. Then identify and evaluate countermeasures, that is list possible safeguards for each threat. Assess effectiveness in reducing exposure factor or likelihood of occurrence. Next step, calculate post-safeguard risk, that is estimate new exposure factor, SLE and ALE after applying each safeguard. Then determine risk reduction, that is ALE1 minus ALE2. Then perform cost-benefit analysis, that is compare risk reduction against the annual cost of the safeguard, that is ACS. So a safeguard is justified if ALE1 minus ALE2 is greater than ACS. Then prioritize and implement safeguards, that is implement controls that are cost-effective and high impact. Consider control quality, difficulty to bypass, usability, and transparency. Then the next step is to monitor and review. Continuously monitor risk levels. Risk analysis is not a one-time activity. Remember, risk analysis is not a one-time activity. Reassess asset values, threats, and controls periodically to account for changes. So assign asset value, then calculate exposure factor, then calculate single loss expectancy, which is equal to asset value into exposure factor. Then assess the annualized rate of occurrence, ARO. Then derive the annualized loss expectancy, ALE is equal to SLE into ARO. Then perform cost-benefit analysis of countermeasures. Exam tip: just because we can implement a control does not mean we should. Security must be cost effective. So never spend more on safeguards than the value of the asset itself. Exam tip: high value assets get the strongest controls. Focus resources where the business impact is highest. Next, hybrid risk analysis, a risk assessment approach that combines both qualitative and quantitative methods to evaluate risks. Leverages the strengths of both approaches, so it provides a structured numerical perspective while still incorporating expert insights, for example, when data is limited. Loss potential: this is the possible amount of damage or harm that a threat event could cause to an asset. It reflects the severity of the impact if a risk becomes reality. So how much you stand to lose if a threat succeeds. Example, financial loss, operational downtime. Delayed loss: this is the damage that occurs over time, not immediately at the moment of the incident. Examples, long-term reputational harm after a breach and ongoing legal costs. Risk categories describe the type of harm or impact that could occur to an asset. What could happen to the asset? Damage or destruction, physical or logical harm to assets. Example, disk failure, fire, data corruption. Disclosure, unauthorized release of information. Example, data breach, eavesdropping, data leakage. Loss, permanent or temporary loss of availability or value. Example, stolen laptop, deleted data, or lost backups. Interruption, disruption of operations or services. Example, DOS attack, that is denial of service attack. Power outage, system crash. Modification, unauthorized alteration of data or systems. Example, data tampering, malware changing files. Risk factors, the cause or sources that can trigger a risk. Why or how could it happen? Human error, mistakes or omissions, accidental. Misconfigurations, sending data to wrong recipient. Application errors, software flaws or bugs. Example, buffer overflows, input validation failures. Attacks, intentional malicious actions. Example, hacking, malware, phishing, insider attack. Malfunction, equipment or system failure. Example, server crash or storage failure. Physical damage, environmental or physical harm. Example, fire, flood, vandalism, power surge. Control assessment, the formal process of evaluating whether controls are properly designed and implemented and whether they are operating effectively through continuous monitoring to reduce risk. Evaluates whether implemented security and privacy controls meet predefined internal requirements and applicable regulatory or compliance obligations. Two types of control assessments. Security control assessments focus on protecting systems and data. Privacy control assessments focus on protecting personal information. Control assessment planning, identify controls to be assessed, assessment scope and objectives, establish measurable criteria for testing each control and clearly define what constitutes successful performance. Select assessment methods, interview, test, examine or review. Assign roles, schedule and resources. document the assessment plan and step-by-step procedure, and obtain approval from relevant stakeholders. Communicate the assessment objectives, scope, and schedule to key stakeholders. Prepare assessment tools and templates to standardize testing and evidence collection. Review dependencies and constraints that may affect the assessment. Control assessment methods. Interview, speaking with personnel to understand processes, responsibilities, and control implementation. Test, performing procedures or transactions to verify that controls operate as intended. Examine or review, inspecting documents, records, or system evidence to confirm compliance and effectiveness. Control assessment. It is important to ensure that only controls within the defined assessment scope are evaluated. Record all observations, test results, and any control deficiencies identified during the assessment. Report the assessment results to senior management and relevant stakeholders for risk reporting and decision making. Track corrective actions for any identified control deficiencies and schedule reassessments as necessary to confirm remediation. Privacy threshold analysis, PTA. A threshold analysis is the initial review conducted in privacy control assessment to determine whether a system, project, application, or data activity involves PII and whether a privacy impact assessment PIA is required. So the outcome of this is, if PII is involved, no PIA, that is privacy impact assessment, is required and only minimal privacy controls may apply. If PII is involved, then a full PIA, that is privacy impact assessment, must be conducted and privacy controls must be assessed in greater depth. Privacy Impact Assessment, PIA, a comprehensive evaluation required when a system or process handles PII. It analyzes privacy risks and determines whether appropriate controls are in place. Threshold analysis determines whether PII exists and triggers the need for a PIA, while the PIA conducts a detailed privacy control assessment to evaluate the design, implementation, and effectiveness of controls protecting PII. Key considerations for a privacy impact assessment: types of data collected. Identify all PII and sensitive data handled by the system. Data protection in its 3 states: protect data at rest, like for example encryption; data in transit, example TLS, SSL or VPNs; and data in use, example memory protection, session controls. Data collection considerations: address purpose, necessity, consent, minimization, notice requirements, and use limitations. Data storage considerations: determine storage location, jurisdiction, retention period, and deletion policy. Data sharing and transfer: review internal sharing, third-party vendors, and cross-border transfer compliance. Access and authorization: ensure only authorized personnel have access and proper role-based controls are applied. Data privacy risks: assess risks like unauthorized access, breaches, non-compliance, and inaccurate or outdated data. NIST SP 800-122 Guide to Protecting the Confidentiality of Personally Identifiable Information, PII. This provides best practices for safeguarding personally identifiable information, PII, throughout its entire life cycle, that is collection, use, storage, sharing, and disposal. NIST SP 800-122. Step 1. Prepare for the security and privacy control assessment, that is, establish the scope and objectives of the assessment by identifying the PII involved, the systems that process it, and the applicable security and privacy requirements. Determine roles, responsibilities, resources, schedules, stakeholders, and assessment boundaries to ensure readiness for evaluating how PII is protected. Step 2. Develop the security and privacy control assessment, that is, create a detailed plan that outlines which controls will be assessed, the assessment methods to be used, the criteria for determining control effectiveness, and the evidence required. Obtain approval for the assessment plan. The plan provides a structured approach for evaluating control design, implementation, and operation. Step 3. Conduct the assessment, that is, perform the assessment using the approved plan by examining documentation, interviewing personnel, and testing controls. Collect evidence to determine whether security and privacy controls for PII are properly designed, correctly implemented, and operating effectively to protect confidentiality. Step 4. Analyze assessment results and report findings, that is, review and analyze assessment results to identify weaknesses, gaps, and residual risks related to PII protection. Document findings in an assessment report, provide risk-based conclusions, and develop recommendations for remediation and improvement. Prepare a remediation plan, recommended mitigation actions, prioritize findings based on severity and associated risk, assign responsibilities, and establish timelines and resource needs. Personal security. Managing personal security ensures that employees, contractors, vendors, consultants, and other third parties do not introduce unnecessary risk to the organization. Controls apply throughout the employment lifecycle, that is, before hiring, during employment, and after termination. Personal security, candidate screening before hiring. Job descriptions, clearly define roles, responsibilities, and security expectations and required qualifications, skills, and attributes. Background checks or screening, check candidates' criminal, credit, employment, social media, and education history and ask preliminary questions. Examine CVs, resumes, and cover letters to verify qualifications, experience, and suitability for the role. Screening interviews, live interviews conducted to assess a candidate's qualifications, experience, and trustworthiness before hiring. Reference checks, validate character and previous performance. Employment agreements, legal contracts between the organization and an employee that define terms of employment, responsibilities, and security obligations. Non-disclosure agreements, NDAs. Employee NDAs legally obligate staff to protect confidential information and prevent unauthorized disclosure even after leaving the organization. Non-compete agreement restricts employees from working for competitors or starting competing businesses for a specified period after leaving the organization. Employment contracts include acceptable use, gift policies, conflict of interest policies, expectations, and policy adherence. Personal security during employment. Job rotation reduces fraud, misuse, and increases detection opportunities. Cross-training provides knowledge redundancy and operational resilience. Mandatory vacation helps detect fraud, misuse, or hidden activities. Monitoring and auditing, detect inappropriate behavior or policy violations. Performance evaluation ensures responsibilities, including security, are being followed. Role changes, revalidate access, retrain or rescreen if moved to sensitive positions. Ongoing security training and awareness on policies, threats and responsibilities. Least privilege, give a user only the minimum access or permissions needed to perform their job functions. Separation of duties, splitting tasks among multiple individuals to prevent excessive power, abuse and reduce collusion. Need to know, grant access to information only if it is necessary for the user-specific job tasks. Dual control or two-person rule, both individuals must be present and authorize critical actions. Personal security, post-employment, that is termination or separation. Termination policy should clearly define procedures for both voluntary and involuntary separations. Immediate revocation of access, that is network accounts, system access, building badges and keys. Return of organization assets, that is laptops, mobile devices, smart cards, keys, ID cards and documents. Exit interview, reinforce confidentiality obligations, gather organizational feedback. Update access lists, that is remove the user from groups, email lists and privileged access. Shared passwords or access, change or update any shared accounts or credentials the employee had access to. Disable accounts, not delete. This is for forensic or legal review. Final reminders of NDA enforcement even after employment ends. Outsourcing. Outsourcing uses third-party providers for services, but it also introduces risks such as loss of control, data exposure and vendor dependency. Strong contracts, SLAs, audits and access controls are essential. Downstream liability means your organization is still ultimately responsible if a breach occurs, even if the vendor caused it. Your organization also remains responsible for the quality of any outsourced product or service. Offshoring. Offshoring moves operations or data to another country, creating risks around foreign laws, privacy regulations, geopolitical stability, and communication barriers. These risks are managed through compliance checks, encryption, continuous oversight, and strict security requirements, while still retaining ultimate accountability for protecting data and maintaining service quality. Asset. Anything of value to an organization, data, systems, networks, personnel, or physical property that requires protection. Threat. Any potential cause of an unwanted incident that could harm systems, data, or operations. Example, a hacker attempting to steal credit card data, a natural disaster damaging a data center. Threat agent or actor, an entity that carries out or causes a threat event. It is who or what exploits a vulnerability. Example, hackers, flood, power outage, ransomware. Vulnerability, a weakness or flaw in a system, process, or control that can be exploited by a threat. Example, unpatched software, weak passwords, or misconfigured firewalls that can be exploited. Attack surface. All the points, that is hardware, software interfaces or users where an attacker could try to enter or extract data from a system. Example, public-facing web applications, open network ports, employee email accounts. threat intelligence, information about current or emerging threats that helps an organization anticipate, prevent, or respond to attacks. Example, reports about a new malware targeting point of sale systems or phishing campaigns affecting banks. Tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs. In threat intelligence, TTPs describe how threat actors operate, helping organizations anticipate, detect, and respond to attacks. Tactics, the overall goal or strategy of an attacker, example, data exfiltration, ransomware deployment. Techniques, general methods used to achieve the tactic, example, phishing, exploiting a vulnerability. Procedures, specific detailed steps or tools the attacker uses, example, using mimikatz to steal credentials after gaining access through phishing. Threat modeling, a structured process used to identify, evaluate, and prioritize threats to a system, application, or business process. It can be proactive or reactive. Proactive, conducted during the design or development phase to anticipate potential attacks and build security controls before incidents occur. Reactive can also be applied after a security incident to understand how attacks happened and improve defenses for the future. Threat modeling approaches, attacker focused, looks at potential attackers, their goals, skills, and methods, that is TTPs. Asset focused, starts with valuable assets and identifies threats or vulnerabilities affecting them. System focused, examines system architecture, data flows, and components to find weaknesses. In threat modeling, organizations analyze potential security threats by asking 4 key questions. What are we protecting? That is, identify the critical assets, data, and systems. What can go wrong? That is, determine possible threats, vulnerabilities, and attack scenarios. What are we going to do about it? So here we decide on mitigations, controls, and security measures. Then, did we do a good job? That is, validate that the mitigations are effective and review residual risks. Stride, Microsoft developed software-focused threat modeling framework, but can also be applied to systems in general. Each letter represents a type of threat. S, spoofing, that is pretending to be someone or something else to gain unauthorized access. T, tampering, unauthorized modification of data or system components. R, repudiation, performing actions that cannot be traced, allowing denial of responsibility. I, information disclosure, exposing confidential or sensitive information to unauthorized parties. D, denial of service, interrupting or degrading service availability. E, elevation of privilege, gaining higher access rights than authorized. DREAD, a threat risk assessment model used to quantify and prioritize threats. It evaluates threats based on 5 categories. D, damage potential. How severe would the impact be if the threat is realized? R, reproducibility. How easily can the threat be reproduced by an attacker? E, exploitability. How easy it is to launch the attack. A, affected users. How many users or systems would be impacted? D, discoverability. How easy it is to discover the vulnerability or threat. DREAD assigns numeric values, example 1 to 10 for each category, and calculates a total risk score. Dread is actually used after identifying threats. Like for example, you have identified threats using triad, then you use dread to prioritize which threats to address first. PASTA, process for attack simulation and threat analysis. A risk-centric threat modeling methodology that focuses on understanding threats from the attacker's perspective while aligning with business objectives. PASTA steps. First is to define objectives, that is, identify business and security goals. Define technical scope, that is, map systems, applications, and assets. Decompose applications or processes, that is, to understand workflows and data flows. Then threat analysis, identify threats relevant to assets and processes. Vulnerability analysis, examine system weaknesses. Attack modeling and simulation, predict potential attack paths and techniques. Risk and impact analysis, prioritize risks and define mitigation strategies. VAST, that is visual, agile, and simple threat. Visual uses diagrams to represent threats, attack surfaces, and workflows for clarity. Agile friendly integrates with agile and DevOps practices, allowing continuous threat assessment during development. Simple, designed to be easy to understand and implement across teams, not just for security specialists. Scalable, supports enterprise-wide adoption, covering multiple applications, teams, and processes. Note, generally, diagrams are used to illustrate and analyze threats and attacks. In a threat modeling or data flow diagram, the key elements to mark include trust boundaries, that is, locations where the security level changes or where data moves between different levels of trust. Processes, activities or functions that handle or transform data. Data stores, places where data is kept, such as databases, files, or data repositories. External entities or input points, that is, users, systems, or third parties that interact with the system. Data flow, how information moves between processes, data stores, and external entities. Privileged operations, actions that require higher permissions than a normal user account. Security notes, that is, annotations that describe security policies, assumptions, or controls associated with components. Trike, defining acceptable and unacceptable risk levels for assets, using a requirements-driven approach to identify threats and evaluate potential mitigations. Assigning risk scores to threats based on likelihood and impact, ensuring that controls reduce risk to stakeholder acceptable levels. Octave, operationally critical threat, asset, and vulnerability evaluation. Risk-based, asset-centric, self-directed, organizational and process-focused. So steps, establish drivers, that is, define risk measurement criteria that guide the assessment. Profile assets, that is, develop an information asset profile and identify where assets are stored, that is, asset containers. Identify threats, determine areas of concern and create potential threat scenarios. Identify and mitigate risk, that is, identify and analyze risks, then select appropriate mitigation strategies. NIST SP 800-154, Guide to Data-Centric System Threat Modeling. First step, identify and categorize the system and data of interest, that is, define scope, assets, and data flows. Step 2, identify and select the attack vectors, determine which attack paths and threat scenarios to include in the model. Step 3, categorize security controls, document existing or planned controls that mitigate the identified attack vectors. Step 4, analyze the threat model, evaluate risks, threats, control effectiveness, and residual threats to prioritize mitigation efforts. COBIT, it stands for Control Objectives for Information and Related Technology. It is a control framework for employing information security governance best practices within an organization. It has 34 IT processes. It provides guidance to auditors for assessing and evaluating IT governance, controls, and compliance. COBIT is aligned with COSO so that IT governance fits into enterprise internal control frameworks. 5 principles of COBIT. First one, meeting stakeholder needs, that is, align IT goals with business goals and deliver value while balancing risk and resources. Covering the enterprise end-to-end. This applies to the entire organization, not just the IT department. Applying a single integrated framework, COBIT integrates with other standards like COSO, ITIL, ISO, TOGAF. Enabling a holistic approach, governance is supported by multiple enablers, that is processes, people, culture, information, and so on. Separating governance from management. Governance is evaluate, direct, monitor, EDM, management, plan, build, run, monitor. ISO IEC 27002, Information Security, Cybersecurity and Privacy Protection, Information Security Controls. An international standard that provides guidance on information security controls. ISO 27001 defines what you must do, that is requirements for an ISMS. ISO 27002 tells you how to do it, that is detailed controls guidance. Example, 27001 says you must control access. 27002 explains how to implement access control. ISO 27001 is the mandatory certifiable framework for an ISMS. ISO 27002 is the practical guide that explains how to implement its security controls. NIST SP 853, Security and Privacy Controls for Information Systems and Organizations. It provides a comprehensive catalog for security and privacy controls for federal information systems in the US. It organizes controls into control families, each targeting specific aspects of security and privacy, such as access control, awareness and training, audit and accountability, identification, and authentication. NIST SP 853 control selection steps. First, categorize the system based on confidentiality, integrity, and availability, FIPS 199. Select baseline controls according to the system's impact level, low, moderate, high. Tailor controls by adding, modifying, or removing as per organizational needs. Document control selection in a formal security plan or report. Implement controls across systems, processes, and policies. Assess controls to ensure they are effective and functioning correctly. Security controls. Security controls are measures used to protect assets and reduce risk. Within security controls, two important types are safeguards and countermeasures, which address threats in different ways. Safeguards, they are proactive measures put in place to prevent security incidents before they occur. They aim to reduce the chance that a threat can exploit a vulnerability. Examples, firewalls, access restrictions, encryption. Countermeasures. These are reactive measures used after a threat has been detected or an incident has occurred. They minimize impact, contain damage, and support recovery. Examples: incident response actions or applying patches. Controls based on implementation describe how a control is applied. Physical controls protect the physical environment and prevent unauthorized physical access. Example: locks, fences, guards, that is security guards, CCTV. Technical or logical controls use technology to enforce security. Example: firewalls, authentication, encryption, IDS. Administrative controls: policies, procedures, and management activities that guide security behavior. Controls based on functionality describe what the control does. Deterrent controls discourage bad behavior or attacks before they happen. Example: warning signs, visible cameras. Preventive controls stop unwanted actions from happening. Example: locks, firewalls, passwords. Detective controls spot or alert when something goes wrong. Example: locks, monitoring systems, alarms. Corrective controls fix problems and bring systems back to normal. Example: patches, removing malware. Recovery controls, a continuation or extension of corrective controls that focus on fully restoring operations, data, and services after major disruptions or failures. Example: backups, disaster recovery. Compensating controls provide alternative options to existing controls when the primary controls cannot be implemented or need extra support to ensure security. Example: extra monitoring when MFA, that is multi-factor authentication, is not available. Directive controls guide or tell users how to act securely, that is encourage correct behavior or establish expected practices. Example: policies, instructions, procedures. Many security controls can fall into multiple categories. Example: CCTV cameras. They are physical controls. They protect premises from unauthorized access. Deterrent control. Visible cameras discourage intruders. Detective control helps identify security incidents after they occur. Continuous monitoring or improvement is the practice of regularly evaluating security controls, measuring their effectiveness, identifying gaps, and optimizing processes over time. Together, these directly drive strong risk management and an improved security posture. NIST SP 800-137 Information Security Continuous Monitoring for Federal Information Systems and Organizations. ISO IEC 27004 Information Security Management, Monitoring, Measurement, Analysis and Evaluation. NIST SP 800-137 Information Security Continuous Monitoring explains how organizations should continuously monitor their security controls, threats, and vulnerabilities so they always have real-time awareness of their risk and security posture instead of relying on one-time security assessments. The 6 core steps of NIST SP 800-137 ISCM process. First is to define the strategy by deciding what to monitor, how often to monitor, and its criticality while aligning with business objectives and risk tolerance. Second, establish the program by selecting security controls, defining metrics, KPIs, KRIs, and assigning roles. Step 3. Implement ISCM using automated security tools, scanners, log monitoring, and configuration management. Step 4. Analyze data and report findings on vulnerabilities, threats, and control performance to security teams, risk owners, and senior management. Step 5. Respond to findings by remediating, mitigating, accepting, or escalating risks. Step 6. Review and improve continuously by updating monitoring strategy, metrics, and controls while enhancing automation, detection speed, and risk visibility. Risk maturity model. This measures how well an organization manages risk over time, from informal to fully optimized. It answers how mature is our risk program today? What must we improve next? Are our controls effective or just documented? Risk maturity model is directly tied to continuous improvement because they define a current state, a target future state, and a roadmap for improvement. This is an example of risk maturity model compliance report. Typical risk maturity levels. Level 0 or 1, initial or ad hoc, that is no formal risk process. Level 2, repeatable, basic risk processes exist. Level 3, defined, that is documented and standardized. Level 4, managed, risk is measured and monitored. Level 5, optimized, automated, predictive, and continually improving. Types of law. Criminal law defines actions considered offenses against the state or society. Violations can result in fines, imprisonment, or other criminal penalties. Cybersecurity relevance. Hacking, identity theft, fraud, malware distribution. Chain of custody is critical here. Evidence must be admissible in court. Example, collected under proper procedure, documented and preserved integrity. Common law or case law. This is based on judicial decisions and legal precedents rather than written statutes. Courts interpret laws in specific cases which can influence cybersecurity liability and negligence rulings. Civil law. This covers disputes between individuals or organizations, usually result in monetary compensation rather than criminal punishment. Standard of proof is preponderance of evidence, that is more likely than not. It should be greater than 50% likelihood. The standard of proof in civil law is lower than criminal law. That is, in criminal law, it is beyond a reasonable doubt. Subtypes in civil law: contract law, tort law, property or real estate law, employment or labor law, and family law. Civil law subtype contract law. It deals with breaches of agreements such as SLAs, NDAs, software licenses, or service contracts, which are especially important in cybersecurity contexts. Cybersecurity relevance: data breaches, negligence claims, failure to meet contractual obligations. Tort law. This deals with harm or injury caused to someone, usually resulting in compensation. Example, negligence, privacy violations, or defamation. Next is administrative or regulatory law. This ensures compliance with laws, regulations, or government mandates. It is created and enforced by government agencies or regulatory bodies. Non-compliance can lead to fines, penalties, sanctions, or mandated corrective actions or operational restrictions. Typical triggers: GDPR, HIPAA, or SOX violations. International law. This governs actions across national borders and between nations. Cybersecurity relevance. cybercrime treaties, cross-border data protection laws, international sanctions, and agreements on cyber warfare. Internal administrative investigations ensure internal policies, procedures, and organizational rules are followed. Typical triggers: employee misconduct, policy violations, example data access or acceptable use, conducted internally by HR, compliance, or IT security teams. These investigations focus on policy enforcement, not legal prosecution. Outcomes can include disciplinary actions, retraining, or termination. Industry standards investigations verify adherence to industry-specific best practices or frameworks. Typical triggers: ISO 27001 audits, PCIDSS compliance, NIST Cybersecurity framework adoption. May be required for certifications, contracts, or client assurance. They do not result in government fines or criminal penalties, but can lead to contractual penalties, loss of certification, increased fees, or loss of business. Cybercrime: any criminal activity that involves a computer, network, or digital device as the target, tool, or both. It involves both technical attacks and social manipulations, and it can target individuals, organizations, or governments. Attackers, hackers, or crackers: skilled individuals who exploit vulnerabilities to steal, disrupt, or damage systems. Script kiddies: less skilled attackers who use pre-written scripts or tools to carry out attacks without deep technical knowledge. Malicious insiders: threats that come from people within the organization, employees, contractors, or business partners who misuse their access to harm systems, steal data, or cause disruptions. Exam tip: insider threats are dangerous because they already have authorized access, making detection and prevention more challenging. State-sponsored actors operate on behalf of governments for espionage, sabotage, or cyber warfare. Hacktivists: politically, ideologically, or socially motivated actors targeting organizations for publicity or protest. Active attacks involve direct attempts to alter, disrupt, or damage systems or data. Example: man-in-the-middle attacks, data modification, DOS attacks, malware injection. Passive attacks involve monitoring or eavesdropping on systems or communications without altering them. Example: traffic analysis, sniffing network packets, shoulder surfing. Distributed denial of service attack, DDoS. It is an attack where multiple systems overwhelm a target with traffic, making it unavailable to legitimate users. Target can be a server, network, or service. Attackers often use botnets. Those are networks of compromised computers to generate massive traffic. DDoS attacks disrupt availability. DNS poisoning or DNS spoofing: an attack where false DNS records are inserted into a DNS server or cache, causing users to be redirected to malicious websites instead of the legitimate ones. Legitimate domain names are falsely mapped to malicious IP addresses. Zero-day attack: this happens when attackers exploit a software vulnerability that is unknown to the vendor and users so that no patch or fix exists yet. It is especially dangerous because defenders have 0 days to prepare, making detection and prevention very difficult. Exam tip: 0 day is equal to unknown flaw plus no patch plus high risk. Doxing: The act of collecting and publicly releasing someone's private identifying information without their consent, usually with malicious intent. Website defacement. A hacker illegally gains access to a website and then changes its content without permission. It's essentially digital vandalism. This often includes altering the homepage to display political messages, profanity or hate speech, threats, a hacker's nickname or calling card, or fake warnings and propaganda. Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, CFAA, the main US anti-hacking law covering unauthorized access, exceeding authorized access, password trafficking, malware distribution, and system damage. Unauthorized access is accessing a computer without any permission. Exceeding authorized access is you have credentials but you use them improperly. CFAA covers nearly all computers today. NIPA, that is National Information Infrastructure Protection Act. This is an update or extension that broadens coverage and strengthens penalties, especially for internet-connected and critical infrastructure systems. Federal Sentencing Guidelines. This provides a framework for determining penalties for organizations that commit federal crimes, including cybersecurity, privacy, and compliance failures. This is used by federal court judges to help determine appropriate penalties when an organization is found guilty of a federal offense. FISMA, that is Federal Information Security Management Act. So FISMA requires federal agencies and contractors to implement NIST-based information security programs, including system categorization, security controls, continuous monitoring, and annual reporting. Note, FISMA and FedRAMP both use NIST controls. FISMA is equal to federal agencies plus contractors. FedRAMP is equal to cloud service providers used by federal agencies. Intellectual property is any creation of the human mind or intellect, like ideas, inventions, designs, or artistic works. Example, creative works like songs, books, articles, paintings, sculptures. Branding and marketing, logos, catchphrases, partial slogans. Inventions and designs, recipes, formulas, machine designs, smartphone designs. Software and technology like programs, code, algorithms. Business secrets like trade secrets and proprietary processes. Intellectual property, that is IP laws. First one is copyright. This protects original creative works, that is books, music, movies, painting, software, digital content. This gives the creator exclusive rights to reproduce, distribute, display, and create derivative works. Typically lasts for the lifetime of the author plus 70 years. Digital protections include DRM, Digital Rights Management, and Anti-Circumvention DMCA. DMCA, that is Digital Millennium Copyright Act. This strengthens copyright protections for digital content and addresses modern technology, internet distribution, and circumvention of protections such as DRM, that is Digital Rights Management, encryption, and other TPMs. It covers media like music, movies, video games, software, ebooks, and digital images, as well as streaming content and software protection mechanisms. Essentially, it safeguards both the digital content and the tools that prevent unauthorized copying or access. Intellectual property IP laws, trademarks, protect unique brand identifiers like names, logos, slogans, and symbols. It prevents others from using confusingly similar marks. It helps consumers identify the source of goods and services. Intellectual property laws, patents, protect inventions. They grant the inventor exclusive rights to make, sell, or license for a limited time. Typically used for software algorithms, devices, or hardware components. Intellectual property laws, trade secrets, protect secret, confidential business information that gives a competitive advantage. Example, formulas, processes, source code, customer lists, recipe ingredients. Licensing, this is a legal agreement that allows someone to use intellectual property under specific terms without transferring ownership. It commonly applies to software, patents, trademarks, and copyrighted works. Contractual license, explicit license between the software owner and user. It defines scope, restrictions, and responsibilities. Shrink wrap license, license terms inside the product packaging. Agreement is accepted when the user opens the package, common for boxed software. Click-through or EULA, that is End User License Agreements. This is the license presented digitally during installation or first use. User accepts by clicking I agree, common for downloaded software. Cloud services or SaaS licensing, subscription-based license for software accessed online. Terms often include number of users, usage limits, and service levels. Example, Microsoft 365, Salesforce. Perpetual license, one-time purchase allowing indefinite use of software, typically limited to a specific version. Upgrades may require additional fees. Creative Commons license. This allows creators to grant public permissions for use of their work under defined conditions. This is free to apply and free to use, but users must follow the license conditions. Corporate espionage, the secret and illegal theft of a company's confidential information for competitive advantage. WIPO, that is World Intellectual Property Organization, provides technical assistance and guidance to countries for developing and managing intellectual property systems. WTO, World Trade Organization, offers a structural legal framework to ensure protection and enforcement of intellectual property internationally. Import-export control, that is the export-import regulations and laws that a country uses to manage the flow of goods, services, and technology across its borders. Wassenaar Arrangement, an international agreement controlling the export of arms and dual-use technologies. Dual-use technologies are items with both civilian and military applications. So, Wassenaar Arrangement is an international agreement controlling the export of arms and dual-use technologies to prevent them from being used maliciously. They prevent them from being acquired by terrorists or hostile states, members over 40 countries. Telecommunications category, advanced telecom equipment and systems that could be used for military or intelligence purposes are controlled for export. Information security or cryptography category focus on cryptographic hardware, software, and key management. These are restricted for export to prevent misuse by adversaries or terrorists. Transborder data flow. This is the movement of data across national borders, which must comply with the legal and regulatory requirements of all countries involved. Data localization is the requirement that data about a country's citizens or operations be stored and processed within that country. Exam tip: when handling transporter data, always ensure legal compliance in every country where the data is stored, transmitted, or processed. Encryption export controls are laws and regulations that restrict the export, import, or transfer of encryption technology to foreign countries. US organizations exporting software or hardware with encryption must comply with ITAR or ER. ITAR, that is International Traffic in Arms Regulations, controls defense-related encryption and military-grade technology, requires government approval for export. Then there is Export Administration Regulation. This controls commercial encryption products. It includes software, hardware, and cryptographic algorithms. Export may require a license depending on encryption strength and destination. Computer export controls prohibit exports of sensitive technology to sanctioned or restricted countries such as North Korea, Iran, Sudan, Cuba, and Syria. Next, let's cover privacy laws. In the US, privacy is protected through laws and regulations, and the Fourth Amendment prevents the government from conducting unreasonable searches and seizures without probable cause or a warrant. US privacy laws include HIPAA, HITECH, GLBA, COPA, ECPA, and CALEA. HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, applies to healthcare providers, insurers, and business associates. Protects PHI, that is Protected Health Information. Privacy rule governs the proper use and disclosure of protected health information, that is PHI. Security rule mandates technical, administrative, and physical safeguards to protect PHI. Breach notification rule requires organizations to notify affected individuals and authorities when PHI is compromised. High-tech, health information technology for economic and clinical health. It strengthens HIPAA privacy and security protections, promotes the adoption and meaningful use of electronic health records, EHRs, emphasizes security of electronic PHI, that is ePHI. GINA, that is Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act, US law that prohibits discrimination based on genetic information in health insurance and employment. It ensures privacy of genetic information collected by employers and insurers. Federal Trade Commission Act, FTC Act, US law prohibiting unfair or deceptive business practices, including misleading statements about privacy or security. It requires protection of consumer information, including personally identifiable information, that is PII. ECPA, Electronic Communications Privacy Act, protects electronic communications from unauthorized interception, access, and disclosure. Applies to network monitoring, lawful interception, and employee monitoring policies. Key components: Wiretap Act prohibits intercepting electronic communications in transit without consent or legal authorization. Stored Communications Act, SCA, protects stored electronic communications and regulates government or third-party access. Pen registers or trap and trace provisions control the collection of dialing, routing, or addressing information with legal authorization. GLBA applies to financial institutions, protects NPI, that is non-public personal information. It requires privacy notices to inform customers how their information is collected, used, and shared, safeguarding customer information, limits on sharing data without consumer consent. SOX, US law that protects investors by ensuring corporate financial accountability, accurate reporting, and security of financial data. This requires controls over financial data, including electronic records, to prevent accounting fraud and ensure integrity. It relies on COSO's internal control integrated framework as the standard for evaluating and reporting on internal controls over financial reporting. Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard (PCIDSS), a set of security standards that protects cardholder data and ensures secure handling of credit and debit card transactions. It prevents theft or fraud of payment cards. Applies to all organizations that store, process, or transmit payment card information. PCIDSS is not a law or government regulation. It is an industry standard created by the major credit card companies. Compliance is required by the payment card companies through contractual obligations with merchants and service providers. Non-compliance can lead to fines or loss of processing privileges. PCI-DSS, Cardholder Data Environments, CDE, all people, processes, and technologies that store, process, or transmit cardholder data or sensitive authentication data fall under CDE. Example, payment terminals, POS systems, payment servers, databases storing card numbers, payment applications, network segments that carry card data, backup systems that store card data, or logs that contain PANs. Cardholder data, any information that identifies a payment card and its holder. It includes primary account number, that is PAN. It is a 16-digit card number. It includes cardholder name, expiration date, and service code. Sensitive authentication data is security critical information used for authentication during a transaction. Includes full track data, magnetic stripe or chips, card verification code, CVV, CVC, CID, 3 to 4 digit code, pins and pin blocks. Cardholder data can be stored securely, but sensitive authentication data must never be stored. 12 PCI DSS requirements. First one, install and maintain a firewall configuration to protect cardholder data. Do not use vendor-supplied defaults for system passwords and other security parameters. Protect stored cardholder data. Encrypt transmission of cardholder data across open public networks. Protect all systems against malware and regularly update antivirus software or programs. Develop and maintain secure systems and applications. Restrict access to cardholder data by business need to know. Identify and authenticate access to system components. Restrict physical access to cardholder data. Track and monitor all access to network resources and cardholder data. Regularly test security systems and processes. Maintain a policy that addresses information security for employees and contractors. PCI DSS Report on Compliance ROC, the formal assessment report produced by a qualified security assessor QSA to document an entity's full compliance with the PCI DSS. Must accompany an attestation of compliance AOC. required annually for entities processing large volumes of cardholder data, typically level 1 merchants and service providers. Ensures a consistent level of reporting to banks and payment branches. PCIDSS Self-Assessment Questionnaire SAQ, a self-validation tool for SAQ-eligible merchants and service providers that do not require a full ROC. This is to assess their own PCIDSS compliance. PCIDSS merchant levels. Merchant level 1 greater than 6 million transactions per year. Annual report on compliance, that is ROC, is required annually. Merchant level 2, 3 and 4, for them annual self-assessment questionnaire SAQ is sufficient. Merchant level 2, 1 to 6 million transactions per year. Merchant level 3, 20,000 to 1 million transactions per year. Merchant level 4, less than 20,000 transactions per year. 4 ongoing steps to protecting payment account data with PCIDSS. First one, assess, that is to identify and understand all aspects of the payment environment by mapping all locations where payment account data is stored, processed or transmitted. Taking inventory of all IT assets and business processes involved in payment processing, analyzing systems and workflows for vulnerabilities that could expose payment account data, implementing or updating controls to meet PCI-DSS requirements, and then completing a formal PCI-DSS assessment, example SAQ or QSA-led assessment. Second step is remediate. So resolve weaknesses and strengthen the security posture by identifying and addressing gaps in security controls, fixing vulnerabilities uncovered during assessment activities, removing unnecessary storage of payment account data, and implementing secure business processes across the organization. Step 4, report. Ensure proper documentation and communication by documenting assessment activities and remediation results, preparing the required compliance artifacts like SAQ, AOC or ROC, submitting compliance reports to the entity responsible for accepting them, typically an acquiring bank or payment brand. Step 4, monitor and maintain. Keep security controls effective throughout the year by continuously monitoring and validating the operation of security controls, maintaining policies, procedures, logs, and ongoing vulnerability management, ensuring that business as usual processes support continuous compliance and protection of payment account data. PCI-DSS testing methods. Examine. The assessor critically reviews evidence, that is documents, screenshots, configurations, logs and data files to verify that required controls exist and are implemented. Next, observe. The assessor watches actions or system behaviors such as personnel performing tasks, systems responding to input, or physical or environmental controls to confirm they operate as intended. Interview. The assessor speaks with personnel to confirm activities are performed, understand how tasks are carried out, and evaluate their knowledge of required processes. COPA, Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, applies to websites and online services collecting data from children under 13, requires parental consent, data protection, clear privacy policies. Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act requires telecommunications and internet service providers to design networks to allow lawful court-authorized surveillance while preserving network security. GDPR is the EU regulation that enforces strict protection of personal data, giving individuals control over their data and requiring organizations to implement strong privacy and security practices. This applies to organizations within the EU or any organization outside the EU processing EU residents' personal information. Breaches must be reported within 72 hours. Non-compliance can result in fines up to 20 million euros or 4% of global annual revenue, whichever is higher. GDPR restricts the transfer of personal data outside the EU to ensure that the data continues to receive an adequate level of protection. First came the safe harbor. It was in 2000 and then it was invalidated in 2015. Safe harbor was replaced by Privacy Shield in 2016. Privacy Shield was again invalidated in 2020. Then GDPR in 2018 governs transfers under new rules. GDPR data subject rights: right to be informed, know how your data is collected, used and shared. Right of access: request a copy of your personal data from an organization. Right to rectification: correct inaccurate or incomplete personal data. Right to erasure or a right to be forgotten: request deletion of personal data under certain conditions. Right to restrict processing: limit how an organization uses your data, example while disputing accuracy. Right to data portability: receive your data in a structured, machine-readable format and transfer it to another controller. Right to object: object to processing based on legitimate interests, marketing or research. Rights related to automated decision making and profiling: protect against decisions made solely by automated systems that significantly affect you. California Consumer Privacy Act CCPA, a state privacy law that gives California residents rights over their personal information and imposes obligations on businesses that collect or process that data. Under CCPA, a business must comply if it does business in California and collects personal data of California residents and meets one or more thresholds like annual gross revenue greater than $25 million, buys, sells, shares PI of 100,000 plus consumers or households, derives greater than or equal to 50% of revenue from selling or sharing PI, that is personal information. CCPA core consumer rights: right to know, that is what personal data is collected, why it is collected and who it is collected or sold to. Right to delete, request deletion of personal data with exceptions. Right to opt out of the sale or sharing of personal data, requires do not sell or share my personal information link. Right to non-discrimination, that is no denial of service or higher prices for exercising CCPA rights. Right to correct, right to limit use of sensitive PI. Note that GDPR is opt-in, CCPA is opt-out. Then there is Personal Information Protection Law in China and there is Protection of Personal Information Act in South Africa. Business Continuity Planning, BCP, a strategic process that organizations use to ensure that critical business functions can continue during and after a disruption, such as natural disasters, cyber attacks, power outages, or pandemics. BCP main components: business impact analysis, BIA, risk assessment, strategy development, provisions and processes, plan development or documentation, plan approval, plan implementation, training and education, testing and exercises, maintenance and review. NIST 834 Continuity Planning Guide for Federal Information Systems, ISO 22301 Security and Resilience Business Continuity Management Systems Requirements, FFIEC Handbooks, that is Federal Financial Institutions Examination Council, FINRA Rule 4370, Business Continuity Plans and Emergency Contact Information for Financial Institutions. COBIT integrates BCP and IT continuity. ISO 22317, Business Continuity, Business Impact Analysis, BIA Guidelines. NIST 834 Continuity Planning Guide. Develop the contingency planning policy, define scope, objectives, and obtain management support. Conduct the business impact analysis, BIA, identify critical functions, dependencies, and potential impacts of disruption. Identify preventive controls, determine safeguards to reduce risks to critical functions, example fire suppression systems, redundant servers, access controls. Create contingency or recovery strategies, define methods to restore critical operations within acceptable downtime, example backup data restoration, alternate work sites, cloud failover. Develop the IT contingency plan, document procedures for response, recovery, and resumption of operations. Test, train, and exercise, verify plan effectiveness, and train staff for continuity roles. Seventh, maintain the plan, establish a process for regular updates, reviews, and plan improvements. BCP plan components: inventory of critical assets, systems, applications, data, and resources required to keep the business running. Clear conditions for declaring a disaster, example outage beyond RTO, unsafe facility, data loss. Who is authorized to declare a disaster and activate the plan? Key internal contacts, vendors, emergency responders, and escalation paths. Step-by-step tasks for response, continuity, and recovery, that is what to do immediately and who does it. How and what to communicate to staff, customers, vendors, and media. Instructions to restore systems, resume operations, and return to normal. Business impact analysis, BIA. Identify critical functions. Identify and evaluate the potential effects of disruptions to critical business functions and processes. Prioritize recovery efforts and resources. NIST SP 834 BIA process. First, determine mission or business processes and impact of disruption. That is, map system functions to organizational mission or business processes. Evaluate outage impacts, that is, financial loss, safety risk, legal implications, customer dissatisfaction. And then estimate maximum tolerable downtime, MTD, recovery time objective, RTO, and recovery point objective, RPO. Step 2, identify resource requirements. Determine what resources are required to resume processes after a disruption. List all resources needed for recovery, such as facilities, that is offices, data centers, alternate sites, personnel, staff, contractors, specialists, equipment, computers, servers, network devices, software and applications, data files and databases, system components, hardware network communications, vital records, documents, backups, logs. Identify interdependencies between processes and resources to avoid bottlenecks during recovery. Step 3 is to identify recovery priorities for system resources, that is, establish which system resources should be recovered first to support critical business processes. Link resources to their associated mission or business processes. Determine priority levels for recovery, ensuring the most critical functions are restored first. Develop recovery sequences for resources and activities based on criticality and dependencies. Next is maximum tolerable downtime, that is MTD. The longest period a business process or system can be unavailable before causing unacceptable impact to the organization. This determines how quickly recovery must occur to avoid severe operational, financial, or legal consequences. Recovery time objective, RTO. This is the target time to restore a business process or system after a disruption. Remember that RTO should be less than or equal to MTD. Then there is recovery point objective, RPO. This is the maximum acceptable amount of data loss measured in time. RPO should be less than or equal to RTO. Let's look at an example. MTD 4 hours. Critical patient care cannot be safely maintained if the system is down longer than 4 hours. RTO 1 hour. IT aims to restore the system within 1 hour to minimize disruption to patient care. RPO 15 minutes. Backups or replication are configured so that no more than 15 minutes of patient data is lost. Exam tip: backups are a recovery control and their location is critical for regulatory compliance since jurisdiction affects requirements. Backup type: full backup, copies all selected data every time a backup is performed. Advantages: fastest and easiest to restore because everything is in one set. Cons: it is time consuming to perform, requires the most storage space. Full backup is usually done weekly or at major milestones. Backup type differential backup. This backs up only the data that has changed since the last full backup. Advantages: it is faster than full backup process because less data to copy, and it is easier to restore than incremental backup because only need the last full backup and latest differential backup. Cons: growing size over time, slower than incremental to perform as more time passes after the last full backup. It is often done daily between weekly full backups. Backup type incremental backup. This backs up only the data that has changed since the last backup, whether it is full or incremental. Advantages: faster to perform and uses the least storage. It is efficient for frequent backups. Cons: restoration is slower because you need the last full backup plus all incremental backups since then. It is more complex to manage because if one incremental is corrupted, recovery is affected. Incremental backup is often used multiple times per day for critical systems. For full backup, everything is backed up. Differential: only change since last full backup is backed up. For incremental, only changed since last backup, either full or incremental, is backed up. Restoration time is fast in full backup, medium in differential, slowest in incremental. Backup time is slow in full backup, medium in differential, and fast in incremental. Storage needed is high in full backup, medium in differential, and low in incremental. Examples of full backup: weekly full backup. So differential is done daily or hourly incremental backup. Supply chain risk management, SCRM, the process of identifying, assessing, and mitigating risks associated with the supply chain, including suppliers, vendors, contractors, and third-party service providers. The goal is to ensure that products, services, and information remain secure, reliable, and available throughout the chain. NIST IR 7622 Supply Chain Risk Management Practices for Federal Information Systems. CNSSD 505, that is Committee on National Security Systems 505, Supply Chain Risk Management. ISO 28000, Specification for Security Management Systems for the Supply Chain. Supply chain risks: product tampering, unauthorized alteration of products during manufacturing, shipping, or storage, compromising safety, functionality, or integrity. Counterfeit products, fake or substandard components that may fail to meet specifications, leading to operational failures or security vulnerabilities. Malicious implants or hardware or software trojans, hidden devices, code or firmware intentionally inserted into products to create backdoors, espionage, or sabotage opportunities. Supply chain disruptions, delays, shortages, or quality issues from suppliers affecting delivery timelines and operations. Data security risks, exposure of sensitive information during transactions, communications, or integration with supplier systems. Non-compliance risks, suppliers failing to meet regulatory, contractual, or industrial standards, leading to legal or financial consequences. Operational risks, risks arising from accidental errors, process failures, or environmental and logistical issues that affect product integrity or supply chain performance. Supply chain risk mitigations, assessment and monitoring. Regularly evaluate suppliers and service providers for compliance with security policies, standards, and contractual obligations. Includes on-site inspections and document reviews to verify policies, processes, controls, and practices. Continuous monitoring ensures emerging risks are detected early. Third-party assessments can also be conducted to provide independent verification and additional assurance. Supply chain risk mitigations, minimum security requirements, set baseline security expectations for all suppliers and vendors, such as encryption, access controls, and patch management. Ensures consistency and reduces vulnerabilities across the supply chain. Supply chain risk mitigations, service level requirements, SLRs or SLAs, define expectations for performance, availability, and security in supplier contracts, provides accountability and recourse if standards are not met. Supply chain risk mitigations, Silicon Root of Trust, ROT, hardware-based security embedded in chips to ensure device integrity from the start, protects against tampering and unauthorized firmware or software modifications. Supply chain risk mitigations, physically unclonable function, PUF, unique hardware fingerprint that cannot be duplicated, used for device authentication and encryption. Helps verify authenticity of components and prevents counterfeits. Supply chain risk mitigations, software bill of materials, SBOM, a detailed inventory of all software components, libraries, and dependencies in a product. It enables identification of vulnerable or malicious components and supports patch management. Supply chain risk mitigations, acquisition strategy, a structured plan for procuring products and services that aligns with organizational objectives, mitigates supply chain and security risks, ensures quality, and optimizes cost, schedule, and performance. It includes supplier selection, risk assessment, contracting approach, compliance requirements, and ongoing monitoring to maintain supply chain integrity. Next is security awareness, education, and training. Security awareness, high-level communications such as posters, banners, flyers, emails, reminders, newsletters, blogs or website updates, seminars or webinars, and short awareness videos. Security awareness focuses attention on security and to influence behavior, example, phishing awareness, and it does not focus on skills. Should be reinforced at least once a year with testing to ensure users recognize common threats. It helps personnel understand their security responsibilities. It is often required by governance, regulations, and compliance frameworks. Security training, formal role-based instruction that teaches practical skills needed for specific job tasks according to the security policy. Role-based content, tailor training to specific job functions. It focuses on how to do security correctly, not just awareness. Examples include how to handle PII and what to do during a security incident or emergency. Security education, in-depth long-term learning that builds advanced knowledge and expertise for security professionals, goes beyond basic job requirements and daily work tasks. Example, college degrees, professional certifications. Focuses on developing future leaders, specialists, and experts in security. Methods to encourage security awareness and training. Security champions, a person or group that promotes security on behalf of management, reinforces both awareness messages and training practices, and acts as a local role model within teams. Then gamification uses games, quizzes, competitions, points, and rewards to make both awareness and training more engaging, improve participation, and increase knowledge retention. Program effectiveness evaluation, monitor participation in awareness and training programs, collect user feedback to improve content and delivery, observe behavior changes to see if awareness or training is influencing how users act. Metrics to measure effectiveness, these are only examples. Phishing click rates, training completion rates, and number of reported security incidents. Periodic content reviews, regularly update awareness and training materials to address evolving threats such as cryptocurrencies, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. Update content based on new policies, regulations, and security lessons learned. Improve delivery methods using user performance results, user feedback, participation levels, and assessment and test outcomes. And that is it for domain 1, guys. Next is domain 2. So let's get started. Domain 2, asset security. Exam tip: data classification is one of the most important considerations when selecting answers on the CISSP exam. Another exam tip: asset management is the responsibility of senior management, while data management is the responsibility of the data owner. Asset security ensures that information assets are properly identified, classified, handled, tracked, managed, stored, retained, and securely disposed of throughout their life cycle. These activities support confidentiality, integrity, availability while meeting legal, regulatory, and business requirements. Asset identification, the process of recognizing and documenting all information assets an organization owns or manages, including data, systems, devices, applications, and media. You cannot protect what you have not identified. Asset identification is the first step before classification and protection. Examples of assets: data, PII, PHI, intellectual property; systems and applications; databases and backups; physical and removable media; cloud-hosted information. Exam tip: if a question asks what should be done first in asset security, the correct answer is almost always identify the asset before classifying or applying controls. Asset identification, inventory, maintaining an accurate and up-to-date list of information assets, including data, systems, applications, media, and locations. Data policy, defining rules that govern how data is identified, created, collected, owned, classified, handled, and protected while aligning with applicable laws and regulations. The data policy defines how critical or sensitive the data is, which drives its classification and the required protection measures. Data quality, understanding and ensuring that information is accurate, complete, authentic, timely, and reliable to support business and security decisions. Asset provisioning is the process of securely creating, managing, and decommissioning assets throughout their life cycle. Data categorization is the process of organizing and labeling data based on its sensitivity, criticality, and business impact so that appropriate security controls can be applied. NIST SP 860 Guide for Mapping Types of Information and Systems to Security Categories. NIST SP 860 provides guidance for categorizing information and information systems based on the potential impact to the organization if confidentiality, integrity, or availability is compromised. Data classification: Class 0, no damage; Class 1, damage; Class 2, serious damage; Class 3, if disclosed, exceptionally grave damage. Government data classification: Class 0 is unclassified, Class 1 is confidential, Class 2 is secret, Class 3 is top secret. Non-government data classification: Class 0 is public, Class 1 is sensitive, Class 2 is private, Class 3 is confidential or proprietary. Sensitive data is all information that is not unclassified or public. Class 0 data is of minimal value. Class 3 data is the most value. Asset classification: assigning a security level or category to an asset to determine the required confidentiality, integrity, and availability protections. Data drives asset classification. Example: if a server stores confidential data, the server itself must be treated as confidential for security purposes. Asset classification: tier-based model. Tier 0, essential, critical to core business operations, loss or compromise causes immediate and severe impact. Examples of Tier 0: core production databases, payment processing systems, safety critical systems. Tier 1: important to business operations. Compromise causes significant disruption, but operations can continue in degraded mode. Examples of Tier 1: development systems, backups, internal applications. Tier 2: non-essential, support operations but are not critical. Loss has limited business impact and can be tolerated temporarily. Examples of Tier 2: training platforms, internal wikis, printers. Then there is significant tier. This requires special protection due to sensitivity, regulatory, or risk factors, regardless of operational criticality. Significant items can exist in Tier 0, 1, or 2. Once classified as significant, they must be given higher priority and stronger protection. Examples of significant tier: PII, PHI, cryptographic keys, proprietary algorithms, regulated data like HIPAA or GDPR. Advantages of classification. Classification supports accurate data and asset inventory for better visibility. It ensures critical and sensitive assets receive appropriate protection. It helps identify and prioritize assets at the highest risk. Classification supports compliance with laws, regulations, and contracts. It enables efficient allocation of security resources. It facilitates faster incident response and recovery. Classification increases awareness, accountability, and proper handling of information. Sensitive data. Any information that, if disclosed, altered, or lost without authorization, could cause harm to an individual, organization, or system. NIST SP 800-122 defines personally identifiable information (PII) as any information about an individual maintained by an agency, including any information that can be used to distinguish or trace an individual's identity, such as name, social security number, date and place of birth, mother's maiden name, or biometric records, and any other information that is linked or linkable to an individual, such as medical, educational, financial, and employment information. PII can be created by linking multiple pieces of non-PII together. Direct identifiers, information that by itself uniquely identifies an individual. Examples of direct identifiers: full name, social security number (SSN), driver's license number, passport number, biometric identifiers like fingerprints, DNA, and facial recognition. Indirect identifiers is information that alone may not identify someone but can when combined with other data. Example: date of birth, place of birth, gender, race. Protected health information (PHI) is individually identifiable health information, that is IIHI, that is created, received, maintained, or transmitted by a covered entity or business associate in any form or medium. It includes information about an individual's physical or mental health condition, that is past, present, or future, healthcare provided to the individual, payment for healthcare or insurance coverage. And it must include identifiers that can be used to identify the person. IIHI is health information that identifies an individual or there is a reasonable basis to believe it can identify the individual. Proprietary data, information that an organization owns, controls, and considers important to its competitive advantage, operations, or intellectual property. Proprietary data may include trade secrets, source code, product designs, business strategies, financial forecasts, customer and vendor lists, R&D data, internal processes, and intellectual property. Types of sensitive data. Financial information is the data related to money and financial transactions. Example, bank account numbers, credit or debit card details, tax records, payroll information. Types of sensitive data. Proprietary national security information is the information belonging to nations, state or federal governments and military entities that requires protection due to its potential impact on national security. Example, military operation plans and troop movements, classified intelligence reports, defense system designs and capabilities. Types of sensitive data, regulated information, data protected by laws, regulations, or contractual obligations. Example, healthcare data, HIPAA, payment card data, PCIDSS, financial records, SOX, GLBA, privacy regulated data, GDPR, CCPA. Asset handling refers to the policies, procedures, and processes established to ensure the proper identification, protection, use, storage, transfer, and disposal of both physical and digital assets throughout their life cycle. Asset handling rules define how data and assets must be classified across all three data states: data at rest, data in use, data in motion. These rules ensure that assets are protected consistently throughout their entire life cycle, from creation or acquisition through storage, usage, transmission, retention, and final disposal. Asset handling rules must be derived from and aligned with organizational policies, standards, and governance requirements. It must be consistently applied across systems, users, and processes. Asset handling rules reflect the classification and sensitivity of the data or asset. To be effective, asset handling rules must be incorporated into security awareness and training programs, clearly communicated so users understand how to handle assets correctly based on defined handling processes. They must be enforced through procedures and controls. Organizations must also continuously manage and enforce asset handling processes, ensure handling requirements are followed throughout the asset or data lifecycle, and periodically review and update handling rules to remain aligned with risk, regulatory, and business changes. Asset handling, identification. Maintain an asset inventory and keep it up to date. It ensures visibility into what assets exist and where they are. The data owner is responsible for exercising due care and due diligence and determining the classification of the asset. Note: ownership is equal to accountability, not day-to-day handling. Asset inventory is a complete and up-to-date record of all organizational assets, including their classification, ownership, and location, used to manage and protect them throughout their life cycle. Asset discovery can be performed using automated scanners, risk assessment results, configuration management databases, that is CMDBs, network monitoring, port scans, device fingerprinting, software inventory tools, manual audits, procurement records, system logs, cloud management tools, and user-reported assets. Asset inventory. Keep a current and accurate record of all assets using change control and configuration management procedures. Policies should specify the level of detail required for tracking each asset. Ensure any change to an asset, such as acquisition, movement, update, or disposal, is recorded promptly. Track essential information for each asset, example, owner, classification, importance, and location. Align asset tracking with risk management and security controls to address potential vulnerabilities or compliance issues. Conduct regular audits and reviews to verify the asset inventory remains complete and accurate. Examples of asset tracking: asset identification, asset ID, barcode, QR number, baseline or configuration number, manufacturer or supplier details, manufacturer number, vendor contact information, supply chain source, model, serial number, procurement information, purchase date, install or deployment date, warranty and support details, ownership and accountability, asset owner, custodian, responsible business units, tech details, asset type, operating system, version number, firmware or software versions, software and dependencies, installed software, software dependencies, license information, security posture, risk assessment rating, patch level, latest updates applied, baseline compliance. Network and location data, physical location, IP address, network segment, connectivity details. Operational metrics, compute capacity, performance metrics, usage characteristics. Lifecycle status, active, in maintenance, retired, or pending disposal. Asset handling, marking. It is the physical identification of assets, and marking indicates the sensitivity or classification level. Examples: confidential stamps on documents, labels on servers, laptops, storage media. Asset handling, labeling. It is the digital identification of assets. It is used to convey classification electronically. Examples: watermarks, file headers or footers, file metadata or tags. Asset handling, storage. Storage must match classification and categorization. Examples: physical, locked cabinets, restricted rooms. Logical, encryption at rest, access controls. Exam tip: backups, including backup tapes, must be handled or protected at least as securely as production data. Backup tapes must be clearly labeled with their data classification, stored in a secure facility, and accessible only to authorized personnel. Asset handling, shipping and transportation. Assets and media must be securely packaged and sealed. Do not open packages unless you are an authorized recipient. Shipping methods must be approved, trackable, and appropriate to the asset's classification. Shipping is part of data in motion. Asset handling, chain of custody. Maintain a documented chain of custody for sensitive assets and media. Track who handled the asset, when it was transferred, and where it was stored. Chain of custody ensures accountability, integrity, and non-repudiation, especially for investigations and audits. Data lifecycle. is the end-to-end management of data from the moment it is created or acquired or collected until it is securely disposed of. Security controls must be applied at every stage to protect confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Data lifecycle: create, store, use, share, archive, and destroy. This is a continuous process. Information lifecycle: creation, classification, storage, usage, archive, destruction. Creation: data is created internally or received from external sources. This must be done in accordance with organizational policies and governance requirements. Ownership is assigned. Accountability for the data is established. Step 2. Classification. Data is categorized and classified based on its sensitivity, value, and criticality. Classification determines handling requirements and protection levels. 3. Storage. Data remains stored in approved repositories until it is accessed or utilized by authorized users or applications. Storage locations may include databases, file systems, cloud repositories, and backup media. Controls include encryption at rest, access controls, and secure backups. 4. Usage. Data is accessed, processed, or modified. Understand how data is used, who or what is using it, and how usage is tracked. Controls include least privilege, session controls, monitoring, and logging. 5. Archive. Data is kept in long-term storage and is rarely accessed. Data is retained according to legal requirements, regulatory requirements, and business requirements. Retention schedules are defined, documented, and enforced. Note: retaining unnecessary data increases risk and liability. 6. Destruction. Destruction methods are selected based on data classification and may include clearing or overwriting, purging, erasing, degaussing, physical destruction. Data maintenance refers to the ongoing management and protection of data throughout its life cycle to ensure it remains accurate, secure, available, and compliant with organizational policies and regulatory requirements. Data maintenance spans all data states: data at rest, data in use, and data in motion. Security controls must be consistently applied and reviewed across all these data streams throughout the entire data lifecycle. Data maintenance requirements are determined by how the data is classified. Classification is primarily based on the value of the data, which can change over time. As data value changes, the classification and required protection controls may need to be updated. New and emerging threats can create the need for stronger or additional safeguards for protected data. Legal, regulatory, and compliance obligations require organizations to continuously maintain data protection measures. Data maintenance is an ongoing activity, not a one-time task. Data retention is keeping and protecting data for a specific period of time to meet business, legal, regulatory, and operational requirements. Examples of regulations that define data retention requirements include HIPAA, SOX, GDPR, PCIDSS, FERPA, IRS, GLBA, FISMA, and state or industry-specific laws. Keep all data until it is no longer needed. Data retention, NIST SP 888 Guidelines for Media Sanitization. It includes recommendations on how long data should be retained before sanitization. NIST SP 853 Security and Privacy Controls for Information Systems contains controls related to retention, access, and protection of data. NIST SP 800-171 Protecting Controlled Unclassified Information provides guidance on handling, storing, and retaining sensitive government data. NIST SP 860 Guide for Mapping Types of Information and Information Systems to Security Categories offers context for how long different data types should be retained based on sensitivity. ISO IEC 27001 Information Security Management System ISMS requires organizations to define information retention and disposal policies. ISO IEC 27002 Code of Practice for Information Security Controls provides best practices for data lifecycle management, retention, and secure disposal. ISO IEC 15489 Records Management offers guidance on record keeping, retention schedules, and archival practices. Retention. Legal holds directly affect retention by overriding normal retention schedules. Even if data or records would normally be deleted according to the retention policy, a legal hold requires that they must be preserved until the legal matter, investigation, or litigation is fully resolved. This ensures evidence is available and admissible if needed. Retention also includes hardware, so replace hardware when it reaches the end of its life cycle. Retention policy is a formal set of rules that defines how long an organization keeps its data, records, or information, and under what conditions it should be archived or securely disposed of. The purpose is to balance legal, regulatory, operational, and business needs while minimizing risk from over-retention, like for example liability or breaches, or under-retention, example loss of critical data. Retention policy defines the purpose, scope, assets covered, retention periods, responsible parties, storage and protection requirements, disposal procedures, compliance requirements, end of life and end of service requirements for managing organizational data, records, and assets. Record retention is the policy and process of determining how long an organization must keep specific types of data or records for legal, regulatory, business, or operational reasons. If retention period is equal to 1 year, then data can be kept for up to 1 year. Destruction should be done after 1 year, that is immediately once the 1 year period ends. Many laws require minimum retention durations, example SOX, HIPAA, GDPR, PCIDSS. Keeping data longer than necessary can create unnecessary legal, regulatory, and privacy risks. End of life. Product is obsolete, no longer sold or developed, but may still receive support from the vendor for a limited time. End of support. Vendor stops all support, including technical assistance and security updates, making continued use risky. Example for Windows 7, EOL 2015, Microsoft stopped selling it and ceased development of new features. EOS, that is end of support, was in 2020, that is Microsoft stopped providing security updates and support. Data states indicates how data exists, that is stored, being used, or being transmitted, and implicitly reflect whether the data is active or inactive. Data in use, active data that is being processed, accessed, or modified. Data in motion or transit, active data actively moving between systems or locations. Data at rest, inactive data stored. Data in use refers to data that is actively being handled by a system, such as data loaded into memory or being processed by an application, script, or program to perform a function. At this stage, the data is directly involved in producing inputs, outputs, or computational results. This is the most volatile data state, making it the hardest to protect. Because the data is actively changing or being manipulated, its integrity is constantly at risk. Security controls for data in use include least privilege, strong authentication, authorization, accounting, session controls, memory protection, monitoring and logging, and application and process controls. Data in transit. Data is actively moving from a source, that is a sender, to a destination, that is a receiver. Considered most at risk because once it leaves the source, control over the data is limited. Security controls for data in transit include encryption, strong authentication, integrity checks, secure protocols, network segmentation, and monitoring or logging of communications. Data at rest, information that is stored on devices, media, cloud services, or archives and is not actively being processed. Data at rest is static and vulnerable to persistent attacks. Security controls for data at rest include encryption, full disk, file level or symmetric encryption, access controls, trusted platform module, TPM, and monitoring and logging. Exam tip: encryption is the core data security control with DLP, data loss prevention, DRM, digital rights management, CASB, cloud access security broker, data masking, pseudonymization, tokenization, anonymization, and data classification or labeling as complementary controls that protect data across its entire lifecycle. Digital rights management, DRM, a set of technologies, policies, and controls used to protect copyrights and regulate how digital content is accessed, used, copied, shared, distributed, or modified. It is designed to prevent unauthorized access, copying, sharing, or modification of digital media such as ebooks, software, music, movies, videos, and documents. DRM mechanisms include encryption, licensing, authentication, watermarking, access controls. DRM tracks usage and ensures compliance with creator or publisher terms. DRM ensures that digital assets are used only according to the rights granted by the content owner. Content can be accessed by a device only if it is authorized to receive and use a decryption key. Examples of DRM: Microsoft Play Ready, Apple Fair Play. DRM, HDCP, High Bandwidth Digital Content Protection, protects copyrighted audio and video as it travels between devices. Example, Blu-ray player to TV over HDMI. Uses encryption and device authentication to ensure only authorized displays can receive the content. Prevents interception or copying during transmission. DRM, AACS, Advanced Access Content System, DRM scheme used primarily for Blu-ray and HD DVD media. Controls playback through device keys, media keys, and revocation mechanisms. can disable compromised devices by revoking their keys. DRM, ADEPT, Adobe Digital Experience Protection Technology, DRM system used mainly for ebooks, ties encrypted content to a user account or authorized devices, controls copying, printing, and sharing of digital publications. DRM blockchain encryption uses blockchain-based cryptography to manage ownership, licensing, and access rights. Provides tamper-resistant records of content usage and rights distribution. Immutability in blockchain-based DRM. Records of ownership, licensing, and usage cannot be altered or deleted once written. Achieved through cryptographic linking of blocks, making tampering impractical. Ensures integrity, auditability, and non-repudiation of digital rights and access history. Data loss prevention, DLP, a set of technologies, policies, and procedures designed to detect, monitor, and prevent unauthorized access, use, transmission, or exfiltration of sensitive data. Ensures that confidential information is not exposed accidentally or maliciously. It prevents data breaches and unauthorized data exfiltration. DLP monitors egress traffic to detect sensitive data leaving authorized channels. Content inspection, it scans files and emails for keywords, patterns, or regular expressions like SSN credit card numbers. Contextual analysis, understanding the user, device, location, and application context to detect risky behavior. Policy enforcement, DLP applies rules to prevent data from leaving authorized channels, example block, encrypt, or quarantine. Endpoint controls, restrict, copy or paste, USB access, or printing of sensitive data. Types of DLP deployment, network DLP, monitors and controls data leaving the network, such as emails, file transfers, or messaging, to prevent unauthorized exfiltration. Endpoint DLP tracks and restricts data usage on devices, example laptops, desktop, mobile devices, including files on local storage and any outgoing data. Cloud DLP protects sensitive data stored in cloud services or SaaS applications and ensures compliance with access and sharing policies. Storage DLP secures data at rest in servers, databases, and other storage systems by enforcing access controls and monitoring for policy violations. Cloud Access Security Broker, CISSP, a security policy enforcement point that sits between cloud users and cloud applications to apply an organization security policies. It ensures cloud usage is secure, compliant, and controlled, even though the infrastructure is managed by a third-party cloud provider. CISSP can be deployed on premises, in the cloud, or through APIs to monitor and enforce policies. Uses of CISSP, visibility. CISSP detects all cloud services in use, including unsanctioned apps, shadow IT. Policy enforcement. CISSP enforces security policies, including encryption, tokenization, DLP, and access controls. Threat protection. CISSP monitors for malware, compromised accounts, and unusual activity. Compliance and risk management. CISSP ensures cloud usage meets regulations and provides audit logs, alerts, and analytics. Data declassification is a process of lowering the sensitivity or classification level of data when it no longer requires the same level of protection due to policy, business needs, time, or changes in data value. It can also be performed intentionally by applying techniques such as de-identification, anonymization, pseudonymization, tokenization, randomization, and obfuscation to reduce the data sensitivity while still allowing limited use. Obfuscation is a technique that intentionally makes data difficult to read or understand by masking, scrambling, hiding, or altering it without fully removing or encrypting the data. It is mainly used to discourage casual access. It does not provide strong security. Displaying a credit card number as ***123**** or masking an email address as n*@example.com so that the data is harder to read but not truly removed or encrypted. Pseudonymization is the process of replacing personal identifiers in a data set with artificial identifiers, that is pseudonyms or aliases, so that the data cannot be attributed to a specific individual without additional information. Pseudonymization is reversible, that is, pseudonymized data can potentially be re-identified if the mapping key or additional information is available. Pseudonymization is still considered personal data under GDPR because re-identification is possible. Tokenization is a type of pseudonymization that replaces sensitive data with a non-sensitive placeholder called a token, while the original data is stored securely in a token vault. Original data protection, the actual sensitive data, example credit card numbers, social security numbers, is not stored where it can be exposed. Token as a reference. The token has no intrinsic value. It cannot be reverse engineered to reveal the original data without access to the token vault. Example, as you can see on the screen. Anonymization is the process of modifying personal data so that individuals can no longer be identified directly or indirectly, either by the organization holding the data or by any other party. Once data is truly anonymized, it is no longer considered personal data under privacy laws like GDPR. Anonymization is irreversible, that is, once personal data has been truly anonymized, it cannot be used to identify individuals either directly or indirectly. Note: creating truly anonymized data is challenging, and there are techniques that can attempt to re-identify anonymized data or extract information from it. Randomized masking, one of the methods used to anonymize data, where sensitive values are replaced with randomized, fictitious values to prevent identification of individuals while preserving the data set's usability. Randomized masking swaps or shuffles. A column or set of values is randomly reordered among all records. Break the direct link between a value and an individual while maintaining the overall distribution of the data. This allows datasets to remain useful for analysis, reporting, or testing. Even though individual identities are obscured, information can still be inferred from the aggregated data. Example, shuffle zip codes in a customer dataset so each zip remains in the dataset but is associated with a different person. Data destruction or sanitization should ensure that data, physical or digital, is irretrievably removed when it is no longer needed, protecting confidentiality and compliance. NIST SP 888 Guidelines for Media Sanitization, including clearing, purging, and destroying data to address data remnants. ISO IEC 27040, storage security, including protecting data at rest, storage systems, and secure data deletion. Data remnants. Data remnants are residual data that were not properly destroyed. It applies to both digital and physical assets. Physical assets like hard drives, SSDs, backup tapes, USBs, and so on. Many laws, regulations, and standards define how data must be securely erased or destroyed. Organizations are often required to follow approved sanitization methods. Proof or evidence of destruction may be required for compliance and auditing purposes. Data destruction type, erasing. Erasing only removes files from the file system index. That is, it deletes the directory or catalog reference. The actual data remains on the storage media and can often be recovered with forensic tools. Not fully secure for sensitive information unless combined with overwriting. Data destruction type, clearing or overwriting. This overwrites storage media with zeros, ones, or random patterns to replace existing data. Multiple passes may increase effectiveness. Suitable for hard drives and magnetic media. Makes data unrecoverable for routine access or reuse, though high-end forensic or laboratory techniques may still recover traces. Data destruction type, purging. Purging is more intensive than clearing or overwriting. It uses multiple sanitization techniques, example overwriting, degaussing, to ensure data cannot be recovered even with advanced forensic methods. In some cases, it can also use a single technique like overwriting multiple times to achieve the same level of assurance. However, for the highest classification levels, example US government top secret, purging may still not be considered sufficient as only physical destruction is fully trusted. Data destruction type, degaussing. Degaussing applies a strong magnetic field to disrupt and erase data on magnetic medium. Highly effective for magnetic tapes and traditional hardware disk drives, HDDs. Degaussing has no effect on optical media, that is CDs, DVDs, Blu-ray, or flash storage like USB drives, SSDs, SD cards, because they do not store data magnetically. Data destruction type, physical destruction. Media is physically destroyed to ensure data cannot be recovered. Physical destruction is the most secure method of data sanitization. Common methods include shredding, crushing, incineration, disintegration, pulverizing, and melting. Data destruction type, cryptographic erasure or crypto shredding. Data is encrypted and then the encryption keys are securely destroyed. Often the only practical option for cloud storage, since physical destruction of the storage media is not possible. Caution: the method is only as strong as the encryption used. Weak encryption or retained backup keys can allow data recovery. So combining with other methods like overwriting is recommended when possible. Standard selection for determining data security controls. Identify and select security frameworks, regulations, or standards that apply to your organization or industry. Examples: regulations, HIPAA, GDPR, PCIDSS, FISMA, FERPA, GLBM. Standards or frameworks: ISO IEC 27001, ISO IEC 27002, NIST CSP 853, COBIT, CIS controls, COSO. Exam focus for security controls: ISO IEC 27002, Information Security Control Standard, Code of Practice, NIST SP 853 Security and Privacy Controls for Federal Information Systems and Organizations. The sensitivity or classification of data, that is the data protection level, determines the strength and type of controls to be implemented. To do this effectively, you must first identify the different types of data your organization handles and determine the level of protection each type requires. Example, highly confidential data, example, patient health records, may require stronger encryption, stricter access controls, and additional monitoring compared to general internal use data. Control baseline is a predefined set of security or risk controls that are considered minimum required for a system, environment, or process. It serves as a benchmark for implementing security controls consistently, measuring compliance, and auditing or assessing deviations. Control baseline is the default security posture for a system type. Example, NIST SP 853 control baselines. Low impact baseline, minimum controls for low risk systems. Moderate impact baseline, controls for systems with moderate risk. High impact baseline, controls for critical systems. Scoping controls is figuring out which controls that apply to your system, environment, or organization. You don't apply everything blindly, you focus on what is relevant. Example, a low-impact system processing only public data scopes out encryption controls, focusing instead on basic access and availability controls. Tailoring controls is adjusting the selected controls to fit your organization's specific needs, risks, or compliance requirements. You modify them rather than just copying them as is. Example, a baseline might require multi-factor authentication for all users. You can tailor it so MFA is required only for admins and privileged accounts, not every user. Tailor in means adding extra controls that are not in the baseline but are needed for unique risks in your environment. Example, a high-value research server may need intrusion detection that goes beyond standard monitoring. Tailor out means removing controls from the baseline that are not necessary for your system, so you avoid wasted effort or unnecessary complexity. Example, reducing logging frequency on a non-sensitive read-only system. Scoping is to identify relevant controls like access control, encryption, and logging. Tailoring, adjust them to fit roles and risk levels. Example, MFA for admins only, selective logging. Tailor in, add extra controls for unique risks. Tailor out, remove unnecessary controls. And that's it for domain 2, asset security. Next is domain 3. Let's get started with CISSP domain 3, security architecture and engineering review. Selecting security controls, key factors to consider. Risk level, controls should address identified threats and vulnerabilities based on the risk assessment results. Asset value, more valuable or critical assets require stronger and more comprehensive controls. Security incidents. Past security incidents or breaches should be analyzed to determine which controls are needed to prevent similar incidents in the future. Data types. Different types of data, for example, confidential, sensitive, personal, or public data, require different levels of protection. Cost versus benefit. The cost of implementing a control should not exceed the value of the asset being protected or the potential loss. Business requirements. Controls must support business operations and should not overly disrupt productivity. Legal and regulatory requirements. Controls may be required to comply with laws, regulations, or industry standards. feasibility and practicality. Controls must be practical to implement, manage, and maintain within the organization. Defense in depth. Use multiple layers of controls, for example, administrative, technical, and physical, rather than relying on a single safeguard. PDCA, Deming Cycle in Security Control Management. The PDCA cycle supports the continuous improvement and management of security controls. Plan phase, identify risks, understand the organization's security objectives, and determine how they could be affected. Based on this analysis, select appropriate security controls. Do, implement the selected controls and apply the planned security processes and procedures. Check, monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the controls through audits, logs, testing, and performance reviews. Act, improve or adjust controls, address any gaps or weaknesses, and update processes to strengthen the security posture. Secure design. Secure design is a proactive approach to building security into systems, applications, and infrastructure from the very beginning of the design phase, rather than attempting to add security controls later. Security should be considered early in the system development lifecycle, that is SDLC, so that risks and weaknesses can be identified and addressed before the system is implemented. Salzer and Strader's Principles 1975 provide guidelines for designing secure systems. Transitive trust is the trust that is inherited through another trusted entity. If System A trusts System B and System B trusts System C, then System A may also trust System C indirectly. Transitive trust is generally considered risky from a security perspective. Because trust is inherited indirectly, a compromise in one trusted system can spread to other systems that never explicitly established trust. Secure design principle, threat modeling. Threat modeling is a structured process of identifying potential threats, adversaries, vulnerabilities, attack paths, and undesirable outcomes early in the system lifecycle so that security can be engineered into the design from the start. Secure design principle, least privilege. Every entity in the system, users, components, processes, and devices, is granted only the minimum access, permissions, and functionality necessary to perform its authorized tasks, nothing more. Secure design principle, least common mechanism. Minimize the use of shared resources or mechanisms between users or processes to prevent unintended interactions and security breaches. Example, avoid using a single shared memory space for multiple processes that handle sensitive data. Secure design principle, psychological acceptability. Security mechanisms should be easy to use and understand so that users are more likely to follow them correctly. Complex or cumbersome security controls lead to user workarounds that compromise security. Example, password policies that enforce strength but allow easy to remember passphrases. Another example, a single sign-on system, that is SSO system, that lets users access multiple applications with one set of credentials. Secure design principle, fail securely. When a system or component encounters an error, malfunction, or unexpected condition, it must fail into a secure state, not an unsafe or permissive one. A failure should never override security controls, expose sensitive data, or allow unauthorized access. Secure design principle, fail-safe defaults. Systems should default to denying access unless explicitly granted permission. Aligns with a whitelisting approach. Decisions should be based on explicit permissions rather than exclusions, that is blacklisting. Secure design principle, secure defaults. A system should be designed, built, and deployed with its most secure settings or configurations enabled by default, without requiring users or administrators to take extra steps to secure it. Secure design principle, segregation of duties or segregation of privileges. Dividing critical tasks and privileges among multiple individuals, processes, or system components so that no single entity has unchecked control, reducing the risk of fraud, abuse, error, or unauthorized activity. Example, one person requests a change, another reviews it, a third person approves it, and a separate individual implements it. Another example, authentication and authorization services are separated so that one system verifies identity while another enforces access rights. Secure design principle, complete mediation. Every access to a resource must be checked for authorization every time without exception. Secure design principle, economy of mechanism. Keep the security design simple and small, avoiding unnecessary complexity. Simpler designs are easier to understand, implement, and verify. Complex systems are more prone to errors and vulnerabilities. Secure design principle, keep it simple and small, CISSP principle. Designing systems to be as simple, minimal, and modular as possible, reducing complexity while maintaining required functionality. Simpler designs are easier to understand, test, document, secure, and maintain. Focus on continuous, incremental security improvements, avoiding complex, unattainable, perfect solutions. A complex system increases the attack surface, leads to misconfigurations, and is harder to understand, test, secure, audit, and maintain. Best in suite, an integrated set of security tools from one vendor that reduces complexity and configuration errors. This aligns with the CISSP principle. Best in breed, individual best tools from multiple vendors that offer advanced features but increase integration effort and complexity. Best in breed can violate CISSP principle if not carefully managed. While economy of mechanism is about security-specific simplicity, CISSP is a general principle encouraging simplicity to improve reliability, usability, and maintainability. Both promote simplicity, but economy of mechanism is narrower and security focused. Secure design principle, compromise recording. Systems should be designed to detect, record, and log security violations to help respond to breaches and analyze incidents. Secure design principle, trust but verify. Trust initially but confirm periodically. Example, employees are trusted to use internal systems, but periodic reviews of access logs and account privileges are performed. Zero trust, never trust, always verify. Example, every time an employee accesses a corporate VPN, they must provide MFA, device compliance is checked, and access is limited to the required resource only. Secure design principle, zero trust. NIST SP 800-207, Zero Trust Architecture, explains how organizations should design systems based on the zero trust security model, where no user, device, or network is automatically trusted. Core principle of zero trust is never trust by default, always verify. No entity, user, or system should be implicitly trusted, whether inside or outside the network perimeter. In zero trust, being on the private network does not automatically make a device trusted. Example, devices on the network, for example, bring your own device, may not be owned or configured by the enterprise even if they are connected to the private network. And not every resource is organization-owned infrastructure. Remote users accessing the local network should not fully trust their connection. Zero trust, continuous verification. Every access request must be continuously verified before granting privileges. Access decisions are based on user identity, device posture, location, behavior, risk score, threat intelligence, and dynamic policies. Dynamic policies are the rules that change based on real-time conditions. Access is granted only for a specific session and it can be revalidated, limited, or revoked while the session is still active. Zero trust overcomes the limitations of traditional perimeter or network-based security by eliminating implicit trust for users or devices inside the network. It uses identity as the primary mechanism to control access, not network boundaries. Least privilege. Users receive only the minimum access required for their tasks. Assume breach is a mindset within zero trust. The organization operates as if attackers are already present inside the network or system, even if no breach has been detected. In zero trust, only approved applications and compliant devices are allowed to access resources through the device health checks and endpoint security posture validation. This helps reduce attack surface and enforces policy consistency. Zero trust applies strong data controls, for example, classification, encryption, and access control. Microsegmentation and network control in zero trust. Instead of trusting an entire network segment, systems are divided into small protected zones. This limits lateral movement by isolating resources and enforcing least privilege. Zero trust policy engine. It evaluates access requests and makes decisions based on dynamic policies, user identity, device posture, location, behavior, and risk signals. Policy administrator implements the decisions from the policy engine, establishing or revoking sessions. Policy enforcement point, PEP, enforces the access decisions by allowing or blocking traffic to resources. Example, a user requests access to a sensitive cloud application. The policy engine evaluates identity and device posture. The policy administrator issues a session token, and the PEP enforces access by allowing or blocking the connection. Secure design principle. Privacy by design. Data privacy refers to the practice of protecting personal or sensitive information from unauthorized access, use, or disclosure. This ensures that data is collected, stored, and shared in a way that respects individuals' rights and complies with laws and regulations. In privacy by design, privacy and data protection are integrated into the system from the very beginning of its development, rather than being added as an afterthought. Systems are designed to minimize personal data collection, enforce strong protections, and ensure compliance with privacy regulations throughout their lifecycle. Note: security controls like zero trust are necessary but not sufficient for privacy. Privacy also involves legal, regulatory, and policy considerations beyond technical controls. 7 principles of privacy by design. First one, proactive, not reactive, that is preventative, not remedial. Anticipate and prevent privacy risks before they occur through high security standards and regular privacy assessments. Principle 2. Privacy as the default setting. Ensure automatic and maximum privacy protection following standards such as FIPS. FIPS is Fair Information Practice Principles, example notice, consent, data minimization, purpose limitation. Third principle, privacy embedded into design. Integrate privacy considerations into system architecture and design from the start. Full functionality, that is positive sum, not zero sum. Achieve both privacy and system functionality together without unnecessary trade-offs, ensuring business operations are not impeded. End-to-end security, lifecycle protection, protect data throughout its entire lifecycle from creation or collection to secure deletion. Visibility and transparency, keep it open. Make data policies and practices visible and understandable to users and stakeholders to build trust and demonstrate compliance. Respect for user privacy, keep it user-centric. Prioritize users' privacy choices, consent, and control over their data. Secure design principle, shared responsibility. Shared responsibility, also called inherent controls, allows an organization to reduce its direct responsibility by relying on controls provided or managed by an other party, example, a cloud service provider. Example, the service provider takes responsibility and shares controls for aspects such as physical security, network security, identity and access management, configuration management, patch management, and quality management. Even when controls are inherited or shared, the ultimate responsibility remains within the organization. Shared responsibility defines who is responsible for what in a cloud environment between the cloud service provider and the cloud customer. Establishes clear guidelines for security, operations, and compliance, typically formalized through service level agreements, that is SLAs, contracts, and policies. The division of responsibility depends on the cloud service model, that is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, or software as a service. The cloud service provider is responsible for security of the cloud. Example, infrastructure, hardware, physical data centers, foundational services. The customer is responsible for security in the cloud, that is data, access control, configurations, and application security depending on the model. Service level agreement, SLA. This is a formal contract between a service provider, for example, a cloud service provider, and a customer that defines what level of service is expected and who is responsible for what. An SLA clearly documents service scope, that is what services are being provided, performance metrics, that is uptime, for example 99.9%, response time, latency, availability, that is when and how the service is accessible, security responsibility, who handles what, support and response times, how quickly issues are addressed, incident handling, procedures for outages or breaches, penalties or remedies, credits or compensation if service levels are not met. Example, a cloud service provider guarantees 99.9% uptime. If uptime drops below that, the customer may receive service credits. SLA sets clear expectations between provider and customer. It helps enforce accountability. SLA supports compliance and risk management. SLA reduces disputes by defining measurable terms. Cloud service models. Cloud service models are the ways cloud computing services are delivered to users. They define what the provider manages and what the customer manages, and they generally fall into three main types: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. So in the picture, you can see shared responsibility model between cloud customer and a cloud service provider for on-premises, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. There are 9 layers: networking, storage, servers, virtualization, operating system, middleware, runtime, applications, and data. In on-premises, all of these layers the customer is responsible for. In infrastructure as a service, operating system, middleware, runtime, applications, and data are customer responsibilities. But networking, storage, servers, and virtualization is service provider's responsibility. In platform as a service model, only data and applications fall under customer's responsibility. In SaaS, that is software as a service, only the data falls under the customer's responsibility. Infrastructure as a service provides virtualized computing resources over the internet, that is hardware, servers, storage, and networks. Customer controls everything from the operating system upward. CSP, that is cloud service provider, is responsible for the underlying infrastructure. Security failures in patching, hardening, or configuring the OS are customer risks, not the cloud service providers. Infrastructure as a service use case is running virtual machines. Examples include Amazon EC2, that is AWS EC2 virtual machines, Microsoft Azure virtual machines, Google Compute Engine, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure Compute. Platform as a service provides a platform for building, deploying, and managing applications without managing underlying infrastructure. Customer controls the application code and data deployed on the platform. The CSP is responsible for the operating system, runtime, middleware, patching, and underlying infrastructure. Security failures related to insecure application code, poor data handling, or improper access controls are customer risks, not the cloud providers. Platform as a service use cases: developing and running web or mobile applications and APIs. Examples: Google App Engine, Microsoft Azure App Service, Amazon RDS, that is Relational Database Service, Managed SQL databases. Software as a service provides fully functional applications over the internet. Customer controls user access, identity management, and how data is used within the application. CSP is responsible for the application, platform, operating system, and the underlying infrastructure. Security failures related to misconfigured access, weak credentials, or improper data usage are customer risks and not CSP risks. SaaS use case: email, collaboration tools, CRM, document storage. Examples: Salesforce, Slack, Zoom, Dropbox. Security as a service: this is another cloud service model, but it specifically focuses on delivering security functions over the cloud. Example: cloud-based firewalls and web security, that is Zscaler, Cisco Umbrella. Identity and access management, Okta. Email security, Proofpoint. Threat detection and monitoring, CrowdStrike Falcon. Serverless architecture, most commonly delivered as function as a service. A cloud computing model where developers run application code without provisioning, managing, or patching servers. CSP fully manages the infrastructure, operating system, runtime, scaling, and availability. Functions scale up or down automatically based on demand. These are short-lived and stateless. Functions are ephemeral. State is stored externally, that is in databases or object storage. In serverless architecture, you write small pieces of code, that is functions. These functions run only when triggered, that is event-driven, triggered by events like HTTP requests, file uploads, database changes, or message queues. You are billed per execution, not for idle servers. Serverless examples include AWS Lambda, Azure Functions, Google Cloud Functions. Serverless risks. Serverless architectures have a different attack surface compared to traditional static VM-based deployments. More entry points. Functions are triggered by HTTP requests, APIs, storage events, queues, schedulers, and so on. Attackers can send malicious or unexpected events. Limited visibility and monitoring. Traditional tools like agents, host-based monitoring don't work well in serverless architectures. Functions are short-lived, that is ephemeral, and this makes it harder to trace activities. Insecure function code. Vulnerabilities like injection flaws or poor input validation still exist. Developers may incorrectly assume the cloud provider handles everything. Risk of business logic exploitation. Insecure dependencies, that is supply chain risk. Heavy use of third-party libraries like NPM, pip, and so on. Vulnerable or malicious packages may be introduced. Denial of service, DOS, or cost attacks. Autoscaling is a core feature in serverless architecture. Attackers can trigger massive executions, risk of resource exhaustion, and unexpected high costs, that is, cost explosion. Serverless security measures clearly define security responsibilities between the provider and customer, that is, through SLAs or contracts. Grant only necessary permissions to functions and regularly review access. Store credentials in secure vaults and encrypt sensitive data. Validate inputs and handle errors securely to prevent injection and logic-based attacks. Accept only trusted or properly structured events to avoid malicious trigger execution. Regularly scan and update third-party libraries to prevent supply chain attacks. Enable centralized logging and alerts to detect and respond to suspicious activity. Rate limiting. Apply throttling to prevent DOS and cost exhaustion attacks from excessive triggers. Conduct regular code reviews, scanning, and threat modeling to find vulnerabilities early. Continuously audit configurations and permissions to prevent misconfigurations. Limit use of sensitive data and keep functions small and focused to reduce exposure to attack surface. PaaS and serverless. In both models, servers are abstracted from the customer. No direct server management is required. Developers are responsible for writing and securing application code. Data protection, encryption, and access control remain customer responsibilities. CSP manages physical infrastructure, networking, and underlying hardware. PaaS versus serverless. PaaS provides more control over the runtime and deployment environment. Serverless provides minimal control with the environment fully managed by the CSP. PaaS execution model supports long-running apps. Serverless execution model executes short-lived code only in response to events. PaaS requires apps to be configured for scaling. Serverless scales automatically by default. Startup behavior in PaaS. Apps may take time to spin up and usually remain running. In serverless, functions run only when invoked and may experience cold starts. Vendor lock-in in PaaS typically has moderate vendor lock-in. Serverless typically has high vendor lock-in due to provider-specific services. Cloud computing. Cloud computing is the delivery of computing services such as servers, storage, databases, networking, software, and analytics over the internet. That is the cloud. On-demand self-service. In cloud, users can provision resources as needed without human intervention. Broad network access. Services are available over the internet from anywhere on multiple devices. Resource pooling. Providers share computing resources among multiple customers. That is multi-tenancy. Rapid elasticity. Resources can be scaled up or down quickly based on demand. Measured service. Usage is monitored, metered, and billed based on consumption. On-premise. Computing resources such as servers, storage, and applications are physically located within an organization's own facilities, fully managed by the organization. Off-premise. Computing resources are located outside the organization, typically managed by a third party, that is a cloud provider, and accessed over the internet. They can be managed either by the cloud provider or by the organization itself. Cloud deployment models. Cloud deployment models define how cloud services are made available and who manages them. There are 4 main types: public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud, community cloud. Cloud deployment model, public cloud. Cloud services provided over the internet by a third-party cloud service provider. This is shared among multiple organizations, multi-tenant. All services in public cloud run on CSP-owned hardware and infrastructure. Typical use of public cloud: small businesses, startups, general-purpose apps. Advantages of public cloud: pay as you go, highly scalable, quick to deploy, no infrastructure maintenance, low skills required, it is agile. Cloud deployment model, private cloud, cloud infrastructure dedicated to a single organization. It can be on-premises or hosted by a third party. Organization controls all aspects, including security and customization. Typical use of private cloud: sensitive workloads, regulatory compliance, like for example finance or healthcare. Advantages of private cloud: high control, customizable, supports compliance requirements, legacy support. Cloud deployment model, hybrid cloud. Hybrid cloud is a combination of public and private clouds. Workloads can move between public and private environments. Typical use of hybrid cloud: businesses needing scalability while keeping sensitive data private. Advantages of hybrid cloud: flexible, cost efficient, scalable, handles both sensitive and non-sensitive workloads. Cloud deployment model, community cloud. Cloud infrastructure shared by multiple organizations with common goals or regulatory needs. Shared management and security policies. Typical use of community cloud: universities, research collaborations. Advantages of community cloud: cost sharing, standardized security and compliance, supports collaboration. Cloud deployment models, security considerations, GRC and data, identify data types and classification, that is sensitive, regulated, or public. Decide what data can be in public, private, or hybrid clouds. Ensure regulatory compliance, example HIPAA, GDPR, SOC 2, and policy alignment. Next security consideration is built-in security features versus organizational requirements. Review providers' built-in features, that is IAM, access control, encryption, monitoring, and patching. Identify gaps, what must be implemented by your team. Verify if provider security at minimum meets your organization's policies. Attack surface and threats. Map all modules, that is compute, storage, network, APIs, and management consoles. Understand shared responsibility and integration risks. Assess potential threats per component. Control and visibility. Determine level of admin control, workload isolation, and segmentation. Check monitoring, logging, and enforcement capabilities. Operational and resource requirements. Assess personnel, tools, and processes needed to maintain security. Include backup, recovery, scalability, and incident response readiness. Evaluate cost versus security trade-offs. Cryptography. Cryptography is the practice of securing information by converting plain text into ciphertext using encryption and converting it back to plain text using decryption. Algorithm. A step-by-step mathematical procedure or formula for performing encryption or decryption. Examples include AES, Advanced Encryption Standard. AES is a symmetric block cipher used for secure data encryption. RSA is a symmetric algorithm for secure key exchange and digital signatures. SHA-256, that is Secure Hash Algorithm 256-bit, is a cryptographic hash function. Key is a secret value used with an algorithm to encrypt or decrypt data. Cipher is the method or system or algorithm used to convert plain text into ciphertext. Examples include Caesar cipher, which is a simple substitution cipher, AES cipher, which is a modern symmetric block cipher, RSA cipher is an asymmetric encryption cipher. Code is a system of substituting symbols or words for meaning. Code is older and less secure than ciphers. Algorithm specifies the logic or steps to process data securely. Cipher implements the algorithm to actually encrypt or decrypt data. Algorithm defines how encryption or hashing is done. Cipher defines what method is applied to plain text to produce ciphertext. Plain text is the original human-readable form of information before it is encrypted. It is the input to an encryption process. Anyone who sees this message can understand it. Example, transfer $10,000 to account 12345. So plain text, when processed through encryption using a key, becomes ciphertext. Ciphertext is the scrambled, unreadable output produced after encryption. It looks random or meaningless. Cannot be understood without the correct key. Example, something random like on the screen. Ciphertext, when processed through decryption using a key, becomes plain text. Primary goals of cryptography. Confidentiality ensures information is only accessible to authorized individuals. Example, encrypting data in transit, that is TLS. Encrypting data at rest. Example, disk encryption. Integrity ensures data has not been altered intentionally or unintentionally. Example, hash functions like SHA-256. Message authentication codes, HMAC. Authentication verifies identity. Example, digital certificates, digital signatures. Non-repudiation prevents someone from denying an action. Example, digital signatures, PKI-based signing systems. Cryptography, confusion. making the relationship between the key and the ciphertext as complex as possible. It prevents attackers from easily determining the key, even if they can analyze pairs of plaintext and ciphertext. Changing the plaintext should not allow discovery of the key. Uses substitutions in the algorithm. Diffusion, spreading the influence of a single plaintext bit over many ciphertext bits. It prevents attackers from finding patterns in ciphertext that reveal plaintext. Changing a single bit in plaintext results in multiple changes in ciphertext. Uses permutations and mixing operations in the algorithm. Cryptography, concealment cipher. It hides a secret message inside another object or medium, making its very existence difficult to detect. Unlike traditional ciphers, which make the content unreadable, concealment ciphers hide the message itself, often combined with encryption for extra security, so that even if discovered, the message cannot be read without a key. Concealment cipher examples. Steganography. Most common example, hides a message inside a media file, for example, image, audio, or video. Text concealment, hiding messages using invisible characters, extra spaces, or the first letters of words in a document. Audio concealment, encoding data in slight modifications of audio samples or frequencies. File concealment, embedding messages in unused areas of files, PDFs, or other digital containers. Digital watermarking, embeds information, example copyright ownership authenticity, can be an image, text, or a message into a digital file. So it embeds information into a digital file. It is not completely hidden. It may be noticed in some cases. Example, adding a subtle logo into an image file that is invisible during normal viewing. Cryptographic process. Select the type of cryptography. Symmetric or secret key cryptography. Same key for encryption and decryption. Example algorithms, AES, DES, or triple DES. Symmetric cryptography is best for large data volumes because it's faster. Or asymmetric or public key cryptography. This uses a public-private key pair. Example algorithms of asymmetric cryptography, RSA, ECC, Diffie-Hellman. It is best for key exchange, digital signatures, and small messages. Hash functions, one-way cryptography. This ensures data integrity. Example algorithms, SHA-256, SHA-3. Next step is to choose the cipher or algorithm. This is based on the type of cryptography and security requirements. Always use proven, standardized algorithms, example NIST approved, not custom or homegrown crypto. Avoid outdated or vulnerable algorithms. Considerations for choosing the cipher or algorithm. First one is strength, that is resistance against known attacks, performance, suitable for your system resources, regulatory compliance. Some standards require specific algorithms, example AES 256 for HIPAA. Next step is to select the key or key length. The key is central to security. Key length or size determines how resistant the system is to brute force attacks. Example, AES can use 128, 192 or 256-bit keys. RSA typically uses 2048 or 4096-bit keys. Ensure proper key management, that is key generation, storage, distribution, rotation, and destruction. Next step, choose the mode of operation. that is for block ciphers. Example, ECB, Electronic Code Book. It is simple but not secure for repeated patterns. CBC, cipher block chaining. Each block depends on the previous block, improving security. Next step in cryptographic process is considering additional parameters. First one is initialization vector, IV, random value for modes like CBC or CTR to prevent repeated ciphertext patterns. Padding scheme to make plain text fit block sizes. Salt or nonce for hashing or key derivation to prevent pre-computational attacks. Next step, implement and apply the process. Encrypt the data using selected type, cipher, key, and mode. Transmit or store the ciphertext securely. Decrypt using the same settings, that is symmetric, or the private key, asymmetric. And then verify integrity or authenticity if using hash or digital signature. Cryptography and Moore's law. Moore's law states that the number of transistors on a microchip doubles roughly every 18 to 24 months, leading to exponential growth in computing power. Impact on cryptography. As computing power increases, key lengths and algorithms that are secure today may become vulnerable in the future, requiring periodic updates and stronger standards. What needs to be done? Use longer key lengths to withstand future brute force attacks. Adopt stronger modern algorithms, example AES 256, RSA 2048+. Implement post-quantum cryptography to prepare for quantum computing threats. Regularly review and update cryptographic standards and protocols. Plan key rotation and lifecycle management to retire old keys before they become weak. Cryptography, Kirchhoff's principle. Kirchhoff's principle is that a cryptographic system should be secure even if everything about the system except the key is publicly known. The security of a cryptographic system must depend only on the secrecy of the key, not the secrecy of the algorithm itself. Algorithms can be openly analyzed, tested by the public and cryptographers. Key size. Longer keys is equal to stronger security. Increasing key length exponentially increases security, not just linearly. Example, a 128-bit symmetric key has 2 to the power 128 possible combinations. Doubling the key to 256 bits does not just double the strength. A 256 key bit has 2 to the power 256 possible combinations. This is an extremely large number, making it roughly 2 to the power 128 times stronger than a 128-bit key. Balance between security and performance. A key must be long enough to resist attacks for the expected lifetime of the data. But making a key too long can increase computational overhead, slow encryption or decryption processes, require more storage and memory. Key management. Key management must be explicitly addressed in the organization's cryptography policy to ensure that the cryptographic keys are generated, stored, used, rotated, and retired securely to protect organizational data and maintain compliance. Key management practices should adhere to recognized regulatory and industry standards such as NIST CSP 857, FIPS 143, and ISO IEC 27001-27002. And these references must be included in the organization's cryptography policy. NIST CSP 857, Recommendation for Key Management. guidance on creating, distributing, storing, and retiring cryptographic keys. How to securely manage encryption keys throughout their lifecycle. FIPS 143, Federal Information Processing Standard, FIPS Publication 143, Security Requirements for Cryptographic Modules. How secure is the system or device performing encryption? Key management, key generation. Keys must be generated using strong, secure random number generators. Weak randomness is equal to weak encryption. Whenever possible, key generation should be automated to reduce human error and ensure consistency. Key distribution, securely delivering keys to the intended parties. Automate key distribution. You can use methods like manual exchange, which is less secure, asymmetric encryption, common in TLS, key exchange protocols, example Diffie-Hellman. Key storage. Keys must be stored securely to prevent unauthorized access while remaining accessible to authorized users when needed. Keys should be protected with at least the same level of security as the data they protect or stronger. Keys must be encrypted at rest and stored using secure mechanisms. Example, hardware security modules, HSMs, trusted platform module, TPM, encrypted key vaults. Keys must be stored offline or managed through key escrow where appropriate. Key escrow is a process in which a copy of cryptographic keys, digital signatures, or digital certificates is securely stored with a trusted third party, that is the escrow agent, to enable recovery if the original key is lost, damaged, or unavailable. Access to the escrowed material during recovery is protected using split knowledge, ensuring no single individual can reconstruct the key. Key rotation or rekeying. Periodically replacing cryptographic keys, digital signatures, or certificates to limit exposure if they are compromised. Why is key rotation important? If compromised, limits the damage from stolen or leaked keys. Key aging. Older keys are more vulnerable over time. Moore's law impacts. Increasing computing power can break older keys faster, requiring stronger or newer keys. Key revocation. Invalidating a cryptographic key as soon as it is compromised, no longer trusted, or no longer needed. Must consider emergency scenarios when compromise occurs. Example, certificate revocation lists, CRL, online certificate status protocol, OCSP. Key destruction, securely deleting cryptographic keys when no longer needed to prevent recovery by attackers. Follow regulatory and industry standards. Maintain a legal or audit record of destroyed keys for compliance and future reference. Symmetric encryption is a method of cryptography where the same key is used for both encryption and decryption of data. It's called symmetric because the process is mirrored on both sides. So in symmetric encryption, plain text is converted into ciphertext using an encryption algorithm and a secret key. And in symmetric decryption, ciphertext is converted back into plain text using a decryption algorithm and the same secret key. So it's like you're using the same key to lock and unlock. Symmetric encryption, single shared key. Both sender and receiver must have the same secret key for symmetric encryption. It is fast and efficient. It is suitable for encrypting large amounts of data. Confidentiality. Symmetric encryption protects the data from unauthorized access but does not inherently provide integrity or authentication. Key distribution problem in symmetric encryption. So securely sharing the key between parties is a major challenge in symmetric encryption. Scalability issue. So for end users, you need a separate shared key for each pair of users. Number of keys required is equal to n times n minus 1 divided by 2. This grows quadratically. Managing and distributing these keys securely becomes difficult as the network grows. Symmetric encryption versus asymmetric encryption. In symmetric encryption, one shared secret key is required. In asymmetric encryption, two keys, that is public and private keys, are required. Symmetric encryption, same key is used for encryption and decryption, but in asymmetric encryption, public key encrypts and private key decrypts. Symmetric encryption is fast, asymmetric encryption is slower. Symmetric encryption has low computational overhead. Asymmetric encryption is computationally intensive. Symmetric encryption, the key distribution is difficult and it requires secure key exchange. In asymmetric encryption, key distribution is easier. Public keys can be openly distributed. Symmetric key has low scalability, that is, it requires many shared keys. Asymmetric encryption has high scalability. Public key model scales well. In symmetric encryption, if a key is compromised, there is full compromise of all data using that key. In asymmetric encryption, private key compromise is critical, but public key compromise usually is not. Symmetric encryption does not support non-repudiation. Asymmetric encryption supports non-repudiation using digital signatures. Symmetric encryption common use cases include bulk data encryption, that is, large data transfers and data at rest. Common use cases of asymmetric encryption includes key exchange, authentication, and digital signatures. Example of symmetric encryption: AES, DSS. Asymmetric encryption examples include RSA, ECC, and Diffie-Hellman. Key length in symmetric encryption is shorter, that is 120 to 256 bits typically. In asymmetric encryption, key length is longer. For example, RSA, 2048 plus bits typically. Stream cipher. This is a type of symmetric encryption algorithm that encrypts data one bit or one byte at a time, rather than encrypting large blocks of data at once. Stream cipher generates a continuous stream of pseudo-random bits called a key stream that is combined with the plain text to produce ciphertext. The key stream is generated using a secret key. Each bit or byte of plain text is combined with the key stream, usually using XOR. So plain text XOR key stream is equal to ciphertext. Block cipher. A block of plain text is transformed into a block of ciphertext using an encryption algorithm and a secret key. In decryption, a block of ciphertext is transformed back into the original plaintext block using the decryption algorithm and the same key. Block cipher is a type of symmetric encryption algorithm that encrypts data in fixed size blocks rather than one bit or byte at a time. Each block of plaintext is processed using a secret key and a mathematical algorithm to produce ciphertext. Common block sizes are 64 bits or 128 bits. If the last block is smaller than the block size, padding is added. Substitution. This is a basic cryptographic technique in which each element of the plain text, that is letter, number or symbol, is replaced with another element according to a defined system or rule. The goal is to hide the original content by replacing it with something else while maintaining the structure of the message. Example, Caesar cipher, plain text, hello, cipher text, shift each letter by 3, so it becomes KHOOR. So H becomes K, E becomes H, L becomes O, O becomes R by shifting each letter by 3. Types of substitution. First one is monoalphabetic substitution. One fixed mapping for the entire message. Easy to break using frequency analysis. Example, Caesar cipher. Polyalphabetic substitution uses multiple mappings or shifting patterns, stronger than monoalphabetic substitution. Example, Visionaire cipher. Next one is homophonic substitution. This maps a single plaintext character to multiple possible ciphertext symbols to confuse frequency analysis. Transposition. This is a cryptographic technique in which the order of the characters or bits in the plaintext is rearranged according to a defined system without changing the actual characters themselves. Example, plaintext hello world. Arrange in 4 columns HELL, OWOR, LDXX. X is used as a filler. Ciphertext read column wise. It becomes HOLX, EWLD and LOXR. Initialization vector IV is a random or pseudo-random value in nonce that is combined with the plain text, typically using an XOR operation before encryption. It is not a secret key, but it ensures that encrypting the same plaintext with the same key produces different ciphertext each time. Main purpose is to add randomness and uniqueness, and it is also used to reduce predictability and prevent repeated patterns in the ciphertext even when the same encryption key is reused. The size of the initialization vector depends on the algorithm. For block ciphers, it is usually the same length as the block size, and in some cases, it can be as large as the encryption key. During encryption, first XOR the plaintext with the initialization vector. Then apply the encryption algorithm with the key. During decryption, first apply the decryption algorithm with the key to the ciphertext and then XOR the result with the same initialization vector to recover the plaintext. This is standard for modes like CBC, that is cipher block chaining. One-time pad OTP, an encryption method where the key is as long as the message and used only once. Each plaintext character or bit is combined with a corresponding character or bit from a truly random key, usually using XOR. Security requirements. Key must be completely random with no predictable pattern. Key must be at least as long as the message. Key must be kept secret and protected from disclosure. Key must be used only once and securely discarded afterward. Exam tip: Caesar cipher, that is shift cipher, key length is equal to 1, making it very weak and easily broken using frequency analysis. Visionaire cipher uses a longer key, typically a word or phrase, which repeats if shorter than the message. More secure than Caesar, but still vulnerable if the key is reused. One-time pad OTP uses a key as long as the message and applied only once, making it theoretically unbreakable when the key is truly random and kept secret. Symmetric encryption, data encryption standard DES. Data encryption standard DES is a symmetric block cipher that was adopted as a US federal standard in 1977. Block size 64 bits. Key size 64 bits, but only 56 bits are actually used. 8 bits are for parity. In DES, the 64-bit plaintext block is divided into two 32-bit halves. It goes through 16 rounds of substitution and permutation using subkeys derived from the main key. After the final round, the two halves are combined to produce ciphertext. DES is insecure. The effective key size is only 56 bits, which is too small. It is vulnerable to brute force attacks. Triple DES was introduced as a temporary solution to strengthen DES. However, triple DES was slower and less efficient. It was eventually phased out and replaced by AES, that is Advanced Encryption Standard. AES is faster, more secure, and the current encryption standard used worldwide. Symmetric encryption, triple data encryption standard, triple DES, is a symmetric block cipher that improves the security of DES by applying the DES algorithm 3 times to each data block. How triple DES works? Instead of encrypting once, like DES, triple DES performs the following steps. Encrypt with key 1, decrypt with key 2, encrypt with key 3. This is called EDE, that is encrypt, decrypt, encrypt mode. Key length options in triple DES. 2-key triple DES is approximately 112-bit effective security. 3-key triple DES, approximately 168-bit key. Block size remains 64 bits, same as DES. Symmetric encryption, Advanced Encryption Standard, AES. AES is a symmetric block cipher that is the current global standard for encryption. It replaced DES and triple DES due to stronger security and better performance. Block size 128 bits. Key sizes of AES 128, 192 or 256 bits. Commonly used in TLS SSL for HTTPS sites, VPN tunnels, example IPsec Open VPN, secure Wi-Fi where WPA2 and WPA3 use AES CCMP, full disk encryption with tools like BitLocker and File Vault, data and database encryption, cloud storage encryption. DES modes of operation. DES and triple DES are block ciphers that encrypt data in 64-bit blocks. The mode of operation determines how these blocks are processed, especially for messages larger than one block. Electronic Codebook, ECB, Cipher Block Chaining, CBC, Cipher Feedback, CFB, Output Feedback, OFB, Counter Mode, CTR. Electronic Codebook, ECB. This is the simplest mode of operation for a block cipher such as DES or AES. The plain text is divided into fixed size blocks, example 64 bits for DES and 128 bits for AES. Each block is encrypted independently using the same key. There is no chaining between the blocks. If the same plaintext block appears more than once, it produces the same ciphertext block. This reveals patterns in the data. Because patterns are visible, ECB is considered the least secure mode. Cipher block chaining, CBC, a block cipher mode that improves security over ECB by linking or chaining blocks together during encryption. This requires an initialization vector. So identical plaintext blocks produce different ciphertext blocks because each block depends on the previous one. So this hides patterns in the data. Drawbacks of ECB: encryption is sequential, that is, it is not parallel. Error propagation: if one ciphertext block is corrupted, it affects that block and the next one during decryption. How CBC encryption works? Plaintext is divided into fixed size blocks. Each plaintext block is XORed with the previous ciphertext block before being encrypted. The first block uses an initialization vector instead of a previous ciphertext block. The result is then encrypted with the secret key. How CBC decryption works? The ciphertext block is first decrypted, then it is XORed with the previous ciphertext block or initialization vector for the first block. This restores the original plaintext. Cipher feedback, CFB. A block cipher mode that allows a block cipher like DES or AES to operate like a streamed cipher, making it suitable for real-time data transmission. Uses initialization vector, uses memory buffers, shift registers, works well for real-time or streaming data, does not require padding, encryption is sequential, not fully parallel. How CFB works? An initialization vector is encrypted first. The encrypted output is XORed with the plaintext to produce ciphertext. The resulting ciphertext is fed back into memory. That stored ciphertext becomes the input for encrypting the next portion of data. CFB memory buffers. CFB uses a memory buffer shift register that is the same size as the block. Example, 64 bits for DES, 128 bits for AES. The buffer temporarily stores the previous ciphertext output. When the buffer is full, it is encrypted. The output is XORed with incoming plaintext, and the new ciphertext replaces the old data in the buffer. This continuous updating of the buffer creates the feedback mechanism. This is what allows CFB to work in a streaming manner, processing data bit by bit or byte by byte instead of waiting for a full block. CFB error propagation. If one ciphertext segment is corrupted, the error affects the current plaintext segment. It also affects the next segment because of the feedback buffer. After that, the system resynchronizes. Output feedback, OFB. This is a block cipher mode that turns a block cipher into a streaming cipher similar to CFB. But instead of feeding back the ciphertext, it feeds back the encrypted output itself. So how OFB works? A seed value, that is an initialization vector, is chosen. The initialization vector is encrypted using the secret key. The encrypted result becomes a key stream block. That key stream block is XORed with the plaintext to produce ciphertext. The encrypted output, not the ciphertext, is fed back and encrypted again to produce the next key stream block. So the process looks like this. Encrypt the seed value, that is the initialization vector, generate key stream, XOR with plaintext, and then get the ciphertext. And then encrypt previous encrypted output. Then it gives you a new key stream, XOR, ciphertext. Exam tip: CFB feeds back ciphertext, error propagate briefly. OFB feeds back encrypted output, that is key stream, Errors do not propagate. Because OFB does not depend on ciphertext, errors do not propagate. Counter mode, CTR, is a block cipher mode that turns a block cipher like DES or AES into a stream cipher by encrypting a counter value instead of plain text. It is fast, efficient, and widely used in modern cryptography. If a ciphertext bit is corrupted, only that corresponding plain text bit is affected. Errors do not propagate. It allows for parallel encryption. How CTR works? The counter increases for every block. Counter is 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. A nonce value is selected, that is, a number used only once, that is selected. A counter value is combined with the nonce. The nonce plus counter is encrypted using the secret key. The encrypted result becomes a key stream block. The key stream is XORed with plain text to produce ciphertext. The counter increments for the next block. Exclusive OR cipher or XOR cipher. This is a simple encryption method that uses the XOR logical operation to combine plain text with a key. It is the foundation of many modern encryption modes like CTR, CFB, and OFB. XOR is a binary operation. XOR outputs 1 only when the bits are different. So if you can see in the table, bit A 0, bit B 0, the XOR value is 0. Bit A 1, bit B 1, the XOR value is 0. But if A is 0 and B is 1, or B is 0 and A is 1, XOR value is 1. So XOR outputs 1 only when the bits are different. Asymmetric encryption, public key cryptography. This uses two different keys, a public key and a private key. Public key, it is shared openly with anyone, used to encrypt data or verify digital signatures. Private key, kept secret by the owner, used to decrypt data or create digital signatures. Each key is mathematically linked, but knowing the public key does not reveal the private key. Use cases of asymmetric encryption, secure communication, TLS SSL handshakes to exchange symmetric keys, email security, PGP GPG uses asymmetric keys to encrypt symmetric session keys, digital signatures, verifying documents, software packages and certificates, key exchange, securely sharing symmetric keys for bulk encryption. Asymmetric encryption and decryption process. First, the recipient generates a public-private key pair. The recipient shares their public key with the sender. The sender encrypts the message using the recipient's public key. The ciphertext is then sent to the recipient. The recipient decrypts the ciphertext using their private key. Only the recipient with the correct private key can read the message. Advantages of asymmetric encryption. First, it solves the key distribution problem. No need to share a secret key beforehand. Confidentiality ensured when the recipient's public key is used for encryption. Authentication, non-repudiation and integrity provided using digital signatures using the sender's private key. Scalability. Each user only needs one key pair, making it suitable for large networks. Disadvantages of asymmetric encryption. It is slower than symmetric encryption. It is not ideal for large data. It is computationally intensive. Security depends on keeping the private key secret. Hybrid encryption. This combines symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption to leverage the strengths of both. Symmetric encryption, fast, efficient for large data. Asymmetric encryption, secure key exchange. Hybrid encryption, speed plus secure key distribution. Real-world examples of hybrid encryption: TLS, SSL, HTTPS, VPNs, IPsec OpenVPN, email encryption, PGP, GPG. Hybrid encryption process: generate a symmetric key, that is a random session key, example AES key, is created. Encrypt the data, this is fast. Data is encrypted using symmetric encryption, example AES. Encrypt the key, this is secure. The symmetric key is encrypted using the recipient's public key, that is asymmetric encryption like RSA or ECC. Transmission: send encrypted data and encrypted symmetric key. Decryption: recipient uses their private key to decrypt the symmetric key, then uses that symmetric key to decrypt the data. Key clustering: this is a cryptographic flaw where using the same algorithm, different keys produce the same ciphertext for the same plaintext or message. In a cipher, ideally each key should produce unique ciphertext for the same plaintext. In key clustering, two or more different keys accidentally produce identical ciphertext. This creates clusters of keys that behave identically for a given input. Key clustering reduces the effective key space. Even if a key seems long, clustering may allow attackers to try fewer keys to find a match. Cryptanalytic attack is an attempt to analyze and break crypto systems by identifying weaknesses. Their goal is to recover the original message, plaintext, or secret keys. They target weaknesses in algorithms, ciphertext, patterns, implementations, or protocols. Cryptanalytic attacks can involve mathematical analysis, exploitation of weaknesses in the cipher or its implementation, including supporting applications or protocols, or exploitation of physical system characteristics, example timing or power usage. Note: a crypto system is everything needed to encrypt and decrypt data securely. It typically includes plaintext, encryption or decryption algorithms, key, and ciphertext. Known plaintext attack: the attacker knows the plaintext and its corresponding ciphertext, and the attacker uses these pairs to analyze patterns and attempt to derive the encryption key. Chosen plaintext attack: the attacker can choose arbitrary plaintexts and obtain their corresponding ciphertexts. Chosen ciphertext attack: the attacker can choose ciphertexts and obtain their corresponding plaintexts from the system. Ciphertext-only attack: a ciphertext-only attack is when the attacker has access only to ciphertexts and tries to deduce the plaintext or the encryption key. In real-world scenarios, ciphertext-only attacks are the most common because attackers often only have access to intercepted encrypted data, not the plaintext or the ability to choose inputs. Related key attack: the attacker compares ciphertexts produced under keys that are related in a known way. The key relationship is exploited. The attacker knows two keys are connected somehow and looks at how ciphertext changes when the key changes slightly. Differential cryptanalysis attack: this analyzes how differences in plaintext pairs affect the differences in the resulting ciphertexts when bits are changed to deduce information about the key. Linear cryptanalysis attack uses linear mathematics to analyze the behavior of a cipher, identifying relationships between plain text, ciphertext, and key bits to gradually deduce the key. Frequency analysis attack is a type of cryptanalysis where the attacker studies how often letters or symbols appear in ciphertext to guess the plain text. It works because in any language, some letters appear more often than others. For example, in English, E is the most common letter. T, A, O, I are also frequent. Brute force attack. Attackers systematically try every possible key until the correct one is found. The attacker does not need any extra information beyond the ciphertext. Its success depends purely on key length and computational power, not on patterns or knowledge of plain text. Note: known plain text, chosen ciphertext attacks require extra information like access to plain text ciphertext pairs or the ability to choose inputs. The attacker exploits patterns or weaknesses in the algorithm rather than just trying all keys. Meet in the middle attack. A cryptanalytic attack mainly targeting double encryption, that is 2 rounds of encryption. The attacker encrypts the plain text with all possible keys for the first encryption layer and decrypts the ciphertext with all possible keys for the second layer. They look for a matching intermediate value, the middle value, to deduce the keys more efficiently than brute force. Meet in the middle attack exploits the fact that double encryption does not double the effective key strength. Side channel attack is when an attacker exploits physical or implementation weakness of a system to recover secret information rather than directly attacking the algorithm. It focuses on elements of the cryptographic process itself. Timing attacks measure how long operations take. Power analysis measures power used during encryption. Electromagnetic analysis captures EM emissions from devices. Fault injection forces errors and studies outputs. Fault injection attack is a side channel attack where an attacker deliberately introduces errors like stress testing the system and analyzes faulty outputs to extract sensitive information such as cryptographic keys. Replay attack occurs when an attacker captures valid data such as an authentication message and retransmits it to trick the receiver or system into performing an action again or granting access, effectively reusing authentication requests. Defend against replay attacks by ensuring authentication requests include a unique random number, timestamps, challenge response, or short-lived session tokens. Man in the middle attack. A man in the middle attack is where an attacker intercepts and potentially alters communication between two parties without their knowledge. The attacker secretly sits in the middle of a conversation and can eavesdrop, steal information, or modify messages. Ransomware attack is a type of malware attack where an attacker encrypts a victim's files or system and demands payment, a ransom, to restore access. Social engineering attacks targeting cryptographic systems exploit human behavior rather than technical weaknesses to gain access to sensitive keys, passwords, or encrypted data. Digital signatures. This is a cryptographic mechanism used to prove the authenticity and integrity of a message or digital document. It provides non-repudiation. It is essentially the electronic equivalent of a handwritten signature, but much more secure. Digital signature uses asymmetric encryption, that is public-private key pair. The message itself does not need to be encrypted, only the hash value is signed. FIPS 186.4 Digital Signature Standard DSS, a US federal standard that specifies approved methods for generating and verifying digital signatures. Hash functions: SHA-2 family, SHA-224, SHA-256, SHA-384, SHA-512. Signature algorithms: DSA, RSA, ECDSA. Digital signature provides authentication, that is, it confirms the sender's identity. It provides integrity, ensures the message has not been altered during transmission, and it provides non-repudiation, so it prevents the sender from denying they sent the message. How digital signature works? First, the sender generates a hash of the message, that is a fixed length fingerprint. The sender encrypts the hash using their private key. The sender uses asymmetric encryption here. The encrypted hash is attached to the message. This is the digital signature. The recipient decrypts the signature using the sender's public key to obtain the hash. The recipient generates a hash of the received message and compares it with the decrypted hash. If they match, message is authentic and intact. If they don't match, message has been altered or signature is invalid. Exam tip: encrypting a message. To encrypt a message, use the recipient's public key. To decrypt a received message, use your own private key. Digital signatures: to sign a message, use your own private key. To verify a message, use the sender's public key. So this is important for the exam. Hash function: a mathematical algorithm that takes an input, data of any size, and produces a fixed length, unique output value called a hash value, message digest, or fingerprint. It is used primarily to ensure data integrity. Hashing process: input data, any data of arbitrary size, file, message, password, and so on. Apply hash function: use a cryptographic algorithm like SHA-256 or SHA-3. The function processes the input mathematically. Generate hash value: produces a fixed length unique output. It is deterministic, that is, same input produces same output. Use the hash: integrity check, compare hash of received data versus original hash. Digital signature: sign the hash instead of the whole message. Password storage: store hashed password instead of plain text. MAC or key derivation or blockchain: use hash as part of security process. Next is the verification. Receiver or system recomputes hash of data, compares it with the original hash to detect changes or tampering. Key characteristics of a cryptographic hash function: any length input always produces a fixed length output. A hash function accepts input of any size, small or extremely large, and always produces a fixed length output. Example: SHA-256 always produces 256 bits regardless of input size. Deterministic: the same input will always produce the same hash value. Hash function is one way. It should be computationally infeasible to reverse the hash and recover the original input. Avalanche effect: a small change in input, even one bit, should produce a completely different hash value. Collision resistance: It should be extremely difficult to find two different inputs that produce the same hash value. Efficient computation. A hash function should be relatively easy and fast to compute for any given input. Uses of hash functions. Data integrity. Hash functions detect whether data has been altered by comparing hash values. Digital signatures. Hash of a message is signed to provide integrity and authentication. Password storage stores hashed passwords instead of plain text to protect user credentials. HMAC or message authentication combines a secret key with a hash to provide integrity and authentication. File integrity monitoring detects unauthorized changes to system or application files. Blockchain or data linking links blocks of data securely by storing hashes of previous blocks. Hash-based message authentication code, HMAC. HMAC is a cryptographic mechanism that combines a secret key with a hash function to create a fixed length code verifying message integrity and authenticity. HMAC provides integrity, that is, it detects if the message has been altered. Authentication confirms the message came from someone who knows the shared secret key. HMAC provides efficiency. It is fast and suitable for high volume message verification. HMAC does not provide non-repudiation because the key is shared. Either party could have generated the HMAC. You cannot prove to a third party who sent it. HMAC relies on symmetric key cryptography. Non-repudiation requires asymmetric keys, that is private-public key, where only the signer can generate the signature. HMAC is like a partial digital signature. It ensures integrity and authenticates between parties who share a secret, but it cannot prove authorship to outsiders. Pass the hash attack. A pass the hash attack is when an attacker uses a stolen password hash to log in without ever needing to know the actual password. So instead of cracking the password, the attacker just reuses the hash as if it were the password. Some systems like older Windows authentication with NTLM don't require the actual password. The hash itself is treated as proof of identity. Kerberoasting attack. A Kerberoasting attack is when an attacker abuses Kerberos, a network authentication protocol, to request encrypted service tickets and then crack them offline to recover service account passwords. The service ticket is encrypted using a key derived from the service account's password hash, which the attacker attempts to recover through offline cracking. Rainbow table attack is a type of password cracking attack that uses pre-computed hash tables to quickly reverse hashed passwords back to their original plain text values. Attackers generate a large table of hash value of common passwords. When they steal a database of hashed passwords, they simply look up the hash in the rainbow table. If a match is found, they immediately know the original password. This is much faster than trying every password one by one, that is brute force attack. Cryptographic salts. A random value added to a password before hashing to increase security. Salt should be random and unique per password or passphrase. Salt prevents rainbow table and other pre-computed hash attacks by ensuring each password hash is unique. It protects against large-scale password cracking by forcing attackers to attack each salted hash individually. Rainbow table versus dictionary attack. Both of these attacks are used to crack hashed passwords, but they differ in approach. Dictionary attack guesses common passwords and hashes them on the fly during the attack. Rainbow table attack uses pre-computed hash tables for near-instant lookup, making it much faster but more memory intensive. Birthday attack is a cryptographic attack that exploits probability theory, the birthday paradox, to find hash collisions faster than brute force attack. It attempts to find two different inputs that produce the same hash value. This is called a collision. Birthday attack reduces the effective strength of hash functions. These are used in collision attacks. Birthday attack works because of probability math. You do not need to try all 2 to the power n possible hashes. A collision can likely be found in about 2 to the power n by 2 attempts. This is known as the square root rule. If a hash function produces 128-bit output, total possible hashes is equal to 2 to the power 128, but collision resistance is only about 2 to the power 64. So security against collisions is half the hash length. Other hash attacks: brute force attack tries every possible input until the correct hash match is found. Pre-image attack, given a hash value, attempts to find the original input that produced it. Second pre-image attack, given one known input, attempts to find a different input that produces the same hash. Digital Signature Standard (DSS) is a federal standard FIPS 186 that specifies how to generate and verify digital signatures using public key cryptography. Algorithm used: DSA, Digital Signature Algorithm. It is the primary algorithm in DSS. It is based on El-Gamal cipher. RSA and ECDSA are also allowed in later versions. Tips: DSA is equal to sign only. RSA, encrypt plus sign. ECDSA is with smaller keys, higher efficiency, faster DSA. Public Key Infrastructure (PKI) is a framework that manages digital certificates and public key encryption to enable secure communication, authentication, and digital signatures. PKI ensures that public keys truly belong to the claimed entities and provides a system of trust. It provides confidentiality, integrity, authentication, and non-repudiation. Digital certificates: an electronic credential that binds a public key to an entity's claimed identity that can be a person, organization, or device. It is issued and digitally signed by a trusted certificate authority (CA). A digital certificate provides authentication or identity assurance, that is, it confirms the entity is who they claim to be. It provides integrity, ensures the public key and the associated data have not been tampered with. It provides non-repudiation indirectly when used with digital signatures, proves origin of signed messages. Digital certificates support encryption, enable secure key exchange for encrypted communications. Key components of digital certificates: owner's public key, identity information like name, organization, and domain, validity period, start and end dates, issuer information, that is CAs, digital signature of the CA. Typical use cases of digital certificates: SSL TLS for secure websites, email signing and encryption, SMIME, code signing for software, VPN and network authentication. Key components of PKI: first one is the certificate authority, CA. This is the trusted entity that issues, revokes, and manages digital certificates. For example, DigiCert, GoDaddy, OnTrust, Symantec. CA requires proof of identity from the user, organization, or device. It validates and verifies the identity of the requester. CA issues a digital certificate binding the identity to a public key. CA maintains revocation mechanisms, CRL and OCSP. Registration Authority, RA. RA acts as a verifier for the CA. It ensures the entity requesting a certificate is legitimate. Next key component of PKI is a CSR, Certificate Signing Request. A CSR is a request sent to a certificate authority, CA, when an entity wants a digital certificate. The CSR is digitally signed by the requester using their private key and sent to the CA. The CSR contains the entity's public key, identity information like name, organization, domain, optional extensions like usage or policies. The CA uses the CSR to create an X.509 certificate. It verifies the identity of the requester, embeds the public key and identity info into an X.509 certificate, and digitally signs the certificate with the CA's private key. Next key component of PKI is a digital certificate. Digital certificates are electronic documents that bind a public key to an identity. It includes info like owner, public key, CA signature, and validity period. Public-private keys. Public key, widely shared for encryption or signature verification. Private key, kept secret for decryption or signing. Certificate Revocation List, CRL or OCSP, mechanisms to check if a certificate is still valid or has been revoked. Digital certificates, X.509 is the most widely used standard for digital certificates, defining the format and structure for public key certificates used in secure communications. X.509 defines what the certificate should contain, so the CSR, that is the certificate signing request, must supply all required data for the certificate to comply with X.509. PKI certificates issued by a trusted CA provide verified identity, scalable trust, and support revocation, that is CRL or OCSP, suitable for production and public-facing systems. Self-signed certificates created and signed by the owner, no external validation, low trust, manual management, suitable only for testing or isolated environments. PKI process. First is the registration or identity verification. An entity like a user, device or organization requests a certificate through a certificate signing request CSR from a certificate authority CA. The CA forwards the request to the registration authority RA, which then verifies the entity's identity. Certificate issuance. Once verified, the certificate authority CA generates a digital certificate binding the entity's public key to their identity. CA signs the certificate with its private key. Next step is certificate distribution. The digital certificate is provided to the entity. The public key is now trusted by others thanks to the CA's signature. Next step is certificate use. Entity can use the certificate to encrypt messages, that is confidentiality, or sign messages to provide integrity, authentication, and non-repudiation. Next step is verification by others. Anyone receiving a signed message or certificate checks the CA's signature using the CA's public key, confirms the certificate is valid and not revoked. The next step is certificate revocation or expiry. Certificates may be revoked, example key compromised, or expired. Revocation is checked through certificate revocation list or OCSP, that is online certificate status protocol. Certificate revocation list CRL. A list of certificates that have been revoked before their expiration date maintained by the certificate authority CA. How CRL works? First, CA publishes a list of revoked certificate serial numbers at regular intervals. Clients like browsers or applications download the list and check if a certificate is on it before trusting it. Pros of CRL: simple and widely used. CRL cons: it can grow large, making downloads slow. Updates are periodic, offline and not checked in real time, so revocation information may be outdated if the CRL is not frequently updated. Online Certificate Status Protocol (OCSP) is a protocol that allows clients to query a CA certificate authority or OCSP responder in real time to check the revocation status of a specific certificate. How OCSP works: client sends a request for a certificate's status. OCSP responder returns good, revoked, or unknown. Pros of OCSP: provides real-time revocation information, only checks a single certificate, saving bandwidth compared to CRLs. Cons of OCSP: it depends on CA's availability. If the OCSP server is down, clients may fail to verify status. Can slightly increase latency for each certificate validation. PKI threats: if a private key is exposed, an attacker can decrypt sensitive data, impersonate the owner, create valid digital signatures. Impact: complete loss of confidentiality and trust. Hash collision attacks occurs when two different inputs produce the same hash value, can allow attackers to forge digital signatures. If a trusted certificate authority (CA) is compromised, attackers can issue fraudulent certificates and impersonate legitimate websites or users. Impact: undermines the entire trust model of PKI. Expired or unrevoked certificates after compromise. The impact is that the attackers can continue using compromised credentials. Man-in-the-middle attacks: attacker intercepts communication using fake or compromised certificates. PKI security measures: protect private keys, use methods like hardware security modules (HSMs), enforce strong authentication control and encryption at rest. Strong key management: implement key generation, storage, rotation, revocation, and destruction. Use split knowledge and dual control for sensitive keys. Use strong hashing algorithms. Avoid weak hashes like MD5 or SHA-1. Use SHA-2 or SHA-3 family. Use only trusted and well-established CAs. Rely only on reputable and widely trusted CAs. Ensure proper validation and verification processes are followed before certificate issuance. Certificate validation and revocation: use CRL, certificate revocation lists, and OCSP, online certificate status protocol. Check certificate status before trusting. Follow certificate lifecycle management, issue, renew, revoke. Maintain audit logs for compliance. Defend against man-in-the-middle attacks. Use certificate pinning and proper TLS configuration. Secure multipurpose internet mail extensions (SMIME). Secures email messages by providing encryption and digital signatures. Uses PKI certificates to encrypt the email content. Pretty Good Privacy (PGP) secures emails and files by providing encryption and digital signatures. Uses a web of trust, unlike SMIME, which relies on centralized PKI. Transport Layer Security (TLS) secures data in transit across networks. Example: web browsing, email, APIs, TLS-based VPN tunnels. Encryption: TLS uses asymmetric encryption for key exchange and symmetric encryption for data transfer. Digital certificates verifies server and optionally client identities using PKI certificates. SSL is the older version of TLS and is no longer safe to use. Internet Protocol Security, IPsec, secures IP layer communications commonly used for VPNs, provides encryption, integrity, and authentication for IP packets. Protocols, authentication header, ensures integrity and authentication but no encryption. ESP, encapsulating security payload, provides encryption, integrity, and authentication. Modes, transport mode, encrypts only the payload of the IP packet. Tunnel mode encrypts the entire IP packet, often used in site-to-site VPNs. Use cases of IPsec: secure LAN-to-LAN or host-to-host communications over untrusted networks. Split knowledge is a security principle in which critical information, a secret, or the privilege to perform an operation is divided among multiple individuals, ensuring that no single person has full access. Split knowledge prevents misuse or compromise, as cooperation from all parties holding a portion of the secret is required to complete the operation. Example: a master encryption key is split into 3 shares. Tom has A, Bob has B, John has C. To use the key, all 3 must combine their shares. No single person can access the key alone. Zero knowledge proof is a cryptographic communication method where one party can prove to another that they know a specific piece of information without actually revealing the information itself. Zero knowledge means that the verifier learns nothing about the secret itself, only that the prover knows it. Unlike sending data directly, as with digital signatures or digital certificates, no actual secret or sensitive data is transferred. This allows verification of knowledge while maintaining privacy and confidentiality. This makes zero knowledge proof useful for authentication, identity verification, and privacy preserving applications. Work factor or work function is a measure of the time, effort, cost, and resources required to break a cryptographic system or security control. It reflects how difficult it would be for an attacker to succeed, often estimating the effort needed for a complete brute force attack. The security of a crypto system is directly proportional to its work factor. The more effort, time, and resources needed to compromise it, the stronger the protection. Let's look at some algorithms now. First one, AES. AES is a block cipher. Block size 128. Key size is 128, 192, 256. AES is strong and widely used. Next algorithm is DESS. It's a block cipher. The block size is 64. Key size is 56. DESS is weak, vulnerable to brute force attacks, and it is legacy. Next one is triple DESS. It's a block cipher. Block size is 64. Key size 112, 168. Moderate security, slower than AES, legacy. Next one is RC2. It's a block cipher. Block size is 64. Key size is 128. Moderate security, legacy. Next one is RC4. It's a stream cipher. Because it's a stream cipher, block size is not applicable. Key size is 128. RC4 is weak, broken, deprecated. RC5 is a block cipher. Block size 32, 64, 128. Key size 0 to 2040. It is flexible, variable rounds of block size, and it is legacy. Next one is RC6. It's a block cipher. Block size is 64. Key size 128, 192 or 256. It is strong and legacy. Next one is Blowfish. It's a block cipher. Block size is 64 bits. Key size 32 to 448 bits. Bluefish is strong, fast, flexible key size, legacy. Next one is Twofish. It's a block cipher. Block size is 128. Key size 128, 192, 256. It's very strong. Successor of Bluefish. It was a finalist in the AES selection process. Next one is Idea. It is a block cipher. Block size 64. Key size 128. It is strong. Used in PGP. Legacy. Next one is Skipjack. It's a block cipher. 64-bit block size. 80-bit key size. Moderate. Designed by NSA. Legacy. Let's look at some hashing algorithms. MD2, MD4, MD5. Output size 128. Weak. Collisions are found. Deprecated. Block size 128 for MD2. 512 for MD4 and MD5. Next one is MD6. Output size is 256. It is stronger design, rarely used, not recommended. Next one is SHA-1. Output size is 160 bits. Weak, collisions possible, deprecated, block size is 512. Next one, SHA-2 family. SHA-2024. SHA-256, SHA-384, SHA-512. Output size 224, 256, 384, 512. Strong, widely used, secure. Block size 512 for SHA-224 and 256. Block size is 1024 for 384 and 512. SHA-512, 224. SHA-512, 256, output size 224 and 256, variants of SHA-512 for shorter output, block size 1024. Next one is SHA-3 family, SHA-3, 224, SHA-3, 256, SHA-3, 384, SHA-3, 512. Output size 224, 256, 384, 512. SHA-3 is very strong, modern alternative to SHA-2, variable block size. Next one is RIPE MD 128, 160, 256, 320. Output size 128, 160, 256, 320. RIPE MD 128, faster but less secure. RIPE MD 160, most common, SHA-1 alternative. RIPE MD 256 and 380, rarely used. Next one is Whirlpool. Output size is 512, strong, rarely used, not recommended. Next one is HMAC, based on SHA-2, SHA-3 and so on. Output size depends on underlying hash. Very strong, widely used for integrity and authentication. Next one is hash of variable length. 128, 160, 192, 224, 256 bits of output size. Flexible, output size. Older, not recommended. Based on MD5, block size is 1024. Asymmetric cryptography, RSA. RSA is a type of asymmetric, that is public key cryptography. Typical key sizes 2048 to 4096 bits. 1024-bit keys are not recommended anymore. Security is based on factoring very large numbers, the product of two large prime numbers. RSA can be broken by a sufficiently powerful quantum computer using Shor's algorithm. RSA purpose is to encrypt small amounts of data securely, verify digital signatures, exchange symmetric keys securely. Real-world usage of RSA, TLS SSL certificates, SMIME email encryption, PGP, code signing. Asymmetric cryptography, ELGAMAL. ELGAMAL is a type of asymmetric cryptography, public key cryptography. It is based on Diffie-Hellman key exchange and modular arithmetic. ELGAMAL security relies on the discrete logarithm problem, computationally hard to reverse. Key sizes typically 1024 to 3072 bits. Larger keys provide stronger security. Weakness: large ciphertext expansion, that is, the encrypted message is bigger than original plain text. LGML is not widely used in modern applications. RSA and ECC are more common. Usage today: mostly academic or niche crypto systems. Elliptic curve cryptography (ECC) is a type of symmetric cryptography, public key cryptography. It is based on elliptic curves over finite fields. Security relies on the elliptic curve discrete logarithm problem, which is computationally hard to solve. ECC uses encrypt small amounts of data, key exchange, example ECDH, that is elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman, digital signatures, ECDSA, elliptic curve digital signature algorithm. It is widely used in TLS SSL, mobile devices, embedded systems, IoT, and cryptocurrency wallets. ECC advantages: small key sizes for strong security. ECC 256-bit is almost equivalent to RSA 3072-bit. ECC is efficient, faster computations, less memory, ideal for constrained devices. It provides strong security, resistant to many attacks, used on traditional asymmetric algorithms. Disadvantages or considerations of ECC: mathematically complex, implementation errors can compromise security. Vulnerable to quantum computers like other asymmetric algorithms. Diffie-Hellman, a key exchange algorithm used to securely establish a shared secret key between two parties over an insecure channel. Diffie-Hellman does not encrypt data and does not provide authentication by itself. It is used only to securely agree on a symmetric key. In this image, we are looking at how Diffie-Hellman key exchange works using a color example. So at the top, Tom and Bob agree on a public color, that is yellow. This yellow color represents the public values in Diffie-Hellman, specifically the prime number and the generator. These values are not secret. Everyone, including John the attacker, can see them. Next, Tom chooses a private secret color blue and Bob chooses his own private secret color red. These represent their private keys. They never share these secret values with anyone. Now each person mixes their private color with the public yellow. Tom mixes yellow and blue to create green, and Bob mixes yellow and red to create orange. They exchange these mixed colors over the public channel. These mixed colors represent their public keys. Those are the values derived from their private keys and the public parameters. John the attacker can see yellow, green and orange, but still he cannot see blue or red, which are the private keys. Now comes the critical step. Tom takes Bob's orange and mixes it again with his secret blue. Bob takes Tom's green and mixes it again with his secret red. Both end up with the same final color, brown. That brown color represents the shared secret key. Mathematically, this works because of the properties of modular exponentiation and the difficulty of solving the discrete logarithm problem. Only Tom and Bob can compute this shared secret because they each know their own private key. John cannot compute the shared secret because he does not know the private values blue and red. Now that Tom and Bob have the shared secret key, they use that secret key for symmetric encryption such as AES to securely encrypt their communication. It's important to remember that Diffie-Hellman is only a key exchange algorithm. It does not encrypt data by itself and it does not provide authentication unless combined with digital signatures or certificates. If authentication is missing, John could perform a man-in-the-middle attack. Authentication can be achieved using both symmetric and asymmetric crypto systems, but they work differently. Authentication with symmetric cryptography. Both parties share a secret key. A message authentication code MAC or HMAC is generated. The receiver verifies the MAC using the same shared key. Authentication is based on shared secret knowledge. It does not provide non-repudiation because both parties share the same key. Authentication with asymmetric cryptography. The sender uses a private key to create a digital signature. The receiver verifies it using the sender's public key. Authentication is based on proof of private key ownership. It provides non-repudiation and is more suitable for large-scale environments like PKI. Post-quantum cryptography, PQC. Quantum computing leverages principles of quantum mechanics to perform computations. Quantum mechanics is the study of the behavior and properties of matter and energy at atomic and subatomic levels. Quantum computing processes information using qubits instead of classical bits. Unlike classical bits, 0 or 1, qubits can be 0, 1 or both at the same time, that is superposition. A qubit can exist in multiple states simultaneously, enabling parallel computation. That is the ability to perform many calculations at once, making certain problems much faster to solve. Qubits can be linked so that the state of one instantly affects another, even at a distance. Most current public key cryptography like RSA and ECC relies on mathematical problems that are hard for classical computers to solve. However, a sufficiently powerful quantum computer could use Shor's algorithm to break algorithms such as RSA, Diffie-Hellman, ECC, that is elliptic curve cryptography, and digital signatures based on these algorithms. That means TLS, VPNs, PKI, code signing, and secure email could become insecure in the future. PQC is the development of new cryptographic algorithms that run on today's classical or normal computers. Protect data against attacks from future quantum computers. PQC is cryptography designed today to remain secure in a world where quantum computers exist tomorrow. Post-quantum algorithms are built on mathematical problems that are believed to be hard even for quantum computers, such as lattice-based problems, hash-based constructions, code-based cryptography. These algorithms do not require quantum hardware, can be implemented in existing software and hardware systems, and these are being standardized by NIST. Quantum key distribution, QKD, is a method of securely exchanging cryptographic keys using principles of quantum mechanics, ensuring that any eavesdropping attempt is detectable. Quantum coin flipping is a protocol that allows two parties who do not fully trust each other to agree on a random outcome, which can then be used as a basis for establishing trust or coordinating actions. Random outcome cannot be unfairly biased by either party thanks to quantum mechanics principles. Example, two untrusted parties can establish a fair key agreement process or coordinate secure decisions. PQC and symmetric encryption. Quantum computers do not completely break symmetric encryption like AES the way they threaten RSA or ECC. Instead, they make brute force attacks faster using Grover's algorithm. Grover's algorithm provides a quadratic speed improvement, that is, a quantum computer would reduce the effective security strength of a symmetric key by roughly half. So a 256-bit key under quantum attack would provide security comparable to a 128-bit key against a classical computer. A 128-bit key would offer security closer to a 64-bit key, which is no longer considered strong. This does not make symmetric encryption useless. It simply means we must use larger key sizes to maintain strong security. PQC and asymmetric encryption. Shor's algorithm gives quantum computers the ability to efficiently solve the mathematical problems that current public key cryptography depends on. Most widely used asymmetric algorithms rely on integer factorization, that is used in RSA, discrete logarithm problems used in Diffie-Hellman and ECC, elliptic curve cryptography. Because Shor's algorithm can solve both of these efficiently, it means RSA would no longer be secure. ECC, elliptic curve cryptography, would also be broken. Diffie-Hellman key exchange would be compromised. In other words, the foundation of today's public key infrastructure, PKI, becomes vulnerable in a mature quantum environment. Not all asymmetric cryptographic systems are equally vulnerable to quantum attacks. While quantum computers threaten algorithms based on factoring and discrete logarithms, lattice-based cryptography relies on completely different mathematical foundations. Lattice-based cryptography is a type of public key cryptography that builds its security on hard mathematical problems involving geometric structures called lattices. These schemes are built on hard lattice problems such as the shortest vector problem SVP and the closest vector problem CVP. At present, there is no known efficient quantum algorithm that can solve these problems in a way that would break well-designed lattice-based schemes. Because of this, lattice cryptography is considered one of the strongest candidates for post-quantum security. Lattice-based approaches can potentially replace most of the public key systems that are currently at risk, like RSA, ECC, and Diffie-Hellman. They support encryption, key exchange, and digital signatures, meaning lattice-based cryptography can cover nearly all endangered asymmetric use cases. Lattice-based cryptography. A lattice in mathematics is a repeating grid of points in multi-dimensional space. Shortest vector problem SVP. Given a lattice, find the shortest non-zero vector in it. Closest vector problem CVP. Given a point outside the lattice, find the lattice point closest to it. PQC exam tip. Symmetric cryptography is weakened but manageable. Increase key size. Asymmetric cryptography fundamentally broken by quantum computing. The primary strategic concern is the future of PKI, digital signatures, and key exchange mechanisms, not AES itself. Symmetric cryptography, AES 256, is considered quantum resistant. Lattice-based asymmetric cryptography is quantum resistant. Security model is a conceptual framework that defines how security policies are enforced in a system. It is a structured method for translating high-level security policy into formal enforceable rules within a system. Security model provides broad formal guidelines, not highly specific technical implementations. Security model provides designers and architects with a structured framework to translate abstract security requirements into a clearly defined and enforceable security policy. It helps identify and simplify security objectives and define the mechanisms or techniques needed to implement them. Security model provides a structured way to define what subjects can access the system, define what objects those subjects will have access to, specify how security will be implemented, and determine what integrity, confidentiality, and other control rules must be followed. Security model components. Subjects. These are active entities like users or processes that request access. Objects are passive entities like files or databases being accessed. Access rules are permissions that define allowed operations like read, execute, write. State machine model views a system as a collection of states and defines rules that control how the system moves from one state to another, ensuring it always remains secure. State machine model is based on the concept of a finite state machine, FSM. Each state must be evaluated as secure or insecure, and only permitted transitions between states are allowed. It forms the foundation for models like Bell-LaPadula and BIBA. It focuses on maintaining security over time, not just at one moment. Finite state machine, state transitions example. So current state logged out, input as start login, next state is entering username. Current state entering username, input username entered, and the next step is entering password. Current state entering password, then the event is password correct, then the next state is logged in. And if the current state entering password input is password incorrect, then the next state is entering password or increment attempt. Current state entering password, input max attempts reached, next state would be locked. Current state logged in, input is log out, next state is logged out. Current state is locked, input any, next state is always locked. State machine model. A state is a snapshot of the system at a specific moment in time. It represents current subjects, that is users or processes, objects, files, databases or resources, permissions and access rights, security attributes, classification levels, integrity levels, and so on. Think of it as a picture of the entire system security posture at one instant. Every action in the system, read, write, login, modify permissions, changes the system from one state to another. A state transition occurs whenever the system changes. Example, a user logs in, a file is modified, permissions are updated, or data is transferred. The model defines strict rules to ensure that transitions do not violate security policy. Only transitions that preserve security are allowed. A system is considered a secure state machine if it begins in a secure state and every possible state transition results in another secure state. If all transitions preserve confidentiality, integrity, and other required control constraints, the system will never enter an insecure state. This is the fundamental principle behind the model. Exam tip: if a question describes a system that must always remain secure, evaluation of every action before execution, controlled transitions between system conditions, it is most likely referring to the state machine model. Information flow model is a security model that focuses on how information moves within a system and ensures that data only flows in ways that comply with security policy. It is based on the principles of the state machine model. Instead of concentrating only on access permissions, this emphasizes where information originates, where it is allowed to go, whether the flow violates confidentiality, integrity, or other control rules. Information flow occurs whenever data moves from one place to another, such as reading a file, writing to a database, sending data over a network, copying data between systems, even indirect transfers like through logs or shared memory. It evaluates whether that flow is permitted under the defined security rules. Both Bell-LaPadula and BIBA are implementations of information flow control. Bell-LaPadula prevents information flow from a higher security level to a lower security level, thereby protecting confidentiality. No write down, no read up. BIBA protects integrity, by restricting improper data flow. It prevents information from flowing from lower integrity levels to higher integrity levels, thereby ensuring that untrusted or low quality data does not contaminate high integrity systems. BIBA, no write up, no read down. Non-interference model is a high-level security model based on information flow that ensures actions taken at a higher security level do not affect, become observable by, or influence or interfere with the behavior, actions, or state of a system at a lower security level. It acts as a confidentiality model, ensuring low-level users cannot infer anything about high-level activities. Non-interference model. Interference occurs when a high-level user's action causes a change in system behavior that a low-level user can observe and potentially use to infer sensitive information. This includes subtle leaks such as changes in response time, system resource usage, error messages, system behavior differences. Even without direct access to classified data, these differences could reveal information. Lattice-based model is a security model that controls access based on security levels and the relationships between them, often used in multi-level security systems. Every subject, user or process, and object, file, database, or resource is assigned a security level. Security levels are arranged in a lattice structure defining a partial order. Example, top secret, secret, confidential, unclassified. Access decisions are made based on comparisons of the subject's clearance and the object's classification. A subject can only access objects according to the lattice rule. Example, a subject can access objects at its level or below, depending on the policy. Lattice-based model supports Bell-LaPadula and BIBA implementation. Simple security property, no read up. A subject cannot read data at a higher security level than their clearance. Star security property, no write down. A subject cannot write information to a lower security level. Strong star security property, a subject can only read and write at its own security level. Invocation property, a subject cannot request services or invoke actions from a higher level subject. It prevents indirect access to higher level information through higher level processes. Access control metrics is a metrics that is used to define who, that is subjects, can access what, that is the objects, and what actions they can perform. Example, a subject Tom can read or write the object file A, read file B, and can also print. Bob is a subject and he can read file A, which is an object. He cannot perform any action or do anything with file B. He can also print. Admin is a subject and he can read, write, delete file A, read or write file B, and can also print. Bell-LaPadula is a confidentiality-focused security model primarily used in military and government systems. It defines how subjects can access objects based on security levels. Simple star property, no read up. Star security property, no write down. Lattice-based state machine model uses mandatory access control MAC. Access is determined by the system, not by the user. Users cannot override access. The system enforces the rules based on security labels. BIBA is an integrity-focused security model. It defines how subjects can modify objects based on security levels. Simple integrity property, no read down. Star integrity property, no write up. Invocation property, a subject cannot request services from a lower integrity subject. BIBA is also lattice-based state machine model. It uses mandatory access control, MAC. Next one is take grant model, is a security model used to analyze how rights can be transferred between subjects and objects in a system. It represents a system as a graph, so nodes, subjects or objects, edges, access rights between them, and there are 4 main rules that define how rights propagate in take grant model. Take, subject can take rights from another subject. Grant, subject can give its rights to another subject. Create, subject can create a new object. Remove, subject can delete rights. Clark-Wilson model focuses on data integrity in commercial systems. Data should only be modified through controlled and authorized processes. It enforces separation of duties using both transformation procedures, TPs, and integrity verification procedures, IVP. So IVP is a program or process that checks the integrity rules of the system. It verifies that CDIs remain consistent, valid, and authorized. Access control in Clark-Wilson model is defined using an access triple. User U, person requesting the action, transformation procedure TP, authorized program or process, constrained data item CDI, protected data, unconstrained data item UDI, data is not controlled by the security model. As an example, Tom is the user, transformation procedure TP is the payment program, CDI, constrained data item, is the bank database. This means Tom can modify the bank database only through the payment program. Brewer-Nash model, Chinese wall model, also called ethical wall or cone of silence. It is a dynamic access control model designed to prevent conflicts of interest. Access to data depends on what the user has already accessed. Example, once a user accesses data from one company, they cannot access conflicting companies' data. So in this table example, once Tom accesses company A, the system blocks him from company B because B is a conflict of interest class. Graham-Denning model is a classic access control model that focuses on how subjects can safely manage access rights to objects in a computer system. It defines 8 primitive rights management operations. First one, create object. Subject creates a new object in the system. Delete object. Subject deletes an object. Create subject. Subject creates a new subject, that is a user process. Delete subject. Subject deletes a subject. Read. Subject reads an object. Grant. Subject grants access rights to another subject. Delete right. Subject revokes access rights from another subject. Transfer rights. Subject transfers an access right to another subject. Sutherland model. This focuses on information flow control, designed to prevent integrity violations and covert channels. It implements the system as a state machine. System states represent the current security configuration. Initial state is a secure starting point. State transitions occur when subjects perform actions. Confidentiality focused security models, Bell LaPadula. This prevents unauthorized disclosure using no read up, no write down rules. So simple security property, no read up. Star security property, no write down. Brewer-Nash, Chinese wall, prevents conflicts of interest, dynamically restricts access based on prior accesses. Take grant controls how rights and permissions propagate in a system using a directed graph. It includes direct grant, take, and controlled propagation to prevent unauthorized access. Next one is integrity focused security models, BIBA. BIBA prevents improper modification of data using no write up and no read down rules. Simple integrity axiom, no read down. Star integrity axiom, no write up. Clark-Wilson enforces integrity through well-formed transactions and separation of duties using an access control triple. Gogan-Messiger uses non-interference principles to ensure high-level actions do not compromise lower-level integrity. So high-level actions, no observable effect for low-level users. Sutherland prevents unauthorized interference through state transitions and information flow control. Trusted Computing Base, TCB, is the totality of protection mechanisms within a system that are responsible for enforcing the system's security policy. The TCB is everything in a system that must be trusted to enforce security correctly. If the TCB fails, the security of the entire system can be compromised. All TCB components together form the trusted base that enforces the system security policy. TCB can include hardware components, firmware, software components, the operating system kernel, security mechanisms, access control mechanisms, security-related software components. The TCB is the part of the system that directly enforces the security policy. It does not include every component in the system, only those components that are responsible for implementing and enforcing security controls. The security perimeter is an imaginary boundary that separates the trusted computing base, TCB, from the rest of the system. Inside the perimeter, trusted components, TCB. Outside the perimeter, untrusted components. All interactions between trusted and untrusted components must pass through controlled interfaces enforced by the TCB. This boundary ensures that untrusted components cannot directly interfere with trusted mechanisms, and all access is mediated and evaluated before being granted. The TCB must establish secure communication channels known as trusted paths to interact safely with users and other system components. A trusted path ensures that secure communication between the user and the system's critical security functions, such as authentication, cannot be intercepted, altered, or spoofed. This guarantees that users are truly communicating with trusted system components. The TCB protects users, data, subjects, and objects from compromise that could occur through improper interaction between trusted and untrusted parts of the system. All security-sensitive operations must pass through mechanisms controlled by the TCB to ensure policy compliance. The TCB is the set of all hardware, software, and firmware components and security controls responsible for enforcing the system's security policy. Reference monitor is the logical or conceptual part of the TCB that is responsible for enforcing access control. It defines how access decisions should be made and ensures that every request from a subject to access an object is checked against the security policy. Reference monitor is an abstract concept, not a physical component, that describes how secure access control must work. A reference monitor is a conceptual security mechanism that mediates, verifies, and enforces all access between subjects and objects according to the system's security policy. Security kernel is the actual implementation of the reference monitor. It is the collection of TCB components that carry out the reference monitor's function in a real system. The working mechanism inside the TCB that enforces access control decisions. The security control is the hardware, firmware, and software components that implement the reference monitor concept, enforcing access control within the system. It represents the core part of the TCB that implements the reference monitor concept. So, reference monitor is the logical idea of enforcing access control. Security kernel is the real system components that implement that idea. TCB is the entire trusted part of the system that includes the security kernel. Execution domain. An execution domain is the set of resources, privileges, and environment available to a process or user while a program is running. It acts like an isolated area enforced by the TCB, allowing the process to execute securely without unauthorized access or interference from other processes or system resources. Security modes. Dedicated mode. Users must have security clearance, access approval, and need to know for all information in the system. Essentially, everyone can access everything the system processes. Multi-level mode. The system can handle information at multiple classification levels, even when not all users have clearance for every piece of data. Enforces strict access controls so users see only what they are authorized for. System high mode. Users must have clearance and approval for all information, but need to know is required only for some data. It provides granular control, letting high clearance users access only the parts of the system relevant to them. Compartmented mode. This builds on system high mode by requiring need to know for all specific information a user will access. Users have clearance and approval for all system data but can only access specific compartments relevant to their role. Distributed systems, a collection of independent computers or nodes that work together as a single system to achieve a common goal. Multiple systems communicate over a network, appear to users as one unified system. Share resources, data, and processing. Example, an online shopping system. Front-end server, user interface. Application server, business logic. Database server, stores data. Even though these are different machines, the user experiences one application. Distributed systems. Endpoint components are all devices, example user systems, servers, IoT virtual machines that connect to a distributed system, and they are critical because they are often the primary attack entry points. Endpoints are often vulnerable to malware, weak authentication, unpatched flaws, and insecure network communication. Also, lack of user security awareness increases the risk of phishing and misuse. Client-based systems is an architecture where most processing happens on the client, that is the user's machine, and the server provides minimal support like data storage. Example, installed software like a desktop app doing most processing locally. Client-based systems. Insecure network communication is the primary risk in client-based systems because data transmitted between client and server can be intercepted or tampered with. Other risks of client-based systems include endpoint vulnerabilities, local data storage, user misuse, unpatched clients, and device loss. But the main concern is protecting data in transit. Use industry standard secure network protocols like TLS, SSL, IPsec, or VPNs to encrypt all communication between client and server, and ensure that subjects and data are validated before transmission. Combine this with hardened and patched endpoints, secure design principles, defense in depth, and continuous user awareness training. Client-based systems, types of clients. Thick, fat client, performs most or all processing locally and can work independently without relying on server resources, stores data locally. Example, desktop applications like Microsoft. Pros of the client: it is fast, reduces server load. Cons include harder to maintain and harder to secure. Thin client performs minimal local processing. Server handles most of the work. Client mainly handles input, output, and display. Example, web browsers accessing web applications. Pros of thin client: easy to manage, centrally secure. Cons of thin client: dependent on server and network performance. Hybrid or rich client combines features of thick and thin clients, can perform some processing locally while relying on the server for other tasks. Example, modern web applications with offline capabilities. Zero client. Zero client has no local processing or storage, relies entirely on the server for all processing, storage, and functionality, acts purely as a display or input interface. Example, VMware Horizon Zero clients, Citrix Zero clients, KVM keyboard, videos, and mouse displays. Pros of zero client: extremely secure and easy to manage. Cons of zero client: fully dependent on server availability and network connectivity. Secure system architecture, principle of least privilege, give users, applications, and processes only the permissions they need. This is to reduce the impact of compromise. Defense in depth, implement multiple layers of security across network, host, application, and data to ensure a single failure does not compromise the system. Secure by design, integrate security from the start using threat modeling, secure coding, and regular risk assessments. Scalability and flexibility, design systems to handle growth in users, data, and transactions using horizontal and vertical scaling strategies. Reliability and fault tolerance include redundancy, failover, and backup mechanisms to ensure high availability and minimal downtime. Secure communication, encrypt data in transit with industry standard protocols and validate its integrity and authenticity. Logging and monitoring, enable centralized logging and monitoring to detect anomalies and support incident response and audits. Patch and configuration management, keep all components updated and securely configured using automated patch and configuration management tools. Minimize attack surface, only enable required application services and communication channels, disable everything else. Remove orphaned or unused accounts and change default passwords while applying hardening standards. Database systems. A database system is a combination of a database and the software used to manage it, known as a database management system, DBMS. The database is an organized collection of data, that is, tables, records, and relationships. The DBMS is the software that allows users and applications to store, retrieve, update, and manage the data efficiently and securely. Database systems, SQL. SQL, Structured Query Language, is a standard language used to interact with a database system. It allows users to store, retrieve, modify, and manage data in a database. Used to query data, example, select. Used to insert, update, or delete data, example, insert, update, delete. Used to define database structure, example, create, alter, drop. Database systems, table. A database table is like a spreadsheet where columns, that is attributes, define the type of data and rows, tuples, store actual records. In this example, columns attributes are employee ID, name, and department. Rows, tuples, each row represents one employee record. Database systems, Relational database is a type of database that stores data in tables, that is relations, made up of rows and columns, and allows relationships between those tables using keys. Primary key uniquely identifies each row, like for example, employee ID. Foreign key links one table to another, example, department ID. Tables are related through these keys. Like you can see in employee table, you can see that the primary key is employment ID and department ID is the foreign key. Database systems aggregation is the process of combining and summarizing data either within a single table or across multiple related tables to produce a meaningful result. It uses functions like sum, count, average, max, min, often combined with group by to summarize data by category. Can involve joining multiple tables before summarizing. Database systems aggregation attack. An aggregation attack occurs when a user combines multiple pieces of non-sensitive data, often from different queries or tables, to derive sensitive information that should not be directly accessible. Even though each query is allowed, the combined result reveals restricted data. Example, a user queries average salaries of small groups and by combining results figures out an individual's salary. Database systems, inference attack. An inference attack happens when a user deduces sensitive information indirectly by analyzing accessible data and query results. It uses logic and patterns rather than direct access. Example, query 1, how many patients in ward A have a rare disease? The result is 1. Query 2, how many female patients in ward A have the disease? The result is 1. Even without direct access, the user can infer the identity of the patient with that disease because there's only one patient who fits both criteria. Database systems, cell suppression. Cell suppression is a technique used in databases to prevent sensitive information from being inferred through aggregation or inference attacks. It works by hiding or suppressing specific cells in a table that contain sensitive values. Database systems, polyinstantiation. Polyinstantiation is a database security concept used to prevent inference and aggregation attacks in multi-level security databases. It allows the same data item to exist at multiple security levels with different values depending on the user's clearance. This ensures that low-level users cannot see or infer sensitive high-level data. For example, low-level users, example teaching assistants, see pending to prevent revealing the actual grade prematurely. High-level users, for example professors, see the actual grade A. Both records exist for the same student and course but with different values depending on security clearance. Data warehouse is a centralized repository that stores large volumes of structured data from multiple sources, optimized for reporting and analysis rather than transaction processing. Data mining. This is the process of analyzing large data sets to discover patterns, trends, and relationships that are not immediately obvious. Metadata is the data that describes other data, such as the structure, format, source, or context of data in a database or system. Data analytics is the practice of examining, cleaning, transforming, and modeling raw data to extract useful information, insights, or patterns that support decision making. Big data, extremely large or complex data sets that cannot be managed or processed by traditional databases, often characterized by volume, velocity, and variety, the 3 V's. Parallel data systems, database or processing systems that divide tasks across multiple processors or nodes to process large data sets simultaneously, improving speed and scalability. Database systems, ACID. ACID is a set of properties that ensure reliable processing of database transactions. Atomicity. All operations in a transaction either completes fully or does not happen at all. If any part fails, the entire transaction is rolled back. Consistency. A transaction brings the database from one valid state to another, ensuring that all data complies with rules, constraints, and definitions. Isolation. All transactions are kept separate from each other, so concurrent transactions do not interfere and each executes as if alone. Durability. Completed or committed transactions are permanent and safely recorded, even in case of system failure. Industrial Control Systems, ICS. Industrial control systems are integrated hardware and software systems used to monitor, control, and automate industrial processes. These systems are commonly found in critical infrastructure sectors such as energy, water, manufacturing, and transportation. Key components of industrial control systems include supervisory control and data acquisition, SCADA, distributed control systems, DCS, and programmable logic controllers, PLC. NIST SP 882 provides guidance for securing industrial control systems, including SCADA, DCS, and PLC-based systems. Supervisory control and data acquisition, SCADA. SCADA systems provide centralized monitoring and control of industrial processes across wide geographic areas such as power grids, water distribution networks, and pipelines. They collect real-time data from remote field devices and allow operators to monitor conditions, detect anomalies, and issue commands. SCADA emphasizes data acquisition, long-distance communication, and high-level supervisory control rather than direct process control. Key elements include remote terminal units, RTUs, human-machine interface, HMI, distributed network protocols, and central control servers. Industrial control systems, remote terminal units, RTUs. RTUs are field devices used to collect data from sensors and other equipment at remote locations. They transmit this data to the central control system and can also receive commands to control actuators or devices locally. RTUs are designed to operate in harsh and remote environments, often with limited connectivity. They support distributed network protocols to communicate reliably over long distances. Some RTUs use high radio frequency RF communication to transmit data from remote or hard to reach locations to central control systems. Human-machine interface (HMI), software or panels that allow operators to monitor system status, visualize process data, detect anomalies, and issue control commands. HMIs provide situational awareness and operational control in real time. Distributed network protocols enable reliable communication between RTUs, HMIs, and central control systems across wide or dispersed networks. Examples include Modbus, DNP3, and IEC 60870-5. Distributed control systems, DCS. DCS are typically used in continuous or batch processes in industries like chemical plants, oil refineries, and manufacturing. Unlike SCADA, DCS focuses on localized process control within a plant or facility. Control tasks are distributed among multiple controllers, each managing a part of the process while coordinating with other controllers. DCS provides high reliability, fault tolerance, and real-time process control. Industrial control systems, Programmable Logic Controllers (PLC). PLCs are rugged, industrial-grade, digital, user-programmable computers designed for real-time control, management, and automation of machinery and industrial processes. They receive input from sensors, execute programmed control logic, and send commands to actuators to control equipment. PLCs are modular, scalable, and highly reliable, making them suitable for harsh industrial environments. They are commonly used in assembly lines, robotics, and manufacturing automation. Industrial control systems, security considerations. ICS are often part of critical infrastructure, making them high-value targets for cyber attacks. Security must balance strong protection with operational continuity, as downtime can be dangerous, costly, or even life-threatening. Many industrial control systems environments rely on legacy systems with outdated security. This makes them more vulnerable to modern threats and easier to attack due to weaker protections. Secure Access Service Edge (SASE). It is a cloud-based architecture or concept or framework that combines networking and security services into a single unified solution to provide secure access to applications and data from anywhere. Shifts security from traditional on-premises perimeters to the cloud edge, enabling users, devices, and systems to securely connect regardless of location. The edge refers to the point where users, devices, or systems connect to the network or cloud services, not a traditional central data center. The edge is closer to the user or device, and this is where security and access controls are enforced. SASE combines wide area networking, WAN, and network security features into a single unified cloud-delivered model. Example, a remote employee accessing a company application. Instead of connecting through a traditional VPN, SASE authenticates the user, checks device posture, and grants limited access to only the required application, not the entire network. SASE is formed by combining SSE, that is Security Service Edge, and A, Access or Networking. Security Service Edge (SSE) focuses on security services delivered from the cloud, including SWG (Secure Web Gateway), CASB (Cloud Access Security Broker), ZTNA (Zero Trust Network Access), and Firewall as a Service. A. Access or Networking (Network Connectivity Layer). It focuses on how users and sites connect, mainly SD-WAN, software-defined WAN, and connectivity between users, branches, and cloud. SASE enables secure access for users working from anywhere and using cloud-based applications. It converges multiple networking and security tools into a single unified solution. SASE combines capabilities like SWG, CASB, ZTNA, and Firewall as a Service into one platform. SASE allows organizations to manage policies and security controls from a single point, improving visibility and governance. SASE uses intelligent traffic routing, example SD-WAN, to optimize connectivity and reduce latency. SASE ensures consistent policy enforcement across all users, devices, and locations. Secure Web Gateway protects users from web-based threats like malware, phishing, and data loss, while enforcing acceptable use policies. It filters web traffic to ensure safe and compliant internet access. Firewall as a Service delivers firewall capabilities from the cloud as a service, providing centralized protection for network traffic without the need for on-premises hardware. CASB, Cloud Access Security Broker secures access to cloud applications, that is SaaS applications, by providing visibility, policy enforcement, and data protection, preventing unauthorized access and data leakage. ZTNA, Zero Trust Network Access, provides least privilege access to applications based on identity and context, following a never trust, always verify model. SD-WAN, Software Defined Wide Area Network, optimizes WAN traffic with software-defined routing, centralized management, and intelligent path selection. It enables secure and efficient connectivity between users, branch offices, and cloud applications. Smart devices. A smart device is an electronic device that can connect to a network, usually the internet, and collect, process, or share data, often with little human intervention. They are a key part of the Internet of Things (IoT). AI-enabled smart devices use artificial intelligence or machine learning to learn patterns, make predictions, or act autonomously. Examples include smart speakers, thermostats, smart cameras, wearable fitness devices. Non-AI smart devices are considered smart because they connect to the internet or can be remotely controlled, but they do not make independent decisions. Examples: smart lights controlled through an application, simple smart plugs, basic IoT sensors. Mobile device security, hardware plus OS level. This is protecting the physical device and its operating system from unauthorized access, theft, loss, or compromise. It refers to the set of built-in and configurable security features available on a mobile device to safeguard data and access. Device encryption, full disk encryption, protects data if the device is lost or stolen. Remote management includes MDM, that is Mobile Device Management, or EMM, Enterprise Mobile Management. The capabilities include remote lock or wipe, policy enforcement, application control. OS hardening, regular updates and patching, disable unused features, example Bluetooth, NFC. Routing or jailbreaking increases risk. Authentication, PIN, password pattern, biometrics like fingerprint, Face ID, and multi-factor authentication. Network security, use VPN on public Wi-Fi, avoid unsecured or unknown networks. Physical security, screen locks and lockout controls, example screen lock timeout, auto wipe after failed attempts, and GPS or device tracking, Find My Device. Mobile app security, application level. This is protecting mobile applications and the data they process from vulnerabilities, misuse, and attacks. Mobile application security focuses on securing the apps, their data, and interactions. Key management, handling cryptographic keys securely. Credential management, protecting usernames, passwords, tokens. Application whitelisting, only trusted apps allowed. Transitive trust, trust inherited from other connected systems and apps should be considered. Risks like geotagging, location data exposure. Secure coding practices, input validation, prevent injection attacks, proper error handling. Authentication and authorization, strong login like MFA, token-based authentication like OAuth, JWT, secure session management. Data protection, encrypt data at rest on device and in transit, HTTPS or TLS. Avoid storing sensitive data locally. App permissions, follow least privilege principle, review permissions of camera, location, contacts, and so on. Sandboxing, apps run in isolated environments, prevents unauthorized data access between apps. API security, secure backend APIs, use authentication tokens or keys, prevent abuse and unauthorized access. Bring your own device. Bring your own device allows employees to use personal devices to access organizational systems and data. Benefits of bring your own device: increased flexibility, cost savings for organizations. Risks include data leakage, lack of control over device security, mixing personal and corporate data, increased attack surface. Security considerations for bring your own device: enforce MDM policies, separate work and personal data, that is containerization, strong authentication and encryption, remote wipe for corporate data. Internet of Things, IoT. IoT is a technology that enables physical devices to collect, exchange, communicate, and act on data over the internet. It connects the physical world, OT, with the digital world, IT. OT, operational technology, deals with physical processes like sensors, actuators, machines. Information technology, IT, deals with data processing, storage, networking, and applications. IoT devices include smart home devices like smart thermostats, smart speakers, lighting systems, door locks, home security cameras. Wearable devices like smartwatches, fitness trackers, smart rings, health monitoring devices. Industrial IoT devices, example smart meters for electricity and water, industrial sensors for temperature, pressure, vibration, connected robots in manufacturing, predictive maintenance devices. Smart city devices include smart traffic lights, smart parking systems, connected street lights, smart waste management systems. Connected vehicles, example telematics systems, GPS tracking, fleet management systems. In general, many devices in the modern world are becoming IoT enabled, but not everything is IoT. Only devices that are connected to the internet and can collect, exchange, or act on data qualify as IoT devices. Internet of Things, IoT risks. Devices often have limited processing power, making strong encryption and advanced security controls challenging. Many IoT devices are insecure by default, with weak passwords, unpatched firmware, or poor update mechanisms. IoT devices are often not easily accessible or centrally controlled like traditional IT systems, making management and security enforcement difficult. Built-in security features are often weak or less effective, increasing exposure to attacks. IoT security considerations. Organizations should follow established industry standards and frameworks such as NIST, ISO, and OWASP to ensure that IoT security aligns with best practices and regulatory requirements. Security should be incorporated early in the development process by performing threat modeling to identify potential threats, vulnerabilities, and attack paths before devices are deployed. Strong authentication and access control should be enforced with the principle of least privilege. Default usernames and passwords must be disabled. Unnecessary services and open ports should be turned off, and credentials should be kept strong and unique. Encryption and secure communication should be used to protect sensitive data both in transit and at rest, preventing interception or tampering by unauthorized parties. Firmware and software must be regularly updated and patched to address known vulnerabilities and maintain device security throughout its lifecycle. IoT devices should be isolated on separate networks such as VLANs to reduce exposure to critical systems and to allow better control over device communication. Organizations should continuously monitor IoT devices for unusual activity or anomalies, maintaining logs to support detection, investigation, and response to potential security incidents. Physical security measures must be implemented to prevent unauthorized access, tampering, or theft of IoT devices, especially those deployed in public or industrial environments. Secure maintenance and decommissioning practices should be followed to ensure that devices are properly maintained during use and that all sensitive data is securely erased before disposal or repurposing. Microservices. Microservices are an architectural style in software development where an application is built as a collection of small, independent, and loosely coupled services, each performing a specific business function. Independent services. Each microservice focuses on a single business capability, making it easier to understand, maintain, and update. For example, in an e-commerce application, one microservice handles payment processing while another manages product inventory. Loose coupling. Services communicate through lightweight protocols like HTTP, REST, or messaging queues, minimizing dependencies. Autonomous deployment. Each service can be deployed or scaled independently without affecting the rest of the system, which reduces deployment complexity and downtime. Technology diversity. Teams can choose the most suitable language, frameworks, tools, or database for each service. Failures in one service are isolated, reducing the impact on the overall system and improving system resilience and recovery time. Individual services can be scaled as needed, optimizing performance for high-demand functions. Microservices architecture allows better monitoring and insight into service-to-service communication, which improves troubleshooting, performance tuning, and security monitoring. Microservices are usually found in API-based integrations within cloud-based deployments, containerized infrastructure, modern DevOps environments. They often use a service mesh and are commonly managed through API gateways. API, Application Programming Interface. An API is a set of rules and protocols that allows one software service to communicate with another. In microservices, APIs define how each service interacts with other services or clients, enabling loose coupling. API Gateway. An API gateway is a management layer that routes client requests to the appropriate microservice, handles authentication, rate limiting, caching, logging, and monitoring, and acts as a single entry point to simplify and secure access to multiple services. Container. A container is a lightweight standalone package that includes an application and all its dependencies, for example, libraries and configurations. So it can be run consistently across different environments. Containers are used in microservices to isolate services, making deployment easier and improving scalability. Microservices, cloud-based deployment. Cloud platforms like AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud allow microservices to be deployed across distributed infrastructure, providing flexibility, scalability, and high availability. DevOps environments. DevOps combines development and operations practices, enabling continuous integration and continuous deployment, that is CI/CD. In microservices, this allows frequent updates, automated testing, and rapid deployment of individual services without impacting the entire application. Service mesh. A service mesh is an infrastructure layer that manages service-to-service communication in microservices architecture. Service mesh provides features like traffic routing, load balancing, encryption, authentication, and observability without requiring changes to the application code, and this improves reliability and security. Microservices example, an online shopping app. An online shopping app like Amazon uses microservices such as user service, product service, and order service. The client, app or website sends requests to an API gateway which routes them to the correct service and handles authentication and monitoring. Each service communicates with others using APIs. Services run in containers, so they can be deployed and scaled independently in the cloud. A service mesh manages secure service-to-service communication like encryption, routing, and monitoring. DevOps pipelines enable quick updates and continuous deployment. Microservices, API security, enforce strong authentication, example OAuth 2.0, OpenID Connect, JWT, and ensure proper access control for APIs. Best overall modern apps, OpenID Connect, OIDC. Best for authorization is OAuth 2.0. Supporting format, JWT, JSON Web Tokens. It is a secure token format used to carry claims. Requires OAuth or OIDC for full security context. Least secure is API keys. Rate limiting and throttling. Prevent abuse and protect against DOS attacks by limiting request rates. Validate and sanitize all incoming requests to prevent injection attacks. Encryption, use TLS HTTPS to secure data in transit between clients and backend services. Enable centralized logging and real-time monitoring to detect suspicious activity. Protect against common API threats like OWASP API top 10 risks, example broken authentication, excessive data exposure. Mask or filter sensitive data to prevent data leakage. API versioning and lifecycle management. Securely manage API updates and deprecations. Microservices, service mesh. A service mesh is a dedicated infrastructure layer that manages service-to-service communication in microservices architecture, handling networking, security, and observability without changing application code. Architecture components of service mesh include data plane and control plane. So data plane consists of sidecar proxies like Envoy deployed alongside each microservice. It handles actual traffic flow between services. Enforces mutual TLS, routing, retries, and policies. Collects telemetry like logs, metrics, and traces. Next one is the control plane, the centralized component that manages and configures the data plane. It defines policies, security rules, and traffic behavior, distributes configurations to proxies, and provides centralized management and orchestration. Service mesh security, mutual TLS, encrypts traffic between services and ensures both sides authenticate each other, supporting a zero trust model. Strong authentication and authorization enforces identity-based access using service identities with policies like RBAC, that is role-based access control, ABAC, that is attribute-based access control, to control which services can communicate. Apply secure by default policies, that is deny all policies, allowing only explicitly permitted communication between services. Segment services into logical network zones or namespaces, limiting lateral movement and reducing attack surface. Ensure services are granted only the minimum permissions required, avoiding configurations that provide excessive or elevated privileges. Centralized policy management, control plane. Security policies are defined centrally and enforced consistently across all services through the data plane, that is sidecar proxies. It provides logging, tracing, and monitoring to detect anomalies and suspicious behavior. Static environments. A static environment is a system like an application, operating system, hardware setup, or network that is configured for a particular purpose and then left mostly unchanged. Once it is set up, its components and settings remain stable rather than being frequently updated or modified. Embedded systems. Embedded systems are specialized computing systems designed to perform specific functions within a larger system. Dedicated function. Embedded systems are designed for a single or limited purpose, unlike general-purpose computers. Embedded systems are typically resource-constrained, like limited CPU, memory, and storage, and optimized for efficiency and reliability. Many operate under strict timing requirements, that is, real-time systems. Highly reliable, expected to run continuously with minimal failure. Example, automotive systems, engine control units, ECUs, airbags, medical devices, pacemakers, infusion pumps, consumer electronics, microwaves, washing machines, smart TVs, industrial systems, PLCs in manufacturing. Embedded systems. Due to resource constraints like CPU and memory, many embedded systems were not originally designed with strong security controls. Simpler architectures can make systems easier to analyze, manipulate, or exploit if not properly secured. Firmware updates are often challenging, leading to long-lived vulnerabilities. Physical access threats. Devices are often exposed, increasing risk of tampering, reverse engineering, or hardware attacks. In embedded systems, safety is as critical as security. For example, overheating in a pacemaker could lead to life-threatening consequences. Embedded systems, attacks. Direct access or physical access to the device to tamper, probe, or extract data. Example, hardware probing, chip-off attacks. Exploiting or modifying firmware to gain control. Example, malicious updates, reverse engineering, code injection. Targeting communication interfaces, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Ethernet. Example, man-in-the-middle attack, eavesdropping, replay attacks, DOS, that is overloading the system, especially critical due to limited resources. Exploiting vulnerabilities in embedded software, example, buffer overflows, injection attacks, injecting malicious or incorrect inputs through user interfaces or external connections. Side channel attacks, extracting sensitive data through power, timing, or electromagnetic analysis. Supply chain attacks, compromise during manufacturing or distribution. Example, malicious components, pre-installed backdoors. Exploiting weak or default credentials. Example, brute force, privilege escalation. Attacking or spoofing sensors or processors to trick the system into believing false data. Causing the device to think an action was completed or a condition was met when it was not. Manipulating outputs so the system produces incorrect actions or displays false information. Example, wrong actuator response, misleading readings. Embedded systems, security considerations. Incorporate security by design, for example, using threat modeling to identify risks early. Apply defense in depth with multiple layers of protection. Use wrappers or encapsulation to add external security controls when built-in protections are insufficient. Ensure secure boot, so only trusted signed firmware is loaded, and use digital signatures for firmware and software installations whenever possible to verify authenticity and integrity. Implement strong authentication and authorization with unique credentials and least privilege access. Protect data with encryption in transit and at rest. Use secure communication protocols to defend against replay and man-in-the-middle attacks. Validate all inputs from users, interfaces, and sensors. Ensure outputs cannot be manipulated to produce incorrect actions or information. Apply physical security controls like tamper resistance and secure enclosures. Enable regular updates and patch management, including secure over-the-air updates. Disable unnecessary services to reduce attack surface. Maintain monitoring and logging to detect anomalies. Use network segmentation to isolate devices and limit lateral movement. Design for redundancy and failover to maintain functionality and safety in case of hardware or software failure. High performance computing HPC systems. High performance computing systems are specialized supercomputing environments designed to perform extremely large computations, solving complex mathematical and scientific problems efficiently. HPC systems often use parallel processing, clustered nodes, and high-speed interconnects to maximize performance. Massive parallelism uses thousands of CPU-GPU cores to process tasks simultaneously. Commonly used for scientific research, simulations, financial modeling, data analytics and mining, and other compute-intensive tasks. HPC systems limitations require huge data centers to house thousands of nodes and high-speed interconnects. Large-scale computation consumes immense electricity and generates heat, requiring effective cooling solutions. Often process sensitive scientific, financial, or research data, requiring strong data protection and compliance measures. Users are often geographically dispersed, making identity and access management more complex. Efficiently managing thousands of nodes and distributing workloads without bottlenecks is challenging. Optimizing parallel applications and maintaining consistent libraries across heterogeneous nodes can be difficult. Hardware or software failures can disrupt jobs. Redundancy and checkpointing are critical. Edge computing systems. Edge computing systems are distributed computing environments that process data closer to where it is generated, that is at the edge of the network, rather than sending it all to centralized cloud data centers. Usually have dedicated purposes such as monitoring industrial processes, autonomous vehicles, or smart utilities. Often include edge devices like sensors, IoT endpoints, or specialized controllers, and edge servers that handle local processing and aggregation. Reduces latency, conserves bandwidth, supports scalability, better performance, and enables real-time decision-making. Edge devices, including sensors and sampling devices, are often deployed in public or uncontrolled locations, making them vulnerable to theft, tampering, or manipulation. Each edge device may require different levels and types of security controls depending on its function and environment. Unlike traditional IT systems, edge devices often lack effective, efficient, or standardized security capabilities by default. Edge devices cannot be managed and controlled like traditional centralized technologies, making consistent enforcement of security policies difficult. Compromised edge devices can act as a point of entry into sensitive or protected areas of the network, potentially allowing lateral movement or data breaches. Sensitive data processed at the edge can be intercepted, modified, or stolen if encryption and access control are weak. Edge-to-edge or edge-to-cloud communication can be targeted with man-in-the-middle attack, replay attacks, or denial of service attacks. Sensors and actuators can be spoofed or tampered with, causing incorrect actions or decisions. Distributed devices increase complexity, configurations, and challenges with privacy regulations or data residency compliance. Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria (TCSEC), also called the Orange Book. Its purpose is to set a structured way to evaluate computer security in products and systems, mainly focusing on keeping information confidential. Classify systems into D, C1, C2, B1, B2, B3, and A1 levels. Limitation of TC-SEC mainly addressed confidentiality, less focus on integrity and availability. Developed by the US Department of Defense in 1983. Information Technology Security Evaluation Criteria (ITSEC), developed in Europe in the 1990s. Europe's initial effort to define criteria for evaluating IT security. Covers confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Uses two separate scales. First one is the functionality scale, how well security features meet the requirements. Next one is the assurance scale, confidence that the security functions are implemented correctly. Limitation of ITSEC, slightly inconsistent interpretation across countries. Common Criteria, CC, officially called Common Criteria for Information Technology Security Evaluation. ISO IC 15408. It is an international standard for evaluating the security of IT products and systems. It was created to replace TC-SEC and ITSEC, providing an unified global approach to security evaluation. Common Criteria Parts. Part 1, Introduction and General Model. This provides the framework, concepts, and terminology for security evaluation. Part 2, Security Functional Requirements, SFRs. This defines the functional security requirements that a product or system must implement, such as access control, audit, and authentication. Part 3, Security Assurance Requirements, SARs. This defines the assurance requirements describing how to test, evaluate, and verify that the security functions are correctly implemented. Common Criteria Components. Protection Profile, PP, defines the security requirements for a category of products. Protection profile is equal to what any product of this type should do in terms of security. Security target defines the security claims of a specific product. Security target is equal to what this specific product actually does in terms of security. Target of evaluation, TOE, the actual product, system, or component being evaluated under the security target. Common Criteria Protection Profile Conformance indicates that a product security target aligns with the protection profile, meaning the product claims to meet the protection profile requirements. Strict conformance. The product security target fully implements all requirements of the protection profile exactly as specified without omitting or altering anything. Demonstrable conformance. The product security target meets the protection profile requirements, but some requirements may be partially implemented or slightly modified as long as the core PP requirements are satisfied. Strict is fully exact. Demonstrable is requirements met but some flexibility allowed. Common criteria. A security target typically includes security target introduction or security description, overview of the product and its security purpose. Conformance claims indicates whether the security target conforms to a protection profile and the type of conformance, that is strict or demonstrable. Security problem definition lists the assumptions, threats, and organizational security policies the product addresses. Security objectives, goals that the product aims to achieve to counter threats and satisfy policies. Extended component definition, any additional security components or functions not covered by standard common criteria components. Security requirements, the functional and assurance requirements that the product must fulfill, TOE, target of evaluation summary specification, high-level description of how the target of evaluation implements the security requirements. Common criteria flavors, community protection profile, it is black box evaluation, functional requirements without looking inside the product. Evaluation assurance level, EAL, white box evaluation, looks at design, implementation and assurance level. The evaluation assurance level, EAL 1 to EAL 7, indicates how thoroughly an IT product security has been tested and verified under the common criteria. EAL 1 is functionally tested. Basic testing, security functions work as claimed. EAL2, structurally tested, adds design and procedural review, low-risk environments. EAL3, methodically tested and checked, detailed design and testing review, checks correctness and completeness. EAL4, methodically designed, tested and reviewed, common for commercial products, thorough design, testing and code review. EAL5, semi-formally designed and tested, uses formal models in design or testing, high security environments. EAL6, semi-formally verified design and tested, high assurance, semi-formal specification and rigorous testing. EAL7, formally verified design and tested, highest assurance, formal verification of design and implementation for critical systems. EAL7 is of the highest assurance. Common criteria process. First, define the target of evaluation. That is, identify the specific product or system that will be evaluated. Establish the scope of evaluation. What parts of the product are included. Identify potential threats to the target of evaluation. Evaluate their likelihood and impact through risk analysis and define security objectives and mitigation goals. Next step, select protection profile and or create security target. Protection profile defines generic security requirements for a type of product. Security target defines the security claims and features of the specific target of evaluation. Next step, development and documentation. Document the TOA's architecture, design and security mechanisms. Next step, testing and evaluation. Independent evaluators test the target of evaluation against the security target. The evaluation depth depends on the chosen EAL. Validation and certification. Evaluators produce a report. If the TOE meets its claimed requirements, it receives CC certification. Maintenance, review and update the evaluation if the product changes or new threats emerge. Common criteria limitations. Achieving higher EAL levels can take months or years and involve significant costs. The documentation and evaluation process is detailed and bureaucratic, making it harder for smaller vendors. Common criteria focuses on product security in isolation, not the full operational environment. It evaluates the product or system, not how data itself is secured in operations or storage. Physical access controls, staff security, and human factors are outside its scope. Common criteria focuses on product security features, not overall business impact or operational workflows. The product owner decides what is included, so some areas may be intentionally excluded, leaving gaps. Covert channel is a method used to transfer information in a way that violates the system security policy, usually without being detected by standard security mechanisms. Unlike regular communication channels, covert channels exploit unintended pathways in a system to leak data. Covert channels are often used by attackers or malicious insiders to bypass access controls. Key characteristics of covert channel: bypass security controls. Covert channels do not follow standard access control mechanisms. Hard to detect. Covert channels exploit side effects or hidden features of a system. Low bandwidth, typically only transmit a small amount of data compared to regular channels. Often malicious, commonly used for data exfiltration, espionage, or sneaky coordination between processes. Storage covert channel uses system storage resources to send information. Data is encoded in places not normally used for communication. Example, exchanging file attributes using unused bits in memory structures or manipulating a hidden flag in a database. Timing covert channel. This uses the timing of events to send information. Instead of modifying data, the sender manipulates the timing of actions that another process can observe. Example, deliberately delaying system responses to encode binary information. Trusted Platform Module (TPM) is a dedicated hardware security chip embedded on a motherboard that provides hardware-based cryptographic functions. TPM enhances system security by securely generating, storing, and managing cryptographic keys. TPM provides a hardware root of trust. TPM supports secure boot and protection against unauthorized data access. ISO IEC 11889 is the international standard that defines the TPM specification. A TPM includes a built-in crypto processor, which is a dedicated hardware engine for performing cryptographic operations securely and independently from the main CPU. TPM is used to securely generate public-private keys, perform digital signatures, and handle hardware-based encryption and decryption. TPM generates and stores cryptographic keys securely inside the chip. Platform integrity, secure boot, measures firmware and bootloader to ensure trusted system startup. Remote attestation, TPM verifies the device's trusted state to remote systems. TPM, key management for full disk encryption, provides the operating system access to encryption keys while preventing unauthorized access to the drive. Protects full disk encryption keys so that data remains secure even if the drive is removed. With hardware support like TPM, the drive's data remains inaccessible without proper authorization, ensuring protection against theft or tampering. Example, Windows BitLocker and Linux Lux. Endorsement key, EK, a unique permanent asymmetric key pair embedded in the TPM by the manufacturer. It is used to authenticate the TPM itself and establish trust with external parties. Storage root key, a root key stored securely inside the TPM, used to protect other keys and sensitive data within the TPM. Platform configuration registers, registers in the TPM that store hashes of system state or measurements, used for attestation and verifying platform integrity. Attestation identity key, a key generated by the TPM for attestation purposes, provides privacy-preserving proofs that a system is trustworthy without revealing the endorsement key. Crypto processor creates and protects keys like endorsement key, storage root key, and attestation identity key. Hardware Security Module HSM. An HSM is a dedicated tamper-resistant hardware device that securely generates, stores, and manages cryptographic keys and performs encryption, decryption, and digital signing. Tamper-resistant hardware protects keys from physical or logical attacks. Use cases of HSM include payment processing, ATMs, POS systems, certificate authority CAs and PKI, cloud key management services, secure storage for sensitive data. Smart card. A smart card is a physical card with an embedded chip that securely stores cryptographic keys and credentials. Used for authentication, example logging into corporate networks or VPNs, digital signatures, example signing documents or emails, and secure payments, example credit or debit cards or transit cards. HSMs and smart cards provide cryptographic services to applications through standard interfaces, enabling encryption, decryption, and digital signing without exposing keys. TPMs, in contrast, offer device-level cryptography, securing keys and platform integrity on a single host. A TPM secures a device, while an HSM delivers enterprise-grade cryptography and high-performance key management. Types of access control. Discretionary access control, DAC. Access is determined by the owner of the resource. Owners can grant or revoke access at their discretion. Example, file permissions in Windows or Unix. Non-discretionary access control. Access is enforced by system policies or rules, not by resource owners. Users cannot change permissions. Access is centrally controlled. Non-discretionary access control is a supercategory of MAC, RBAC, attribute-based and rule-based controls. Role-based access control. Access is determined by the user's role in the organization. Users inherit permissions associated with their role. Example, HR role can access employee records. Finance role can access accounting data. Rule-based access control. Access is based on predefined rules or policies, often used with firewalls, network devices, or policy engines. Example, block all external access to admin servers except through VPN. Attribute-based access control. Access is granted based on user, resource, and environment attributes. It is flexible, granular, and dynamic. Example, allow access only if the user is in the US using a corporate device during business hours. Time-based access control. Access is allowed only during specific time periods. A subset of attribute-based access control. Example, employees can log in only between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mandatory access control. Access is based on security labels and classifications enforced by the system. Every subject and object has one or more labels. Users cannot change permissions. System strictly enforces policy. Example, military systems using top secret, secret, and confidential labels. MAC classifications or environments. Hierarchical environment. Security labels are arranged in a strict hierarchy. Higher level clearances include access to all lower level classifications. Example, top secret, secret, confidential, unclassified. A top secret user can access secret and confidential data automatically. Use case, classic Bell-LaPadula model for military or government. Compartmentalized environment. Access is controlled by compartments or categories rather than a strict hierarchy. A user must have explicit access to a specific compartment to access its objects, even if their clearance is high. Example, document labeled secret nuclear or secret cyber ops. A user with top secret clearance cannot access secret nuclear unless they are authorized for that compartment. Use case, intelligence agencies or corporate need-to-know systems. Hybrid environment combines hierarchical levels and compartment codes. Users need proper clearance and compartment authorization to access an object. Example, document labeled top secret nuclear. Only a user with top secret clearance and nuclear compartment can read this. Use case, most real-world military and government systems balances hierarchy with need-to-know control. Exam tip, discretionary access control, owner decides access. Non-discretionary access control, system enforced access. This includes mandatory access control, MAC, label-based, role-based access control, RBAC, user job roles, rule-based access control, policy or rule-driven, attribute-based access control, ABAC, attribute or context-based. Certification and accreditation. Certification, a technical evaluation of an information system security controls to determine if they are implemented correctly and functioning as needed. Ensures the system meets security requirements and is compliant with policies, standards, and regulations. Key activities in certification include assess security controls, identify vulnerabilities, document risks and mitigation strategies. Outcome, certification report detailing system security posture. Accreditation, the formal management decision to authorize operation of a system based on the results of the certification process. Accepts the residual risk associated with the system and formally approves it for use. Accreditation is the process of formal acceptance of a certified configuration from a designated authority. Key activities include review certification findings, decide if risks are acceptable, formally approve or deny system operation. Outcome, accreditation statement or authorization to operate ATO. So, certification is a technical evaluation of security controls. Accreditation is the management decision formally accepting the certified system. Open and closed systems. This concept refers to how a system interacts with external environments and other systems, especially regarding interoperability and control. Open systems, a system that uses publicly available or industry standards and interfaces to interact with other systems. Based on open standards, for example, TCP/IP, HTTP, REST APIs. Designed for interoperability, supports multi-vendor environments, easier integration and scalability. Allows public evaluation of their design or components, which can help with early identification of vulnerabilities. Closed systems, a system that uses proprietary standards and interfaces, limiting interaction with other systems. Often controlled by a single vendor or organization. Limited interoperability, more controlled environment. Vendor lock-in risk. Limited flexibility, harder to integrate or scale, restricts access to their internal design, limiting external review. Note, open doesn't mean insecure, closed doesn't mean secure. Security depends on design, configuration, and governance, not just openness. Multi-factor authentication, MFA. It is a security mechanism that requires a user to provide two or more different types of authentication factors before granting access. The three authentication factors include something you know, knowledge, password, PIN, passphrase, something you have, possession, smart card, hardware token, mobile authentication app, OTP, that is one-time password device, trusted device. Something you are, biometrics, fingerprint, facial recognition, iris scan, voice recognition. Multiprocessing uses more than one CPU core to run multiple processes truly in parallel. Goal, increase computing power and performance. Multi-programming, similar to multitasking, but the emphasis is on efficient CPU utilization by loading multiple programs into memory and switching when one waits for input-output. Common in mainframes, doesn't necessarily require special programming. It's more about how the OS schedules processes. Multitasking, simultaneous execution of multiple applications on a computer. Managed by the OS, uses time slicing on a single CPU or real parallelism if multiple cores exist. Multi-threading allows multiple concurrent tasks within a single process. Threads share memory and resources but have separate stacks and program counters. A single state processor can execute only one classification level at a time. Example, a system running only confidential level applications. It cannot process top secret data without reinitialization. Single state processor is simpler, safer, one security level at a time. Typical use, dedicated high security tasks. A multi-state processor can handle multiple classification levels concurrently. Example, a system that can simultaneously run unclassified, confidential, and secret applications securely, using mechanisms like label-based memory protection. More flexible but higher risk. Must enforce strong isolation. Processor operating modes, privileged mode, also called system mode, kernel mode, supervisory mode. Used to perform controlled operations that require full access to CPU instructions and memory. Only trusted components like the operating system kernel, device drivers, and system services run in this mode. Purpose: ensure that critical system tasks execute safely and protect the system from untrusted code. User mode or unprivileged mode. Applications operate in a limited instruction set. Cannot directly access hardware or critical system memory. Must request services from the OS through system calls to perform privileged operations. Purpose: contain untrusted code and prevent accidental or malicious system damage. Memory. Memory is a component of a computer system that stores data, instructions, and information so the CPU can access and process it. Holds data and programs that are currently being used or processed. Memory enables fast access for the processor to perform computations. Memory can be temporary, that is volatile, or permanent, non-volatile. Example, RAM, random access memory, temporary memory used while programs are running. ROM, read-only memory, permanent memory storing firmware and system instructions. Memory types, ROM. ROM is non-volatile memory, meaning it retains data even when power is turned off. ROM stores firmware or permanent instructions. Used during the system boot process. The contents of ROM are pre-written, that is burned in at the factory. It cannot be normally be modified during normal operation. Example, BIOS or firmware storage. RAM. RAM is volatile memory used for temporary data storage while a system is running. Data is lost when power is turned off. Used by the operating system and running programs, much faster than secondary storage like hard drives or SSDs. RAM types. DRAM, dynamic random access memory, stores data using capacitors, needs constant refreshing to maintain data, slower but cheaper, so it is commonly used as main system memory. SRAM, static random access memory, stores data using flip-flops, that is transistors, does not need refreshing, faster but more expensive, typically used in CPU cache. SDRAM, synchronous dynamic random access memory, a type of DRAM that is synchronized with the system clock. improves speed compared to older DRAM. Used in modern systems, DDR variants. Memory types. PROM. PROM stands for Programmable Read-Only Memory. PROM is a type of ROM that is manufactured empty and programmed once after production. It is non-volatile, retains data when power is off, can be programmed only once. After programming, the contents cannot be erased or modified. Memory types. EPROM. EPROM stands for Erasable Programmable Read-Only Memory. EPROM is ROM that can be erased and reprogrammed. It is non-volatile, can be erased and rewritten, has several subcategories based on the method of erasing. Subcategories of EPROM: UV EPROM, EEPROM, flash memory. UV EPROM, Ultraviolet Erasable Programmable Read-Only Memory. A type of EPROM that is erased using ultraviolet light. Requires UV light exposure to erase the data. Includes a small quartz window on the chip to allow UV light in. Typically must be removed from the system to perform the erasure. UV EPROM chips are designed so that the data can be erased and reprogrammed, unlike PROM, which is written once. EEPROM, Electrically Erasable Programmable Read-Only Memory, a type of EPROM that can be erased and rewritten electrically. Non-volatile, can be erased electrically without removing the chip, allows multiple rewrites, a flexible alternative to UV EPROM. Electric voltage is applied to the chip's pins to erase the data. Flash memory, a modern type of EEPROM designed for higher speed and larger storage. It is non-volatile, erased and written electrically. Data is erased in blocks rather than byte by byte, making it faster than traditional EEPROM. Flexible and convenient, can be modified while installed. Widely used in modern storage devices. Example, USB drives, SSDs, that is solid state drives, memory cards. Confinement or sandboxing ensures a process can only read from and write to its assigned memory space, preventing it from accessing memory that belongs to the operating system or other processes. Limits a process or application to run in a restricted environment. Bounds define the memory limits a process is allowed to access, and hardware mechanisms enforce these limits so the process cannot exceed them when performing read or write operations. Isolation is the protected execution state in which a process operates when confinement and memory bounds are enforced, ensuring it runs separately from other processes, critical system components, and other parts of the OS. Complete separation. Process isolation, a key control where each process runs in its own separate memory space, preventing unauthorized access to other processes' data. Ensures that processes cannot interfere with or steal data from one another. Maintains system stability and protects sensitive information. Allows multiple processes to be loaded into main memory and executed independently, potentially at different security levels. What it prevents? Unauthorized cross-process memory access, data leaks or corruption caused by malicious or faulty processes. Abstraction. Treat memory or operations as a black box for programmers. Programmers can use it without knowing inner workings of complex systems. Simplifies programming and hides sensitive implementation details. Prevents low-level memory attacks and accidental memory interference. Layering. Create multiple layers of security within a process. Limited communication between layers. Inner layers hold sensitive operations. Adds defense in depth. If one layer is breached, others stay protected. Prevents unauthorized access and single layer exploits. Data hiding. Prevent information access across different security levels. Use hardware segmentation, protected memory areas, and process isolation. User interfaces, UIs. User interfaces are the means by which users interact with a computer system, application, or device. Example, CLI or GUI. Should be restricted based on privilege levels, ensuring users only see and access functions appropriate to their role. Interfaces, features, and administrative capabilities should be hidden or inaccessible to users with lower privileges, enforcing privilege level separation and the principle of least privilege. Virtualization abstracts and emulates physical resources such as compute, memory, storage, and networking, allowing multiple isolated virtual environments or software systems to run on the same physical hardware. Enables organizations to run multiple operating systems and applications on one machine, providing better control over OS execution, improved scalability, and faster recovery compared to physical systems. If a virtual machine fails or becomes compromised, it can be quickly rebuilt, restored, or replaced from an image or snapshot. Elasticity is the ability of a system to automatically scale resources up or down based on demand in real time. When demand increases, resources like CPU, memory, servers are automatically added. When demand decreases, resources are automatically removed. Common type of virtualization include compute or virtual machines, VMs, memory virtualization, storage virtualization, network virtualization, isolation. Examples of virtualization use cases include server consolidation, cloud computing, development or testing environments, sandboxing for malware analysis, disaster recovery, and virtual desktops. Virtualization advantages. Resource optimization. Multiple virtual machines share the same physical hardware efficiently, maximizing utilization of CPU, memory, and storage. Isolation. Each VM operates independently, so failures or issues in one VM do not impact others. Scalability and flexibility. VMs can be easily created, cloned, scaled, or removed based on changing business needs. Cost reduction. Reduced need for physical hardware lowers infrastructure, maintenance, and energy costs. Centralized control. Virtualization enables centralized management of systems, making it easier to monitor, configure, and maintain environments. Improved efficiency. Better utilization of resources and streamlined operations increase overall system efficiency. Increased IT productivity. IT teams can deploy, manage, and troubleshoot systems faster, improving operational productivity. Agility. Organizations can quickly respond to changes by rapidly provisioning new environments or scaling existing ones. Virtualization, hypervisors, software or firmware that create and manage VMs by allowing multiple operating systems to run on a single physical machine. Hypervisors act as a layer between the hardware and the virtual machines, allocating resources like CPU, memory, and storage. Types include Type 1 bare metal hypervisor and Type 2 hosted hypervisor. Type 1 bare metal hypervisor, like you can see in the image, it runs directly on the physical hardware without a host operating system. It provides better performance and security. It typically requires dedicated hardware and has a smaller attack surface since there is no underlying OS. Type 2 hosted hypervisor runs as an application on top of an existing operating system, making it easier to use but less efficient than Type 1. It can run on general purpose hardware and has a larger attack surface because it depends on the host operating system. Type 1 bare metal hypervisor use cases include data centers, enterprise environments, and cloud platforms where high performance, scalability, and security are critical. Type 2 hosted hypervisor use cases include development, testing, training, and personal use, where ease of setup and flexibility are more important than performance. Virtualization, security risks. Any vulnerability in the hypervisor or underlying hardware can impact all virtual machines running on top of it. This makes hypervisor security critical in virtualized environments. Example, any unpatched or compromised hypervisor or hardware can impact all VMs. VM escape attacks. An attacker breaks out of a VM to access the host system or other VMs. This can allow bypassing type 2 hypervisors to interact directly with the host OS. Example, malware in a guest VM infecting the host machine. Isolation failure. Weak or misconfigured isolation can allow data leakage or unauthorized access between VMs. Example, shared memory misconfigurations enabling inter-VM data reads. VM sprawl. Uncontrolled VM creation leads to unpatched or forgotten VMs. Expands the attack surface and increases management complexity. Example, rapid provisioning in dev or test environments without proper lifecycle management. Insecure VM images. Using outdated or untrusted VM templates introduces vulnerabilities. Example, downloaded templates from unverified sources with pre-installed software vulnerabilities. Resource contention. Multiple high-density VMs sharing hardware may degrade performance or trigger denial of service conditions. Slower services, interrupted workflows, or intentional resource exhaustion attacks. Snapshots and data leakage. VM snapshots may contain sensitive data and can be improperly stored or accessed. Poor access control. Weak authentication or excessive privileges allow unauthorized access to hypervisors or VMs. Example, default credentials or unsegregated admin privileges. Inter-VM attacks, side channel attacks. Attackers exploit shared resources like CPU cache or memory, can allow sensitive information leakage across VMs. Virtualization, security measures. Regularly patch hypervisors, underlying hardware, and virtualization software to prevent exploits. Enforce multi-factor authentication, role-based access, and least privilege for hypervisor and VM management. Use proper network segmentation, memory separation, and secure configurations to prevent data leakage between VMs. Control VM sprawl, implement lifecycle management, monitor VM creation, and decommission unused VMs. Disable unnecessary services, enforce strong passwords, and apply security baselines. Use verified VM images or templates, scan for vulnerabilities, and maintain image versioning. Monitor and limit resource allocation to prevent contention or DOS scenarios. Encrypt and restrict access to snapshots and securely delete outdated ones. Use VM-aware security tools, enable hardware mitigations, and monitor unusual inter-VM activity. Enable centralized logging, auditing, and anomaly detection for hypervisors and VM activities. Whenever possible, keep critical or highly sensitive assets on physical hosts for better control and reduce attack surface. Containerization. Containerization is a method of packing an application along with its dependencies into a lightweight, portable unit called a container. So it can run consistently across different environments. A container packages just the application and its dependencies such as code, runtime, libraries, configs, and required files, and nothing extra. No full OS required, unlike VMs. Containers share the host operating system, making them more efficient than virtual machines since they do not require a separate OS for each instance. Containers use a container engine like Docker instead of a hypervisor, and this approach is called operating system virtualization because containers share the host OS kernel. Containerization benefits. It is fast. Containers start quickly and enable rapid deployment. Scalable. Containers are easily replicated and managed to handle changing workloads. Portable. They run consistently across development, testing, and production environments. Consistent configuration eliminates works on my machine issues by packaging dependencies. Containers are flexible. They can be deployed across different platforms and cloud environments. Lightweight and isolated, they share this host OS while providing process-level isolation. Reusable images. Container images can be reused and versioned, enabling consistent and efficient deployments. Container examples include Docker, Docker Engine, Podman, Pod Manager, Kubernetes, OpenShift, LXC and LXD, Linux containers, Linux Container Daemon, Rancher. Container risks. Container escape. Attacker breaks out of a container to access the host or other containers. Weak isolation. Containers share the host OS, increasing risk of cross-container attacks. Insecure images. Using untrusted or outdated container images introduces vulnerabilities. Misconfigured containers, outdated configurations, improper settings such as running as root or insecure defaults increase attack surface. Image sprawl. Uncontrolled image creation leads to outdated and vulnerable containers. Identity and access management issues. Hard-coded credentials, tokens, or weak identity and access management can be exploited. Resource abuse. Containers can exhaust shared CPU, memory, or storage resources. Application vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities within the applications running inside containers can be exploited. Inter-container communication risks. Unsecured communication channels between containers can lead to data leaks or attacks. Host OS attacks. Exploits that are targeting the host operating system can compromise all containers running on it. Supply chain attacks. Compromised dependencies or base images introduce hidden threats. Patching issues. Unpatched container engines, images, or host OS increase the attack surface. Container security considerations. Remove unnecessary services, packages, and daemons on the host OS to reduce attack surface. Regularly patch container engines and host OS. Separate sensitive and non-sensitive containers, that is, use namespaces, network segmentation, and access controls to isolate high-value containers. Hardware protections. Use TPM, Trusted Platform Module, secure boot, and hardware-backed keys to protect the host and container integrity. Pull only verified images and scan them for vulnerabilities. Enforce least privilege, that is, avoid running containers as root, limit container capabilities. Secure orchestration platforms. Harden Kubernetes or OpenShift configurations and restrict access. Use dedicated secret management tools instead of hard-coding credentials. Apply CPU, memory, and storage quotas to prevent resource abuse or DOS attacks. Follow security baselines and avoid outdated configurations. Remove unused images, control image sprawl, and version images. Ensure applications inside containers are secure and patched. Enable auditing, logging, and runtime security monitoring for containers. Protect the host OS since a compromised host can impact all containers. Encrypt data at rest, example container images and volumes, and in transit, example API calls, inter-container communication registers. This is to prevent unauthorized access. Primary storage, the main memory used by a computer to store data and instructions currently in use. It is volatile, usually loses data when power is off. Very fast access, directly accessible by the CPU. Examples include RAM, DRAM, SRAM, CPU registers, and cache memory. Secondary storage, used to persist data long term, not directly accessed by the CPU. Non-volatile, retains data even when power is off. Types, magnetic, flash, optical media. Examples of secondary storage include HDD, SSD, CD, DVD, Blu-ray, flash drives. Data must be read into primary memory, that is RAM, before CPU can use it. Secondary storage disadvantages. Secondary storage is slower than primary storage, and this affects performance for active tasks. I/O operations required to access data, so it adds latency. Sequential access for some media like magnetic tapes, and this slows processing of large data sets. Additional complexity, must manage transfer between secondary and primary memory. Random access storage, storage where data can be read or written in any order without following a sequence. Direct access to any location is possible. Access time is usually consistent. Can be volatile, example RAM, or non-volatile, example SSD or HDD. Data can be read at any point without scanning sequentially. Examples include RAM, random access memory, hard drives, HDD and SSD. Storage security concerns, unauthorized access, attackers or unauthorized users gaining access to storage devices. Data corruption, hardware failure, malware, or accidental deletion altering or damaging data. Data loss, storage failure or accidental deletion causing permanent loss of data. Residual data or data remnants, deleted data may still be recovered from storage media. Media theft or loss, physical devices like HDDs, SSDs, flash drives, removable media being stolen or misplaced. Unauthorized sharing, shared or network storage, exposing data accidentally. Malware or ransomware, malicious software corrupting, encrypting, that is making files inaccessible or destroying storage content. Exam tip, access control, physical, administrative and logical, and encryption play a vital role in ensuring storage security. Input and output devices security concerns, eavesdropping or tapping. Attackers intercept data from keyboards, microphones or other input devices. Data exfiltration, copying or stealing sensitive data through USB drives, external storage or networked output devices. Unauthorized access, rogue devices connected to input-output ports providing a backdoor into systems. Malicious peripherals, compromised keyboards, mice or other devices used to inject malware. Physical device theft, stolen printers, scanners or terminals exposing sensitive data. Insecure endpoints, printers, projectors and IoT output devices as potential entry points into organizational systems. Firmware. Firmware is software embedded into hardware devices that provides low-level control for the device's specific functions. Firmware is stored in non-volatile memory like ROM, EPROM or flash. It contains basic information needed for a computer to start, boot instructions. Firmware provides operating instructions for peripheral devices such as printers, routers, or scanners. It controls hardware operations and acts as an interface between hardware and higher level software, that is OS or applications. Can include device drivers, configuration settings, and startup routines. Firmware acts as the brains of the hardware, ensuring the device behaves as designed. It enables startup, that is boot routines, manages hardware resources, and provides basic input-output services. Security policy. Security policy is a formal document that defines an organization's rules, procedures, and responsibilities for protecting its information assets. It establishes the organization's security expectations and standards. Security policy provides a framework for decision making, risk management, and compliance. Security policy informs and guides the designing, developing, implementing, testing, and maintaining of systems. It forms the foundation for other documents like standards, guidelines, and procedures. Physical security controls. Administrative controls for physical security include policies, procedures, and management actions that guide how physical security should be implemented. Example, facility selection and construction, site management, personnel controls, security awareness training, emergency response procedures, and background checks. Logical controls for physical security, technology-based mechanisms, example CCTV, HVAC, heating, ventilation and air conditioning, electronic access control systems, alarm systems, environmental monitoring systems like sensors that detect smoke, fire detection and suppression, water leaks or temperature changes. Physical controls for physical security, mechanisms that protect facilities, equipment, and personnel from physical threats. Fencing, bollards, gates, barriers, construction materials, security docks, security guards, lighting, man traps, turnstiles, locks and keys, and secure cabinets. Physical security controls categories. Deter, discourage intruders from attempting access, example warning signs, security guards, fencing, lighting. Detect, identify intrusions or unauthorized activity, example motion sensors, CCTV cameras, alarms, badge readers. Delay, slow down intruders to allow response, example locked doors, turnstiles, safes, security guards, bollards, reinforced walls. Deny, prevent unauthorized access entirely. Example biometrics, access cards, secure server rooms, safes. Respond, take action against threats once detected. Example security personnel intervention, automatic lockdowns. Determine, identify what has happened, who is responsible, or the impact. Example logs, audit trails, security cameras, incident reports. Recover or give, restore normal operations or information after an incident. Example backup power, disaster recovery plans, emergency response procedures. Security control strategy flow. First one is deter, discourage potential attackers from attempting an attack. Example, warning signs, policies, visible cameras. Next one is deny, stop or prevent unauthorized access. Example, locks, access cards, authentication systems. Next one is to detect, identify that an attacker or breach is occurring or has occurred. Example, intrusion detection systems, alarms, motion sensors. Next one is to delay, slow down the attacker to give time for response. Example, security doors, turnstiles, barriers. Next, determine, assess what is happening and identify the source, method or extent of breach. Example, monitoring logs, forensic analysis. Then decide. Take appropriate action based on the assessment to contain, respond, or recover. Example, incident response, activating countermeasures, notifying authorities. Site selection. Site selection is the process of choosing a safe and secure geographic location for a facility. Select a site based on the organization's security requirements and risk profile. Site selection considerations include visibility of the site, composition of the surrounding area like neighboring businesses, population, and risk level, accessibility to the site including roads, transportation, entry-exit routes, exposure to natural disasters including floods, earthquakes, storms, crime rates in the area, availability of emergency services like fire, medical, law enforcement, access to critical infrastructure and utilities like power, that is electricity, water supply, telecommunications, and internet. Location should avoid high-risk industrial areas, heavy traffic zones, or unsafe neighborhoods. Organizations must determine the level of security required before construction begins and incorporate proper physical protection measures. Not all parts of a facility should be equally accessible. Areas containing high-value assets require stronger restrictions such as additional locks, card access, or biometric controls. Site design. Site design is how a facility is planned, structured, and secured to protect people, assets, and information from physical threats. The site should be designed to protect all critical assets and their dependencies by identifying and securing the relationships between them. Implement physical security controls for infrastructure, facility, and supporting services such as power or electricity, water supply, HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. Valuable or confidential assets should be placed near the center of the building, surrounded by other protective layers like offices, walls, and security checkpoints. Dedicated rooms used to house servers, network equipment, and critical IT infrastructure. These rooms do not need to be comfortable for people but must maintain proper temperature, humidity, and security controls. Elevated or flood-resistant zones. Locate critical areas above flood levels or use water barriers and sump pumps. Seismic design. Reinforce structural elements, walls, floors, racks to withstand earthquakes. Compartmentalization. Separate high security areas into zones so that if one section is compromised, others remain safe and operational. Crime prevention through environmental design, CPTED. CPTED is a physical security strategy that reduces crime and enhances safety by designing the environment to influence human behavior. Use design elements to deter, detect, and delay potential criminal activity. Key principles: natural surveillance, maximize visibility to detect intruders. Example, windows, lighting, open sight lines. Natural access control, guide people along safe paths and restrict access to sensitive areas. Example, fences, gates, walkways. Territorial reinforcement, create a sense of ownership to discourage intruders. Example, signage, landscaping, boundary markers. Maintenance and management, well-maintained areas reduce crime opportunities. Example, clean environments, functioning lights. Target hardening, make it physically difficult to commit crimes. Example, locks, security doors, barriers. Fence. Perimeter fencing is used to define boundaries, deter intruders, and delay unauthorized access. 3 to 4 feet fence, mainly used to mark boundaries and deter casual trespassers. 6 to 7 feet, harder to climb, providing stronger deterrence. 8 feet with barbed or razor wire, used for high security to deter intruders. Turnstile. A turnstile is a type of gate that allows one person to pass at a time and can be used to enforce controlled entry into a facility. Prevents tailgating and piggybacking. Tracks entry and exit for auditing. Tailgating and piggybacking are social engineering tactics used to gain unauthorized access to secure areas by following an authorized person. Tailgating is covert. Tailgating is stealthy, where an intruder follows closely behind someone without their knowledge. Piggybacking is with consent. Piggybacking involves deception, where a person is unknowingly allowed in, often by manipulating an employee. Man-trap. A man-trap is a physical security control consisting of a small space with two sequential doors. It is designed to control access and verify identity before allowing entry to a secure area. Detection sensor. Detection sensor is a device that detects the presence or movement of people in a secured area. Pressure mats trigger if extra weight or extra person is detected. Motion sensors alert security if unexpected movement occurs inside a controlled space. Light sensors detect interruptions of light beams, photoelectric sensors when someone passes through. Heat sensors detect body heat, thermal or infrared sensors. Sound sensors detect footsteps or unusual noise in controlled areas. Lighting. Lighting is used to deter attackers and also help detect unauthorized activity around a facility. Lights should typically be installed around 8 feet high to properly illuminate the area and reduce shadows and blind spots. Recommended illumination level is about 2-foot candles around the perimeter. Each light should cover the area up to the next light so that the entire perimeter is continuously illuminated without dark gaps. Landscaping. Landscaping is not just decorative, it can be a physical security control to deter, delay, and detect intruders. Avoid blind spots. Ensure entrances, windows, and fences remain visible. Use deterrent plants, clear paths, and open sightlines to guide movement and channel people safely. Work alongside lighting, security guards, patrol dogs, and cameras for maximum effectiveness. Dense shrubs, thorny plants, and rock gardens can slow or block unauthorized access. Trim trees and bushes to eliminate hiding spots and maintain sightlines for guards and cameras. Decorative landscaping, signage, and marked boundaries create a sense of ownership and discourage intruders. Ensure landscaping does not block exits or access routes. Physical Access Control System, PACS. It is a collective system that controls and monitors who can enter or exit a physical space. Components of PACS: access points, doors, turnstiles, gates, man-traps, credentials, keycards, fobs, biometrics, that is fingerprint or face scan, readers, devices that read the credentials at access points, controllers, decide whether to grant or deny access based on credentials, detection sensors, detect piggybacking, tailgating, or unauthorized entry, monitoring and logging, tracks entries and exits, generates alerts if breaches occur. FIPS 201, Personal Identity Verification, PIV, of federal employees and contractors. This was issued by the US federal government. It establishes standards for secure identification and access. PACS is included in FIPS 201. Electrical power issues. A blackout is a complete loss of electrical power for a period of time. No electricity is supplied to the system. A brownout is a prolonged drop in voltage levels. Power is still available, but the voltage is lower than normal, which can damage equipment. A fault is a short, temporary loss of power, usually caused by a malfunction in the electrical system, such as damaged wiring or a short circuit. A surge is a prolonged increase in voltage that lasts longer than a spike. A spike is a very short, temporary, sudden increase in voltage. Typically lasts only a fraction of a second but can still damage electronic devices. A sag is a short-term temporary drop in voltage. Inrush, a brief, large surge of current when electrical equipment like motors or transformers is first powered on. It is normal but can stress circuits if not managed. Voltage. Voltage refers to the electrical pressure that pushes current through a circuit. Too high voltage can damage electronic equipments. Too low voltage can cause systems to malfunction or shut down. Static voltage and their possible effects. 40 volts, sensitive circuits and other components can be damaged. 1000 volts, scrambling or distortion of monitors. 1500 volts, hardware example hard drive damage and possible data destruction. 2000 volts, system shut down abruptly. 4000 volts, printer jams or component damage. 17,000 volts, permanent circuit damage. Noise. Noise is unwanted electrical interference that disrupts normal signals in a power line. It can appear as steady, continuous noise, that is a constant background interference, or fluctuating transient noise, short bursts or spikes caused by switching devices, motors starting or stopping, or lightning strikes. Noise is caused by electromagnetic interference (EMI) or radio frequency interference (RFI). It can lead to data corruption, transmission errors, or system instability. Often introduced by motors, generators, power lines, or nearby electronic devices. Noise, electromagnetic interference (EMI), electrical disturbance caused by electromagnetic energy from nearby electrical devices, often generated by motors, generators, power lines, or other electronic equipment. Common mode noise occurs between hot and ground wires in a power cable. Transverse mode noise occurs between hot and neutral wires. Noise, radio frequency interference (RFI), interference caused by radio frequency signals, often generated by radio transmitters, wireless devices, or broadcasting equipment. Can disrupt network communication and electronic devices. Temperature. Recommended temperature range for equipment rooms 60 degree Fahrenheit or 75 degree Fahrenheit, that is 15 degrees Celsius or 23 degrees Celsius. Purpose. Prevents overheating of servers and networking equipment. Helps maintain hardware reliability and lifespan. Storage devices may start getting damaged at temperatures above 100 degree Fahrenheit, that is almost equivalent to 38 degrees Celsius. Recommended temperature range for work areas 65 to 75 degree Fahrenheit, that is 18 degrees Celsius to 23 degrees Celsius. Humidity. Recommended humidity 40% to 60% relative humidity. High humidity can cause corrosion of electronic components. Low humidity can cause static electricity, which may damage equipment. Note: in very humid climates, ambient air is already humid, so the HVAC system may need to lower the internal humidity slightly to stay within recommended limits and prevent condensation. In dry desert climates, ambient air is very dry, so the system may need to increase humidity to avoid static electricity. Fire. Fire safety ensures prevention, early detection, and protection against fire hazards to safeguard people, property, and equipment. Prevention. Measures to avoid fire hazards before they occur, such as proper electrical wiring, safe storage of flammable materials, avoiding overloaded circuits, non-combustible or fire-resistant materials when possible, and fire-rated solid core doors. Detection. Systems and tools that identify fire early, like smoke detectors, heat sensors, and fire alarms to enable quick response. Protection or suppression. Equipment and methods to control or extinguish fire, including fire extinguishers, sprinklers, fire blankets, and automatic suppression systems. Safe exit. Clear, well-marked and unobstructed pathways for people to evacuate safely, including emergency exits, staircases, and illuminated exit signs. Awareness or preparedness. Training and education to ensure everyone knows fire risks, evacuation procedures, proper use of extinguishers, and participation in fire drills. Fire triangle. 3 elements. A fire needs 3 things to ignite and sustain. Fuel, any combustible material, example wood, paper, gas, oil. Heat or ignition source, enough energy to raise the fuel to its ignition temperature. Oxygen, supports combustion, usually from the air. Remove any one of these 3 elements and the fire cannot start or will be extinguished. Class A. Type is common combustibles. Example wood, paper, cloth, plastic. Most common type of fire. Water works well to cool burning material. Suppression for Class A. Water, soda acid, dry powder or liquid chemical. Class B. Flammable liquids. Examples, alcohol, oil, gasoline, petroleum products. Water should never be used as it spreads burning liquid. Suppression for Class B. CO2, halon substitute, soda acid. Class C. Electrical fires. Examples, electrical equipment, wiring, servers, circuit panels. Fed by electricity, extinguishing agent must be non-conductive, water must not be used. Suppression for Class C, CO2, halon substitutes. Class D, combustible metals, examples magnesium, titanium, sodium. Burns very hot, reacts with water, special extinguishing materials needed. Suppression, dry powder extinguishers. Class K, kitchen fires, examples, cooking oils, grease, animal fats. Common in commercial kitchens, wet chemicals cool the fire and create a foam layer to prevent reignition. Suppression, wet chemical extinguishers. Smoke detection, detects smoke particles produced during the early stages of a fire. Smoke can damage most storage devices. Example, ionization detectors, photoelectric detectors. Next one is heat detection, detects abnormal increase in temperature or rapid temperature changes. Heat can damage electronic and computer components. Examples include fixed temperature sensors, rate of rise detectors. Flame detection detects the presence of flames by sensing specific light wavelengths. Example, infrared detectors, IR detectors, ultraviolet UV detectors. Fire detectors, Ionization detectors use a small amount of radioactive material to detect fast-flaming fires by sensing tiny smoke particles that disrupt an ionized air currents. Photoelectric detectors detect smoldering fires by sensing smoke that scatters a light beam onto a sensor. Fixed temperature sensors trigger an alarm when the surrounding temperature reaches a set threshold. Rate of rise detectors trigger an alarm when the temperature rises rapidly over a short period. Fire suppressants. When designing a fire response or suppression system, the suppression medium, that is the substance used to extinguish fire such as water, gas, foam or chemicals, can also introduce risks. These concerns must be considered to protect equipment, data and human safety. The choice of suppression medium is critical because the wrong medium can worsen the fire, damage equipment or harm people. Fire suppressants, key concerns, damage to equipment. The suppression medium like water, foam, chemicals may damage servers, storage devices and electronic equipment. Damage to storage media. Smoke, chemicals or water can damage magnetic and electronic storage devices. Short circuits. Water or non-conductive agents can cause electrical short circuits in systems and wiring. Corrosion. Certain chemicals or moisture can cause corrosion, making equipment unusable over time. Contamination. Some suppression agents may leave residue that contaminates sensitive components. Human safety risks. Some gases or chemicals may reduce oxygen levels or be harmful to people in the room. Fire suppressants, design considerations, protect human life first. Ensure the suppression system does not create additional hazards. Select suppression agents that minimize damage to equipment. Consider ventilation, evacuation procedures, and safety mechanisms when designing the fire response system. Water detectors. Water detectors should be installed under raised floors and in ceilings or above equipment to detect leaks from pipes, HVAC, or fire suppression systems and protect critical areas. Water suppression systems. Pre-action systems. These are designed for areas with people and sensitive equipment, example data centers, server rooms. Uses closed sprinkler heads. Pipes are filled with compressed air instead of water. Water is held back by an electrically operated sprinkler valve and the air pressure. Water only flows when both the detection system and sprinkler head activate, reducing accidental water damage. Wet pipe systems. Sprinkler heads are closed. Pipes are always filled with water. Sprinklers are flame or heat activated, discharging water when the temperature reaches a predefined level. Fast response but risk of accidental leaks. Dry pipe systems. Sprinkler heads are closed, but pipes are filled with compressed air instead of water. Water is held back by a valve that opens when air pressure drops after a sprinkler activates. Common in cold environments, example parking garages, to prevent pipes from freezing. Deluge systems. Similar to dry pipe systems but with open and larger sprinkler heads. Pipes are empty at normal conditions and water is held back by a deluge valve. When activated by a detection system, water floods all heads simultaneously. Used in high hazard areas like chemical storage or fuel facilities. Gas discharge fire suppression systems. Gas discharge systems are commonly used in data centers, server rooms, archives, and other sensitive areas where water or foam could damage equipment. More effective than water-based systems for protecting sensitive electronics. Not suitable for occupied areas because they suppress fire by removing oxygen from the air, which can be dangerous to humans. Halon is very effective but is largely banned because it has environmental concerns, like ozone depleting, converts to toxic gas at 900 degree Fahrenheit. Common halon replacements: FM200, that is HFC 227EA, CEA 410 or CEA 308, FE13, that is HCFC23, argon IG55 or argonite IG01, Energen Aerochem NAF-S3, that is HCFC blend A. When designing fire suppression systems for sensitive equipment, gas discharge systems protect assets without leaving residue. But human safety and proper room sealing must be always considered. Different types of locks. Electronic combination locks or cipher locks uses a keypad where a user enters a numeric or button sequence to unlock the door. Example of something you know. Keycard systems uses magnetic stripe cards, RFIDs or smart cards to grant access. Example of something you have. Biometric systems uses unique biological characteristics to verify identity. Example of something you are. Conventional locks, traditional mechanical locks operated with a key. Example of something you have. Easily picked or bumped, and keys can be duplicated easily. Pick and bump resistant locks. Locks designed with special internal mechanisms to resist picking and bumping attacks. More expensive, harder to pick, and keys are difficult to duplicate. Often used in high security environments. Threats to physical access controls: piggybacking or tailgating, masquerading. An attacker pretends to be an authorized person to gain access. Unauthorized access, entering restricted areas without proper permission or credentials. Theft, stealing physical assets such as computers, storage devices, or confidential materials. Vandalism, intentional damage to equipment, facilities, or security infrastructure. Shoulder surfing, observing someone entering a PIN, word, or access code. Social engineering, manipulating people to bypass security procedures or controls. Key duplication, making unauthorized copies of physical keys. Lock picking or lock bumping, using tools or bump keys to open locks without the original key. Restricted area security applies to areas that require high-level access control. Example, server rooms, data centers, labs. Example, federal government security facilities, FIPS 201 areas, critical infrastructure control rooms. Limit access. Only authorized personnel can enter. 2-person control. Some areas require dual authorization for entry. Defense in depth. Multiple layers of physical security to prevent unauthorized access. Often includes man traps, turnstiles, and other tailgate or piggyback prevention systems. PACS, physical access control systems plus detection sensors, enforce entry rules. Work area security protects individual workspaces or general office areas with controlled, though less strict access than high security restricted areas. Wiring closet. Wiring closets are high-value physical assets that link the building's network infrastructure, such as telecommunication and networking cabling, patch panels, switches, modems, routers, and backbone channels. Proper security is essential to protect both physical equipment and the integrity of network communications. If an intruder gains access, they could steal equipment, cut or disconnect cables, or install listening or monitoring devices. Due to their small enclosed nature, wiring closets are susceptible to overheating, requiring proper ventilation and environmental controls to ensure reliable operation. Security controls include locked rooms, restricted access, surveillance, that is CCTV, environmental controls like cooling and fire protection, cable management, and labeling. Server rooms. A server room is a dedicated, secure space used to house servers and critical IT equipment that support an organization's operations. A server room contains servers, storage systems, network equipment, and backup systems. It houses critical systems where important data is stored and managed. Because of this, it must have restricted access using controls such as badges and biometrics, along with CCTV monitoring, locked racks, and secure doors. It should also include proper environmental controls such as temperature and humidity regulation, fire suppression systems, and adequate cooling suitable for computer equipment. Reliable power availability is essential, including UPS systems, backup generators, and redundant power sources to ensure continuous operation. The server room should be strategically located, preferably in the center of the facility, avoiding top floors because of the risk of damage from natural disasters or roof exposure, and bottom floors because of the risk of flooding, and kept away from main entry points to reduce the risk of unauthorized access. Data centers. A data center is a large, highly secure facility that houses multiple server rooms and IT infrastructure to support an organization's operations, applications, and data storage at scale. Use a single entry and exit point to tightly control ingress and egress. Train personnel on how to work in these data centers and ensure they understand security procedures, access controls, environmental requirements, and incident response protocols. Limit human access since the environment is sensitive and controlled. Continuously monitor logs, sensors, and alarms. Track all ingress and egress activity. Maintain separate temperature controls from the rest of the building. Regulate humidity levels to avoid static or condensation. Implement proper grounding to protect against electrical issues. Ensure proper ventilation to prevent overheating or equipment damage. Computer room air conditioner, a specialized cooling system used in data centers and server rooms to maintain optimal temperature and humidity, protecting equipment from overheating and ensuring reliable operation. Data center uptime tiers. Tier 1, basic capacity, single path for power and cooling, no redundancy. Availability, approximately 99.671%, that is around 28.8 hours downtime per year. Tier 2, redundant components, single path for power and cooling, plus some redundant components like UPS and generators. Availability nearly 99.741%, that is 22 hours downtime per year. Tier 3, concurrently maintainable, multiple paths for power or cooling, N+1 redundancy, can maintain equipment without downtime. Availability nearly 99.982%, that is 1.6 hours downtime per year. Tier 4, fault tolerant, fully redundant, dual powered, multiple active paths, can sustain failures without impacting operations. Availability 99.99%, that is approximately 26 minutes downtime per year. Visitor security. Visitor registration. Require all visitors to sign in and provide identification upon entry. Escort requirements. Visitors should be escorted by authorized personnel at all times in restricted areas. Temporary credentials. issue temporary badges or access cards that are time limited and monitored, restricted access, limit visitors to only the areas they need to access, high security areas remain off limits, surveillance, monitor visitor movement using CCTV cameras or access logs, policy awareness, visitors should be briefed on facility rules and security policies before entering. Tracking and accountability. Keep records of visitor entry and exit for audits and investigations. Media storage. Protecting physical media such as tapes, disks, USB drives, and backup media from unauthorized access, theft, or loss. Preventing data corruption, accidental damage, or recovery of residual data from used media. And safeguarding against environmental hazards. Facilities should be designed to safely store blank media, reusable media, and installation media, ensuring protection throughout the media's lifecycle. Media storage. Media storage facility protections, labeling and tracking. Clearly label and inventory all media. Maintain logs of check-in, check-out activity. Using media sanitization to securely erase data before reuse or disposal. Locked cabinets or safes to prevent unauthorized access. Assigning a librarian or custodian responsible for media management. Environmental protection. Store media in climate controlled areas to prevent heat, humidity, or magnetic interference damage. Fire and water protection. Use fireproof and waterproof storage or safes to protect against disasters. Evidence storage. Evidence storage is used to retain logs, drive images, virtual machine snapshots, emails, database backups, configuration files, audit trails, security event records, and other datasets for purposes such as recovery, internal investigations, audits, legal proceedings, and forensic analysis. Ensure that evidence remains trustworthy, tamper-evident, and admissible. Evidence storage, key protections, locked cabinets or safes to prevent unauthorized physical access, strong access control, limit access to authorized personnel only using authentication, roles, and logging, hash management and encryption, ensure data integrity and confidentiality, use isolated facilities and secure containers to separate evidence from general storage and store different types of evidence separately, preventing contamination or accidental damage. Offline storage protects against network-based attacks or accidental modification. Protect evidence from fire, water, heat, humidity, and other hazards. Use CCTV alarms and access logs to detect unauthorized access attempts. Chain of custody. Maintain records of who accessed the evidence, when, and why. Audit trails and access logs are key tools for managing and controlling physical access. They can be recorded manually by security staff or automatically generated through devices such as smart cards and proximity readers. Entry points should be monitored with CCTV, which allows comparison of the logs with visual records of events. These records are vital for reconstructing incidents such as intrusions, breaches, or attacks, supporting investigations, accountability, and forensic analysis. Generators. A generator is a device that converts mechanical energy into electrical energy to supply power when the main utility power is unavailable. It provides long-term backup power during extended outages, hours to days. Unlike a UPS, it does not instantly supply power. There is usually a startup delay, seconds to minutes. A generator's reliability depends on adequate fuel supply, proper maintenance, and a healthy engine to ensure continuous power during outages. Generators. How generators work with UPS. UPS provides instant backup for a few minutes during a power outage. Generator starts automatically to supply long-term power. UPS bridges the gap between utility power loss and generator startup, ensuring continuous power to electrical equipment. Uninterruptible power supply, UPS. A UPS is a self-charging battery system that provides stable, clean power to critical equipment. Electric utility power is not always stable or clean. Most electronic devices require consistent clean power to operate correctly and avoid damage. UPS ensures continuous power during blackouts, brownouts, sags, or other interruptions. UPS can supply power for minutes to hours depending on the UPS capacity, that is the UPS size. It's often used alongside backup generators for extended outages. Using UPS systems provide system availability and protection against power fluctuations, helping prevent equipment damage and data loss. Double conversion UPS, a type of UPS that provides the highest level of power protection by continuously converting incoming AC power to DC and then back to AC. AC utility, rectifier, DC, inverter, AC output devices. Ensures a stable and clean output to connected equipment, completely isolating it from input power fluctuations. Line interactive UPS sits between the power source and devices with a surge protector plus voltage regulator, ensuring devices get clean, stable power most of the time, and the battery only kicks in when actually needed. Voltage regulator, auto transformer, corrects minor voltages and under voltages without switching to battery. Double conversion UPS always powers devices through inverter, fully isolates from power issues. Line interactive UPS normally passes AC to devices, uses battery only on outage or big voltage change. And that is the end of CISSP Domain 3 review. Please don't forget to like, subscribe and share our videos if you liked today's video. Thank you.